Listen, guys, we're here. We're live. Emergency investigation. Everybody on Twitter was fired up. I had to hop on here. Hustler released a statement. And listen, I can't believe what the hell I just read. Hustler releases a statement on an update. A theft has occurred. Was it theft? What's going on here? $15,000 off Robbi stack. Listen, guys, lock in right now. We're here. We're live. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. You guys know where we're at right now. Listen, it's investigation of the year. October 6th, 2022 will forever go down as a day that a new data point was added to the collection that is the investigation of Robbi versus Garrett. Ay, 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 papi. Guys, listen. My mind was blown, so I've been on the phone all day. I come up, I read this statement, take a look at the statement, update on the investigation released by Hustler Casino Live. High Stakes Poker Productions has assembled a team of experts to conduct a thorough investigation of the Robbi Garrett hand and to audit our technologies and security protocols. We have retained Bulletproof Gaming Laboratories International, a leading provider of testing. Okay, yada, yada. We also have attained international law firm. Da, 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 da. Okay. The investigation will seek to determine if there's evidence any players use any compromising knowledge in our streams and how secure our system and protocols are. If there are improvements that can be made, we'll implement those changes immediately. We have also retained international law firm Shepard Mullen to provide legal and investigative guidance during our investigation. With the support of these alleged industry-leading consultants, players, fans, and the poker community should rest assured that we will leave no stone unturned to get the truth. The truth has been found. My friends, that's right. The truth has been found. We have promised that this will be a transparent investigation. With that in mind, we have a significant development to report. During a review of video of the September 29th hand between Robbi and Garrett, our investigators observed an employee of High Stakes Poker Productions removing chips from Robbi's stack after the broadcast had concluded. And while Robbi was away from the table today during our investigation, the employee Brian Sagbixal admitted taking $15,000 in chips from Robbi's stack. We immediately terminated his employment and contacted Robbi and the Gardena police to file a criminal report. Robbi told High Stakes Poker Productions and the Gardena police that she does not wish to pursue criminal charges against the employee without a victim. Gardena police told us they do not intend to pursue a criminal prosecution at this time. Our investigation is ongoing. What in the fuck is going on here, guys? So listen, this guy actually messaged me on Twitter after it ended, basically saying that I'm being disrespectful to him by theorizing that someone from Hustler could have been complicit in what the hell was going on here. And come to find out, it was this fucking guy who is up to some kind of LA shuffle, right? Oh, come in by, some chips. I'm going to take the chips off. So listen, I don't know what's going on here, guys. So was this guy working with Robbi? Is this an isolated incident? I mean, you're telling me in the biggest stream of the year, you got Phil Ivey in the house, you got Garrett in the house, that this guy, a scandal breaks out, the internet goes crazy. This guy decides this is the night. This guy decides this is the time that I am going to do the LA chip shuffle and grab a little off the top of Robbi. Is that what's we're led to believe right here, guys? Okay, so listen, guys. So this guy actually made a couple tweets right after it was over, and I'm going to read a couple of tweets to you now. So he said, "Hey, Poker Twitter. My name is Brian. I'm the longest tenured employee at Hustler Casino Live. I started working for HCL as an audio tech, but at this point, I've moved up and down every job from audio to graphics and even cameras. I poured my heart and soul into this. The situation is extremely upsetting considering some people in the community want to drag Hustler Casino Live's name through the mud when I know for a fact nobody in production is in collusion with any of the players." This situation is extremely upsetting considering some people in the community want to try to drag Hustler Casino's live name through the mud when I know for a fact nobody in production is in collusion with any of the players. Our game integrity is the most secure in the industry. I told you guys LA's a crazy place, bro. LA's a crazy place, man. Listen, these guys in LA are different. I'm telling you. You guys remember when we had Robbi on? We had Charles Liu on there. I told you guys LA's different. These people in LA, they're not like the people from Iowa. They're not like the people from Indiana. This isn't Kentucky people, right? This is fucking LA, and they do the LA chip shuffle. You're smiling in your face and following you guys on Twitter and being friendly to you. And when you turn around, they try to fuck you. Okay? So I don't know what's going on here. Not a single soul has access to the control room or information that production has. The production team is a tight-knit group of guys, thoroughly vetted and processed. There is zero chance that production was involved because we were all doing our jobs. The only way Robbi could have cheated would be on her own. And at this point, nobody can confirm or deny without damning evidence. I'm not going to get into it though. That's just what Joe Ingram is for. I don't know what's going on here, guys. The guy was writing to me. The guy was writing to me in the future from the past. The guy's writing to me from the past and writing at me and saying, Poppy, this is for you to get into. This seemed crazy. I don't know what's happening, guys. This seems set up. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Twitch. Listen, guys, we're here. We're live. We got everybody in the chat. Everybody fired up. Bowie Effect, my guy. Thanks for subscribing, guys. We got a couple donos from Max. Bro, is this real? How many times has he done this? This cannot be real. It's not be his first time. Trust me. I mean, listen. Let me get my notepad out, guys. Let me start the investigation. I appreciate Brian for giving me the go-ahead to discuss this. It means a lot. Shout out Manscaped. Shout out code Poppy. Listen, guys, Manscaped. You guys know what we use Manscaped for. We're looking good right now. Brian's in the chat. Shout out to Brian in the chat. What's up, Brian? Eden rocks. Listen, guys, YouTube. I don't know what is going on right now. I've never seen anything like this. So basically, we're going to take some call-ins here, guys. I don't know who's going to call in first, but so now at Hustler, you got a cheating accusation, and we got our guy Brian doing the LA chip shuffle, taking the 15 off the top. So now the questions are, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, what is happening right now? Like, I never seen anything like this, guys. I mean, honestly, you guys got to really help me because I never seen anything like what's going on here. So in the first tweet, he said, "My name is Brian, the longest tenured employee." He said the situation. Listen how these people talk, guys. You guys got to hear it. Remember all these interviews we're doing with people? Everybody innocent. Nobody did a thing. No one saw anything. I didn't see. No one. Something happened. No one saw anything. Remember, we did the conversations with everybody. Nobody saw a damn thing. This guy, he didn't see a thing. This is how the people talk, guys. You guys got to understand what's up with the world, man. This is LA, okay? LA, Vegas, poker world. This is how it goes. So this guy, look at him. You'd read this and you'd think, oh, this guy seemed like he's being straight up with all of us. He said, it's extremely upsetting. Some people in the community want to drag Hustlers Casino's live name through the mud when I know for a fact nobody in production is collusion with any of the players. Man, I don't know what is going on with this poor guy, man. I feel bad for this guy. Getting himself involved in whatever hell's going on here. You know, I heard he's a nice guy. I don't know much about the guy. I talked to him a few times on Twitter. Seemed like a nice guy. Once I started my investigation, he sent me a message. Didn't seem very happy about it. We had a discussion about that as well. But yeah, they both follow each other on Twitter. So Brian and Robbi do follow each other on Twitter. So yeah, guys. So what do you guys think about this? I mean, is this so? I guess the question is two questions. One is Brian in on this with Robbi, or is this an isolated incident where this guy has been, is this just like he saw a good spot and he decided to take the money then? Or is this the inside man who comes over and takes a gift for themselves off the chip stack? You know, I don't know. What does that sound like to you guys? I don't know, man. I ain't never heard anything like this, guys. So, Braden says, I wonder what her lawyer husband thinks of the fact she's not pressing charges. Brian admitted he's stealing $15,000. Very weird. I mean, listen, she had an interview basically talking about how she didn't really want to. She had an interview talking about how she didn't want to press charges against Garrett. She didn't want to sue Garrett for defamation. Garrett doesn't need to be scared for saying that he maybe got cheated by her. I mean, that's basically what she said. She said she's not going to sue. So I don't know why Charles Liu, shout out to Charles Liu. Maybe Charles Liu will call in here. Maybe he'll call in and we'll see. Maybe Brian want to call him. We'll hit up Brian. Let's see if Brian want to call in, guys. What do you guys think? I'm going to message Brian. I'm going to see if we get Brian in here. Hold on a second, guys. Maybe Brian's going to explain himself, guys. Hold on a second. Everyone should be able to defend themselves. So people saying, why didn't she press charges is a good question. I mean, Robbi, I guess she did give it back to 135. So maybe it seems a little in line with doing that. Jason Mull said, I think Joey owes Jersey Joe. Ecuador said he stole money. Give her Tucci in. So listen, guys, we sent this guy a message. I mean, I don't know much about this guy, but he was pretty active on Twitter earlier this afternoon, retweeting things. Retweeted this great post from Dankness. Howard Stern mentioned it earlier. Damn, man, yeah. So what do you guys think? Do you think is this the inside man working with Robbi, or is this a coincidence? I guess I don't know, man. What is the people say insanity? Somebody said call Vertucci. Listen, let me see if I can get Vertucci in here, guys. I mean, you guys got to tell me what you think. Damn, this is crazy, bro. People sending me information about his history. Damn, bro. Oh my God. I can't believe this guy got hired. This guy getting after it. This guy's active, bro. This guy is active. Chris Dunn said, doubt it's the inside guy. Turbo Low said, Phil Galfon just tweeted he's 60% at this point in time. Let's see what Phil Galfon just said here, man. Doug Polk playing Hustler Casino live now. Shout out to Doug Polk. Galfon said, after starting around 85% not cheating, I'm thinking maybe 60% cheated now. That said, unless we get more certainty, it's important to be fair and kind to all parties involved. Speculate, share evidence, share your opinion. So I guess the question is this guy been doing this for a while? Like, is this the guy's first time that he did the LA chip shuffle, or is there more going on to this story? I mean, what is going on, bro? What's happening? Like, you can't even go play poker in the casino now with your money getting taken by the trusted inside man. I mean, a trusted employee. What is going on here, dude? I just can't believe this. Cracking Aces, shout Nate. This year is 2045. We have once again flip-flop from cheating to cheating. Joey is on hour 49,530. I'm talking about it. Norman Chad. Listen, shout out to Norman Chad. Norman Chad got a box being, okay? Norman Chad, the next time we see each other, I'm gonna let him hit me one time, and I'm gonna hit him one time, and then we're gonna go we're gonna settle our differences, Norman Chad. Either a cage fight or a boxing match. You know, one hit, you get me, I get you one, and that's it, man. Landon's out here. This is some of the wildest I've ever read. The rabbit hole gets deeper. Fire up a fresh investigation. Listen, we're here, man. We're locked in right now. Michael Bollinger, what's up, man? Would you not know number of large chips you have? Yeah, I mean, Robbi, I guess Robbi wasn't keeping track of what the hell was going on here. I mean, I don't know. She wasn't watching her chip stack, or she had her chip stack on the side, and then this guy came by, and I don't know. I mean, I've never heard anything like this in my life. What the hell is going on? Ron Grim Poppy, get to the bottom of this. Who is this guy? Can anyone know this guy? Get him to call in. Listen, Norman Chad. I mean, listen, Norman Chad. You can't just because age is no excuse to disrespect people on Twitter that you know like that. I don't agree. You get an age pass? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, guys, lock in. Poppy, Robbie's a liar. I mean, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if Robbi is in. I don't know. Yes, to review every stream when this employee was working. Yeah, I mean, I guess what are our? I'm kind of shocked, guys. You guys gotta help me. I'm like kind of blown away what's happening here. So, Felipe in the chat. What's up, Felipe Ramos? He said I see it in another context. Not working with her. Maybe Brian was not involved, but then found out about what was going on and was taking bribes, blackmailing. That could have explained a series of tweets defending the crew. Because if he was involved, he maybe wouldn't have to take it like that and would receive funds out of the game. It's a theory. I don't know. Yeah, Felipe with a really good point here. Shout out to Felipe here. I mean, what is going on? So we got Brian taking the chip stack. Okay, let's. So Robbi chilling on the side. Doesn't count her money. Cashes the money out without counting it. Cashes the money out without realizing that it was missing. It's possible. I mean, listen, if I had my big win, I feel like I would count my money. If I win 100, I feel like I'm going to count it. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know. So questions, has this guy done this before? Or did he choose the biggest poker drama of the year to do it? If he has done it, who else has done it? Is he working with Robbi? Is this real life? And then Robbi, yeah, Robbi doesn't press charges. Bro, I'm gonna need an edible for this, guys. Hold on a second. I gotta see this differently. Hold on a second, guys. We're gonna do the 279 like edible right now because I gotta lock in and figure this out. I don't believe it. I don't trust any of these fucking people. Give me. I'm starting my own poker game, guys. I'm not dealing with these guys anymore. We're starting Big Poppy's poker game, and I'm gonna do my own game. I can't do that. I can't deal with these people anymore. I just can't. These guys are too fucking crazy in this world. Michael Buller said, did this happen before or after the Garrett incident? It happened after the Garrett incident. It happened at the end of the night. So this happened at the end of the night. Yeah, it looks like it was after the game. Yeah, so after the game ended, I guess maybe chips were sitting around, and then... like I said, he decided to pull the LA shuffle. John Party said, $6.99. Shout out to John Party. Says, get Charles on here, baby. Edible your face off. Listen, I'm going to hit up Charles Lou right now. And I'm going to see what he's doing. Guys, listen, we're doing our meetup game in Vegas. Listen, I put this on Twitter. If I host a meetup game, will you play? I've seen how bad people on Poker Twitter are. These are some of the worst people I've ever seen. I'm trying to get them in a room to play poker with them. Okay, I'm inviting you guys. If the YouTube chat comes in, Poker Twitter might actually have a chance. So this is coming soon. I just got to find a poker room, and then I'm trying to find a warehouse. I'm trying to throw a 25,000 person meetup game. So guys, that's my goal. The biggest meetup game in the history of meetup games. I'm going to send messages out right now to Robbi. I'm going to send messages out to Charles Lou. Captain Tight with the dono. Thank you, Captain. He said $10 for the edible fund. Thank you. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get Charles Lou online. Let me have Charles Lou. I'm trying to get this guy's opinion. This guy's locked in LA. He knows what's going on out there. Shout out to the chat. Jeff G, what's up, Jeff? 25K person meetup game. I'm telling you, we can do it. That one tweet that lady made got 256,000 likes. That's 256,000 people that are ready to play poker, and I'm ready to give them a game. Okay, I'm ready. Patrick says, good morning, Poppy. Good morning, Eden. Yeah, Andrew Nemi with the sad face. Kayla, shout out to Kayla. Listen, Kayla is sleeper. This is for the worst for poker and the thousands of poker rooms where we all have to play live because of no internet. Dealers palm chips while pushing a pot as well. What the fuck? I'm shook. Yeah, I know. Listen, it just seemed like girl scammers paradise for a lot of these places, man. This is like, I mean, nothing's safe around here. Mikey D with the 5. He says, go to 7:20 in the 7-hour video. The RIP player picks up, examines, waits a card at 7:35. Robbi does the same. UV ink marked cards, red with sunglasses. Which 7-hour video, Mikey? Mikey, be more clear with us, please. Which one was this? Is the music not loud? How's the music sound, guys? Let me know how the music sounds, please. If it's not loud enough or too loud. Vindication for G-Man. Has G-Man been vindicated? People in the chat think he is. Poker Girl says, I hate you, Poppy, because I had plans tonight, and now I'm staying home to listen to you. Listen, I mean, it could be worse, guys. We've been spending 50 hours together. Let's lock in and spend it a little more together, okay? So I'm seeing what the people are saying out here. LA seems like a great place. She didn't press charges. I was on the fence about whether anything happened, but this makes me think the two of them were in cahoots. Oh my God, dude. Shout out to Twitch chat. Shout out to Jay Farber. What's up, Jay? Gamble said she's not pressing charges because then she would have to testify or at minimum a deposition under oath, and her story's full of holes. That's not good. Turn it up. I don't hear music. Oh, my bad. Okay. Let me know if you guys start to hear it. The infamous Robbi video from 6 days ago. What the fuck is this guy talking about? I need to see what people are saying. I'm like, my mind's blown right now, man. Drew Amato, what's up, Drew? What's happening, Poppy? Johnny Vibes, this is about as close as it gets to a smoking gun. This person that was terminated is one of the people that has access to holes cards in real time. You're kidding me. So this guy, I mean, I guess he is up in the room, right? So if this guy's upstairs, so if this guy's doing graphics. This guy's doing graphics? This is the graphic guy? You're kidding me. There's no fucking way this is the graphic guy. This is the guy on the graphics. Stealing money from one of the players. This guy does the whole cards? And this guy would just take 15,000 off a stack like that? Listen, something ain't adding up here for me, bro. What's going on? Ay. This poor guy, bro. Brian, what are you doing, buddy? Come on, man. Seems like a nice guy, too. Fuck, man. So listen, guys, catch you up on what's happening here. Release statement from Hustler Casino Live after the investigation we've been doing. What up, Mateus? What's happening, guys? So this guy, Brian, after the show, took 15,000 from Robbi's chip stack. Came by, yanked the 15 off the top, and apparently they're going through the tape today. Like I said, pull up the tape, you're going to find something. The first night, you're going to remember I've been saying this, right? Let me get the tape, pull up the tape, first day, look around, you're going to see something. Something going to be out there. They found it. And apparently they terminated this guy. Robbi said she didn't want to press criminal charges against the employee. So, just to catch you up, guys, for anybody joining in here. So this guy, Brian, was the guy doing the graphics, is what I'm told. And I think he had access, what I'm hearing is he has access to the whole cards. So if this guy's got access to the whole cards, then I mean, what else are we supposed to think here, guys? I mean, how much money has been scammed from Hustler Casino Live players, I wonder. Thank you, Mr. Cheated. I'm looking through his Twitter. I don't really see much in here. I'm on his tweets right now. This is his Twitter page. But I don't really see much. Just a lot of retweets. This guy a retweet expert. He got a lot of retweets. But yeah, like I said, he did send me a message right after, and I don't know. I'm kind of stunned right now. I had to get Jersey Joe on the line. Shout out Jonathan West. Shout out to Jonathan West. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the love in the chat. Like I said, Doug Polk's playing at Hustler Casino Live now. They announced it. Doesn't this seem a little sus that they basically saved the announcement to also promote their stream? Because obviously people are going to go check on the stream and they're going to start chatting in here. Maybe they're not letting people chat about this in there. I don't know. But yeah, they're playing right now, 100, 200 over on the Hustler Casino Live stream. We're going to take a call in here in a little bit. I'm going to wait for some call-ins right now. I'm going to see if we can get a few people in here. I just saw Johnny Vibes made a tweet. See if we can get Johnny Vibes in here. So is this a smoking gun? Possibly because he was worried about getting paid his cut since she gave it back to Garrett. Get the dude that took the chip on the show. We just reached out to him, guys. We just reached out to this guy. Dallo said someone on the production team took $15K. They are old friends, and she doesn't want to press charges. The most well-known guy in the game is 100% convinced he was cheated on stream. How is this game still live streaming? I mean, listen, guys, should they be shutting down the game? I mean, Poker Bananas with the 5. Joey Watch at 810. The most insane hero call. Robbi adjusts something in her waist, like moving to sit on it. Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, guys. What do you guys think? Should the game still be live streaming right now with the graphics guy who was the guy had access to the whole cards, also was taking a present for himself? So how does he know they're old friends? I don't know if this is true. We got to figure out if this is true. I don't know if this is true. Emod with the 199. Joey, what if the chips have vibrators in them? Oh, we can't even reply. Ay, ay, ay. Shut it down. Guys in the chat, should they shut down Hustler? I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, it is LA, guys. Listen, anything goes in LA. If you play there, you got to know what you're getting into. Eagerly awaiting the mental gymnastics. Yeah, where's all the innocent? I guess, yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I don't know. Some people might still say that this doesn't prove a damn thing, though. The latest news from HCL reminds me of the 30-minute window on election night when Trump's odds crashed. I don't even know what that means. Jamie Kerstetter, when are you coming on the show? We need you. Please, someone come call in and talk to me right now. I can't process what's happening. GG. God, this is going to be so brutal on Ryan and Nick. Sorry, lads. Yeah, I mean. Garrett reading Twitter this afternoon versus Garrett reading Twitter this evening. A bad update for feminist Twitter. Everyone's calling. Listen, guys. Remember, it's too early. Listen, guys. Listen. It's too early, all right? Let's take a step back, all right? There's no proof. Except that the guy with access to the cards was also taking money from the player during the biggest stream where a big incident happened involving that player who was alleged to be cheating by the top guy on the show who was 100% sure about it. Gazzy B with the 10. Crazy how her husband is on the stream talking about suing people and wanting justice, and she declines to press charges here. Something is up. Whew. Ian Little with the 5. Thank you. Tim Etter, Joey the Man. Good to see you back in the YouTube streets. Listen, I'm good. I'm going to get Jay Farber in here. I know Jay Farber going to be fired up. Jay, give me the Discord. I'm going to hit you on Discord right now, guys. Listen, if anybody wants to call in right now and you know me, get my number. I got to hear from people out there. I got to see what people are thinking right now. Going on here, guys? Poor Brian. Is Brian gonna delete his Twitter? What would you guys do if you're this guy, Brian? I'd probably just delete my Twitter. He gotta go. He gotta take a break. Maybe put on. So let's get inside the mind here. I mean, what's he doing? Go underground? Yeah, I'd go underground too. Felipe says, look at this guy's POV. She was getting staked by the Rip guy, so he is the one that can press charges even if she doesn't want to. Yeah, I mean, is he going to become a whistleblower? I guess he could become a whistleblower at this point in time. He plays in DJ AF's game on the floor all the time, Dopest Kush says. I'd move to Mexico, Ryan says. The only way Robbi could have cheated would be on her own. And at this point, nobody can confirm nor deny without damning evidence. I'm not going to get into that, though. That's what Joe Ingram is for. That's what Joe Ingram is for. You're kidding me. Is he talking to me? My mind's blown. He's talking to me from the future. So Brian owes Robbi $15,000, it sounds like. I don't know if they paid back or not. I don't know what's going on here. Listen, smash the like button, guys, if you're enjoying the stream and this guy shouting me out. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We've done a few of these streams so far, and listen, they've gone pretty crazy, guys. These first couple of streams got I mean, this one got 275,000. This one got 160,000, 200,000, 150,000 people watched the day 4 one. I mean, we've had some great call-ins on there. We basically got everybody in the industry calling into the show. Tom Dwan and Dan Negreanu. Tom Dwan and Dan Negreanu are on the same time. Nobody in the world can get those two on a call at the same time, except I'm sure a few people can. But they were on the show calling in. I don't even know how that happens. He donated the $15K to charity. It's all good. Oh my God. Please stop it. All right, guys. We sent a message out to Brian to try to get him on here. We sent a message out to Brian, who's been accused, to get him on here, guys. Van Marcus the 15, new information, 15K plus a BJ. I don't know what that means. $4.99 from MKG. It's okay. You donated 15K to Boys and Girls Club. Jugman says, we here, baby. Joey, I'm locked in. Sherlock Holmes times. Already trying to match Brian's name with Rip's friend who gave him the book back. Not a match. Still investigating. Jugman's on it. Caustic 20 saw YouTube claiming her Jack 4 play is GTO approved. What if nobody reads Garrett's hand, but instead she signals her hand? They run it through Pile Solver and tell her how to play a hand in GTO manner. I do not think the Pile Solver was involved in whatever's going on here, my friend. All right, guys, we're going to get Jay Farber in here. Hold on a second. Jay Farber from Las Vegas, infamous for his World Series of Poker final table where Dan Bilzerian was in the background getting his beard stroked. Hold on, guys. Let me hit up Jay right now. Jay, a hardcore in the Twitch chat. We love Jay. Always showing a lot of love. Joe Sosa, we absolutely have no reason to believe Nick's words. We need to see the footage. Yeah, listen, guys. I think we do got to see the footage. Do you guys think they should release the footage publicly? Hold on, guys. We need to get Jay in here. Let me get him up.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, speak up a little bit or turn your thing up. Turn up the audio.
That's my mic. Yeah, I don't know how to use this fucking thing though.
Yeah, I can't really hear you. Let me send you a Zoom link, okay?
What's that?
I'm gonna send you a Zoom link.
All right.
I'm gonna get him a Zoom link. I can't hear him. So as this is going on, Doug Polk, the Supreme Leader, promoting the game right now. So I mean, listen, I don't know. We're not want to be there promoting the game right now when they got the LA chip shuffle hustle going on here. So Doug Polk just can't buy a break these days, can he? I mean, listen, the guy got roasted for saying the lady was out of line. The guy got roasted for the coin flex stuff. He got roasted for the things he said about the lady on Twitter. He got roasted basically for a lot of opinions. I mean, now at this point, I don't know. He's always getting himself in some battles. And now the guy's on the show. He owned a competitive card room. And now he's on the show when it breaks that one of the employees of the show was doing the chip shuffle. And he promoting the show. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what sim we're in. We got Alex Weiss going to call into the show. What's up, Alex? We got Johnny Vibes going to call into the show. People are messaging me all over, guys. Listen, if you guys want to get in touch, I'm trying to keep track of what's going on here, guys. I'm just getting so many messages here. Everybody blowing my phone up right now. They're trying to give me the opinion. So Nick Vertucci. Shout out to Nick Vertucci. People say in the chat we need explanation from Nick Vertucci. Ay. I guess Nick Vertucci, I mean, we're talking about the show. You know, you got to discuss the show, what's going on here. I mean, there's a lot of questions to I guess ponder here and think about. Somebody said Dankness made a tweet. Let me see what Dankness said. I think Jay calling it. I don't know where this guy's at. Jay, I sent you the link on Twitter. Dankness didn't say anything. Whew, I don't know what's going on. Greek Jimmy is the first piece of evidence of actual foul play. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's still. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is this like a? Does this increase the chances of something happening? I mean, yeah, you know, it's, let me get Jay Farber in here. Hold on a second, guys. We're trying to get Vertucci out here, trying to get his thoughts on this.
All right, I think we're here.
Jay, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, there we go.
All right, cool. Guys, listen, we're joined by Jay Farber. Let me know how the audio is. Jay Farber, like I said, been playing poker a pretty long time. Vegas, he's like a Vegas professional. Used to work in nightclubs and got second in the main event. Plays a lot of high stakes here in Vegas as well, too. So, listen, Jay, thanks for joining us. What are you making of this, Jay? What's going through your mind?
Oh, man, it's fucking wild. I'll tell you that much. You know, I've been on the fence. I'm still on the fence because I don't know that this proves anything, but it's like a smoking gun and a rabbit hole for people to jump down. Like there's three logical explanations, right? Like either this guy picked the fucking wildest time of all time to start stealing, or he's been stealing from players for a long time, which is probably an even worse look for Hustler Casino, or, and in combination with one of these other two, he's the inside guy. There's nothing else that explains this behavior.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a good point, right? I mean, I'm that's kind of my first thought is that if the guy has access to the game and then he's doing this, I mean, what else has been going on in terms of other player? You know, it opens up a lot of really big questions that I'm sure nobody wants to discuss or think about, but you do have to think about them in this instance because is this, I mean, I don't know, right? Is this the only time this would have happened? It would seem hard to believe that this would be the only time.
It seems like a really interesting time to just decide like, oh, I'm going to pilfer 15K off the stack from this random wreck at the end of the night. Like either you have been sneaking about this for a long time, which is weird because most players would kind of know how much they bought in for and cashed out for. Like most of the guys and girls I know that play no to the penny.
So you're saying that if you were $15,000 short, then you probably would have noticed that. You're saying she should have noticed that. This guy's got $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, most people would for sure.
Yeah. This guy got $1 million, Wesley, in this game. He got $1 million.
He's a trip.
This guy crazy, bro. Watch out to Wesley. He's a crazy guy. So basically, what you're saying is that there's a couple options then. Is that this was isolated, this was repetitive, or this was in conjunction with what happened with Robbi?
Yeah, I mean, it could be any combination of the three, but I think I don't know what the most likely outcome or, result is. I think it's a wild time if it's just like, this is the first time he's ever going to take the chips. But, it makes sense from a perspective if he's the inside guy and let's say he's getting 10% or whatever, and Garrett just gave back 135K, he's probably like, well, fuck, I'm entitled to that money. Or, she gave it back to Garrett. It's probably like, I'm entitled to that money. That was my money you gave away too. Kind of like what Rip was thinking when it came out that he was staking her at the table, basically.
Interesting. So you're saying that maybe it was like, oh, I got to make sure I get the money. Otherwise, I might not be able to get it.
Maybe it was that, or it's just he's thinking like, okay, she should be up 150,000 more than what she is because she gave away that pot. So I'm just going to take my 15K cut.
That's interesting, Jay. Yeah, I guess we hadn't thought about that quite yet, but that's an interesting point. Maybe that she saw that and was, I don't know. Do these guys know each other? I don't really know. It seemed like they follow each other on Twitter. Like, I'm not sure if they got a relationship or not. I don't know much about it. Maybe someone from LA might know more about that.
Well, that's the whole weird thing about everybody's relationship now too, right? It was at first like, oh, Jacob knows Luis. Luis doesn't know Jacob according to Nick. They all know Beans, who they met a couple days ago, who's vouching for everybody. And now, like, we're taking 15K off somebody's stack and we're not pressing charges. Like, that's wild, right? If you stole $15,000 from me and it's on video, I'm absolutely coming for my pound of flesh, right? The only reason you wouldn't is because now it's a legal proceeding and everything's open to discovery. That means Homeboy's got to testify, Robbi's got to testify, everybody else has got to testify. And now the court's going to examine everything. And you're going to, maybe this dude faces prison time, rolls over and snitches. If he gets to keep his 15K and nobody says anything, maybe he keeps his mouth shut. I don't know. That's just speculation. But I think, I've been talking about it. The whole relationship is weird between Jacob and Robbi. I don't know how many poker players but I know a few. I don't know a lot that are getting 100% staking, 100% free roll deals with 50%, equity that don't play high stakes poker. They've just started playing poker in the pandemic and all of a sudden are playing 100, 200, 400, 800 with the GOAT.
Yeah. I mean, good point, Jay. Really good point, man.
From a business decision, even if Jacob's super rich, right, and allegedly Robbi is super rich, why would you, if you're super rich, why are you going to take 100% stake? Why do you need it? If this 135K is nothing to her or nothing to Jacob, why do you need the full stake, right? Why wouldn't you just keep all your equity or sell 10%, 20%, 30%, sell your piece rather than take the full stake? If that's how confident you are in your poker game, And then from the Jacob perspective, why would you make this investment other than, my favorite theory is they're banging, you know?
Or, I mean, yeah, okay. I'm sure some people have speculated that, obviously, because Doug Polk came out in a video and talked about that. And I've done a lot more research into that, too. So it does seem like there may be more to that story, what's happening. But as they said on my show, they came on here, they said nothing was going on.
Yeah, sure, of course. I would also publicly deny those things for a number of reasons, whether they were true or not.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. People say they didn't chat you're a Robbi hater. I don't think any of us are Robbi hater. I mean, I think a lot of us like Robbi. I've definitely gotten to like Robbi because I watched her play the same hand for 60 hours in that great outfit with the rings and the necklaces and the great glasses and all the theory. She's one of my favorite players, guys. Listen, Robbi, I want to watch Robbi play poker every day at this point in time. She's one of my favorite players. So
I mean, I'm definitely not a Robbi fan, but I'm not on team she cheated like 100%. I'm actually, for the most part, I lean that she's not cheating because I think it's fucking insanely hard to do, and it would be really stupid and short-sighted to do it in this spot. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, like if you're gonna cheat and you have this technology, and you have access to these LA private games, which she should, why would you do this on a televised stream? Why wouldn't you just go to one of the 500 1K LA games and run your bit there for a couple $1 million?
That's a good question. Why do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I again, I don't know that she's cheating, but like if she is, and this is the bit we're running, it's, you can tell she like has I don't want to say a chip on her shoulder, but like she comes from a very male dominated bunch of fields in pharmaceuticals, and then I guess she started out working in the DA's office, and now she's in poker. So she wants to prove to the boys that, she can hang and she's better than everybody. And if you look at a lot of the table talk that happened throughout the course of her stint on Hustler, she's needling Garrett, like telling him he misplayed hands and saying, "Oh, you keep letting me do this to you." And so she wants to prove to Phil or whoever else is at the table that she's superior. The cheating side should just be for money. Should just be.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't make this kind of table talk and bullshit with people if you know you're fucking cheating. Unless your just ego is insane. And it could also be that. I mean, I think a lot of her changing her story is just weird, and, brazenly responding to people on Twitter in the midst of a cheating allegation with like just cocky shit is odd to me. Like if I was accused of cheating and I would just go out there and staunchly defend my innocence and then shut the fuck up and let the investigation take its course. But she's not me, I'm not her.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she's been doing a lot of interviews. She just did the Poker News interview. I was listening to that today. Shout out to Chad Holloway. Shout out to Poker News for that great interview they put together with Robbi. And the comments, kind of half and half split in terms of where they fell in the situation. But now it appears, Jay, I'm going through Twitter. By the way, we're going to have Josh Macchiato join us. He said he's on location over at Hustler. He got more information. He want to come on here and he want to share what the hell's going on. So we definitely going to get him on there. Brian Koppelman, the legend. Let's just rename the show Sketchball Poker. Listen, shout out to our guy, Brian Koppelman, a true legend of the game of poker from Rounders, made Rounders. He also created Billions, obviously Billions is a fucking incredible show. So show a lot of love for Brian Koppelman out there. Jay, what do you think about this not pressing charges thing? So
I mean,
what do you make of that?
I just gave you my sort of rundown on that. I think I think it's wild. Like if you stole, I don't care who you are, if you stole $15,000 from me and it was my $15,000 and not somebody else's or fucking whatever, and I had no reason to not press charges, I would fucking come after you, or I would just find you in a fucking alley. But once you press charges, like I said, it's now a legal proceeding.
Right.
Everything's open to discovery.
Right.
Everything becomes court evidence, and maybe this guy just fucking rolls over and says, "Yeah, I was the fucking one, and she was cheating and whatever." But if she says nothing and keeps the $15K, then then maybe he just shuts up. But also I find it weird because Mr. super litigious Charles Liu, I figure he would absolutely want to go after somebody who stole $15,000 from his wife.
Yeah, it's a good
You
point.
know?
I mean, we reach out to Charles Zuma to get a comment from him. Maybe we just get a statement from him or something like that to get his kind of opinion on it. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? You'd assume that Charles would be. I mean, listen, you take 15,000 from my lady, then I'm probably, you know what I mean? If I'm a lawyer, I'm probably just gonna go that way out of respect for the world. I mean, it seemed like the move I would take if I was a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if I would take that move now if that happened to my girl. But you'd imagine something would take place. And, you know, we did, obviously, Robbi was lenient with Garrett. She gave him back the money. She said in the interview she wasn't going to go further with any charges. When I watched the Poker News interview today, she said she didn't want to do that. And in this situation, once again, being nice, being lenient, giving back or not pressing charges against him too. So
Yeah, maybe it's an attempt to just sweep everything under the rug. Like, oh, I'm not guilty. I have nothing to hide. Let's move on. Like, I'm such a nice person. I
Yeah.
gave the money back to Garrett, because I didn't want, I don't want any drama. I don't want this guy to go to jail because I don't want any drama. Let's just move on. I'm such a good person in poker. Like, okay, maybe that's what it is, or I don't know.
all right, let me get Josh Macchiato in here. You want to give us an update, Jay? Okay.
Sure.
Let me get him in here. Hold on a second. Guys, we got Josh Macchiato joining us from On Location over in Hustler Casino headquarters. Checking in. Josh, you've been joining us for our call-in show multiple days. You said you've got an update from Nick Vertucci here. Do you want to share the update with us, Josh?
Yeah, so first of all, Joey, I text you that I've been in communication with Nick all day. I'm not with Nick.
Oh, okay. I thought you were with
over
him.
there, but
Okay.
and Nick also approved that I come on and speak and tell you what's going on. So I know a statement at times can just be loose and it leads people to just make just ridiculous claims. The reality is this: while they were having all their teams put together and whatnot, beginning the process of investigating, through that process, they saw, through looking over videos, what was released today about what Brian had done and what they had seen, and basically immediately addressed the situation, contacted, first obviously sat down and communicated with Brian, contacted the authorities, did everything the way it was supposed to be handled, and also in that, as was in the statement, reached out to Robbi and said, hey, this is what we discovered, this is what's going on. And as Nick stated, Robbi did say, no, I'm a person of positivity, I don't want to get mixed up in different things, and declined to press charges. Everybody here knows that that's, it's going to come off the way it does. I mean, between you and I scratch my head why she would do that. But what I can say is this: all these fucking trolls, Nick is doing everything he promised from day one. Mm-hmm. He put everything together, got all the law firms and security, cybersecurity, everything together. And the first moment he found something out, he brought it to your guys' attention.
Right.
So, I mean, to right away try to shit on Hustler Casino Live and them, and I'm just saying this because, yes, I play there. By the way, knew Brian very well. I'm fucking shocked as anybody because he's mic'd me up, I know, 40, 50 times. I mean, I'm shocked as anybody else, and I'm sure as Nick Vertucci and them are absolutely stunned. And, of course, don't think, Nick having his background where he came from, that he's not using this to dig in deeper. But I want to state that, I mean, it's so easy to start shitting on the people that are even saying and doing all the right things. Right. Take pause. The man has not slept. He's been working diligently with Ryan to find these things out, going over video, immediately spotted something and brought it to everybody's attention as promised. I mean, I don't know what else do they want. They want a fucking, fucking piece of his cock too. I don't know.
All right, Josh, let's talk about it. Okay, so first of all, shout out to Bill Perkins in the chat with the 20. Thank you, Bill Perkins. Listen, Josh, I mean, come on. What are you talking about? You obviously can understand where everybody's coming from. They, even though that people that have been following the case are going to be aware that Nick Vertucci is talking about co-owner, co-founder of Hustler Casino Live. Obviously, people came out, they watched him on here, they saw that he said he was going to do this. He was going to find the people that are responsible, and he found the person responsible. I guess the question is then this guy was running the graphics and the cards for your show. So if this guy was doing that, then that's a pretty powerful position to have. So if you got this guy that is taking chips off of a player's stack one time, you can understand why the crowd of people would look at that and say, well,
Joey,
whose responsibility
and
is this?
Joey, and also I get what you're saying, and which player's stack is even more, intriguing. But only my point is that, look, Nick and Ryan are real good friends of mine, and I'm not looking at this with blinders on because of that. I do trust because of, again, I play in the game. I hadn't been there, as I'm in the movie business. I haven't been there for a few months, but I do watch, I do follow. They are good friends of mine, but I do trust that they're going to do everything in their power to bring this down. But what we found out immediately upon them enforcing that power is something was discovered. Now, it's not enough to say, we can all jump to conclusions and say, well, this is the guy. Could be. Don't know yet. They're still investigating. But immediately upon investigation, they came up with something pretty relevant that could lead to other things, obviously, and they reported it as promised. And that's the part that I want everybody to say, okay, you know what? These guys are doing what they said. Obviously, Stevie Wonder could see that this is leading to something that could build into something potentially. But they have to continue to put this evidence together, and we have to allow them, because something significant did break today, and it was broken by Nick Vertucci, who immediately upon finding out felt that the Joey Ingrams, the Berkeys, Doug, alerted everybody, he did the right thing, and he's going to continue to do the right thing, as he gave me permission, because he's handling a lot of these things, to come talk to you right now and address that.
Yeah, if I may, I don't know that, at least I haven't seen it, that people are jumping down the throat of Nick Vertucci or Ryan Feldman for not investigating this properly or doing what they said they're going to do. But I think if you look at it objectively, this is somebody on their staff who stole from another player. So whether or not Nick and Ryan do everything in their power to make this right, or get to the bottom of the investigation, it brings into question the integrity of the staff and the whole production. Now, I'm not saying that Nick and Ryan are in on it or anything like that. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But
Right.
it is a black eye on Hustler Casino Live that you have a guy who's the longest tenured employee, according to him, stealing from a player, stealing or taking chips from a player. So I don't know.
Look, and you're 100%. Everything you're saying is factual, but we have to, and it's being brought to you because it was investigated by the two heads of the company, and they, in that investigation, said, "Hey, let's be upfront as we promised and bring that out." Of course, this whole thing from the first moment of the call happening has been a tough black eye on both Nick and Brian and the production. They're aware of that. So to rectify that, they're doing everything they promised, getting out in front of this thing, because it's all you can do at this point to try to resolve it and to get to the bottom of it. Obviously, this is something very horrible. They discovered it. They contacted the proper authorities, and they let the world know what was found upon that. And they're looking deeper into that now, and as you guys know from just probably watching different shows, different documentaries, different channels, this is how investigations get put together. You get a lead and you start following up on something and seeing if that gets to somewhere. And I'll tell you this, from being a friend of Nick, he's not going to sleep until it leads him to find out, what is going on. And, I believe, and I've said this to both Nick and Ryan, I believe that by having this happen, it'll just make their production more solid and more tight, because you have to go through some fire sometimes to get some glory. And I think that's what's going on here. I
mean, I think we got to think about the past here, Josh, right? Because if this guy he's been working the longest tenured employee, played every game, what's going on here, man, right? What was this guy's job? Do you know what his job was? Was he the guy on the cards, the graphics? He said he did everything. He knew every part of the operation. He'd been running every part of the operation. So what do you know what this guy's job was?
Well, he started out miking up the players. That was his initial job. Is he would put mics on the players, and one of the nicest guys. I don't know if you met him when you were in town here, Joey. I mean, I'm very stunned. And it's not. And you had said earlier he's being accused of. It's not an accusation. It was discovered that he did it.
Okay.
And it's known that he did it. So I want to clear that up as well.
Okay.
And to find that out, that he actually did that, it's really alarming, because I thought he was the nicest guy. I'm known as the big tipper there, or one of the big tippers. I always took care of him, threw money, never ever suspecting anything like that. And then just through gradual time of working his way up, he got other responsibilities. And, I know now that Ryan and Nick definitely have to look deeper into that after what was discovered today. And I know that that's why Nick doesn't have time right now to get on and comment on this, because he's, as he said, turning over every rock to see where that leads him in this scenario. And we could see that this leads to somewhere. I mean, again, it's a little, we all, Stevie Wonder could see that, chips were taken off somebody, and who it was pretty ironic, obviously, to who it was. So they got to look deeper
Really
into
ironic.
that, obviously.
Yeah, Russell Thomas in the chat said, ask if it's true that this employee was blasting in the 10, 20, 40 games and dropping big money regularly recently.
I heard the same rumblings. I haven't played. I've never played with Brian myself. I've always played on stream. I've heard the same thing that he was a poker player. But as you guys know, and Joey, you've been around the game. A lot of people who are involved in productions and whatnot are involved in poker as well and playing it. So I mean, but I know that is something else that is going to be looked into heavily. I was told that, by Nick just shortly ago. Like they are now serious on this lead. They're moving forward diligently on it to see if it can lead anywhere that can get the initial claim answered.
Oh, this guy, he deleted his Twitter.
I mean, I would have deleted my Twitter too. Listen, time to go underground for a little bit, but Brian.
Yeah,
you know what
he just
I mean?
deleted, because I went back to look at something, because I wanted to know, and maybe Josh, did he have access to, I guess, the broadcast room and hole cards in real time?
I look, I know when you're an employee there, you do, you have to, even them have to put their phones in lockers and whatnot. And he does. And I know that is something that, Nick told me that they're going through tonight, tomorrow, hours and hours of footage of not only that day with Garrett and Robbi's hand, but all the previous days that she played as well. And again, this is not us saying that I'm being told that Nick and them are, guaranteed that Robbi was involved. Nick did the man thing after notifying the authorities and letting Robbi know what they had found. And it was by Robbi's choice not to press charges. And the cops said, well, with no victim, we can't do anything. And that's a fact. I know that for, guaranteed. So they're looking heavily into every moment, because everywhere, as Nick said on Joey's podcast more than once, everywhere there are cameras. So if there's anything that can be seen and traced, if there's anything there with Brian, they'll be able to follow him from start to finish and put that together if in fact there's anything there.
How do you think this guy got hired in the first place? It sounds like he been up to a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm just getting messages. People are telling me things, but how did this guy get in the mix anyway?
I don't know that. Again, I only know that since the first day I was there, he was the mic guy, put the mics on, folks. It was either Feldman's dad or this gentleman who alternated doing that. So that was my only, spotlight that I got to meet him. Other than that, I don't know. And I don't know what, not things that everybody tweets or says is accurate. But I think now, things are going to come out, and Ryan and Nick are absolutely on top of it. And we'll keep you up to speed as they have.
Jay, what do you think?
I mean, I think that's all he can say. It's all he knows. I think it's just a weird situation for this guy to, again, I think it'll come out if he's stolen before, but it's a really, 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 really weird or coincidental spot for him to pick this one to take the money of all times, unless he's just done it before.
The fact that it's weird that I'm not going to look, I said this to Nick. It's weird that this woman doesn't realize 15,000's gone. I mean, there's a lot of things, but I know that when and I'm not, because Nick's my friend, lobbing him stuff. I'm saying, yo, dude, that's fucking weird. And Nick understands that as well. It's not like he's sitting there saying, no, there's no coincidence, nothing. We're not going to link the two together. Obviously, he has to utilize the new information he has to try to see if it all links up and go back. But I'm confident that since they hired the firms and the investigation got started and they found what they found, that absolutely they're on top of this and are going to bring us more information as it unfolds.
Josh, are you have you ever heard of any other player having a chip discrepancy?
No, not the only situation that ever happened and they dealt with it swiftly was that one kid peeking at Barry's cards. Other than that, there's never been any players talking about any situations there. Skills Rock, I think the guy's name was. They literally found it on video, got rid of the guy, banned him forever, and handled it, again, as the way it should have been handled. So no, we've never heard anything from anybody. And I think it shows when you see guys like Andy and you see some of the other regulars, you see Francisco there, you see Wesley buying in for $1 million. These are guys that show that their comfort with the management and all that, and they're all aware. They're not playing. I want you guys to know, because I know it's like being said on Twitter and other, how are these guys playing? They all were brought up to speed, and they know that there were certain measures that weren't there previous, that since this happened, Nick and Ryan have put into play to make people feel more comfortable, and these guys are there playing, have big money on the table. There's a couple $1 million on the table, and they're playing and feel comfortable doing so.
Guys, we got a statement from Robbi, released through Poker News. Chad Holloway said, I received a call from Nick Bertucci earlier this afternoon stating that an ancillary incident had been uncovered upon their extensive ongoing investigation of Thursday's night's event. This incident involved one of their employees who was found to have discreetly removed and stolen 3 5K brown chips from my chip stack. I asked Nick to disclose his name, at which point I cannot recall having met the employee. Upon speaking to the detective, I asked for further information to help me reach my decision not to press charges. Number 1, the employee's age and financial hardship, and number 2, the employee's history of prior offenses. Upon learning that the employee was relatively young with minimal funds and no history of prior offenses, I came to the conclusion, I guess I already read that, I want to extend my appreciation to High Stakes Poker Productions, Hustler Casino Live, for conducting such a thorough and expeditious investigation that resulted. Who the fuck talks like this? That resulted in discovery. These guys, all these.
You know who talks like that? Lawyers.
Her husband wrote that.
Oh, okay. Shout
out
Charles Liu. That didn't sound like the other tweet she wrote. I was like, who wrote that? Okay, that makes sense. So shout out to Charles Liu and employees for giving us that statement. So what do you guys think about that statement, Josh? What do you make of that statement?
Look, it's what I would expect. Especially, I don't expect. I'm shocked Robbi's still doing podcasts and all that. I guess she did one yesterday or the day before. It's what I expect. That's what should have happened from day one. And I've said this from a while now. You go back and forth with this. That statement is exactly what somebody is supposed to say when they're delivered these news. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. If I'm saying, if there's anything, now that there might be a lead that could lead to this, we don't know. This could be just somebody randomly at this moment. I know what I'm saying sounds like but he randomly at that time chose that moment to do that. Or it could be that now there's a crumb, there's a lead that can lead to other things. And I don't know what else Robbi could have done, because Nick has been so upfront and forward. Now, these are actions from a person who, in my opinion, finally is taking the right steps. If you're not doing anything wrong, that you should have been taking from get-go. You have a lawyer husband from get-go. You shouldn't have came on Joey's show. I know how
Hey,
it's great.
but listen, stop it. No, she definitely should have came on the show. We love talking to Robbi. What are you
Joey,
talking about?
it's not about that. I'm talking about you're talking two different things. That's great for content and all that. But
what do you mean it's great? I disagree. I disagree with what you're saying. What are you saying? You're saying what you're saying is more important than what I'm saying. I disagree with you. I think that what I'm saying is more important.
Not more important what you're saying. I'm saying legal. When it comes to a legal matter, you have a husband who's a lawyer. He should have came on your show, not her. That's what my point was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that he's the lawyer in the family. He's going to make sure nothing is said.
I thought you going Norman Chat. I thought you going Norman Chat at me for a second, bro. I was going to say.
No. What are you
Chat.
crazy? No, I'm just saying he was right to come on and make his claim. He should have been speaking for his wife the whole time, because you'll admit this, as everybody, the Berkeys and the Doug folks, her talking has not been the best thing for her at all.
Says who?
It's just because her story conflicted so many times. She's had so many back and forths, you know, so many things that were contradicting of herself. And by the way, I'm not saying that's a guilty party. You know, I lean on that sometimes you get so far down the rabbit hole that you just keep fucking burying yourself even when you're innocent of something, because you can't explain why you did what you did. It's possible. Joey, when I tell you I'm a coin flip in this thing, I'm a coin flip. I don't know if she cheated with this guy. I don't know if she's innocent. I don't know, dude. I honestly, every time I think I'm leaning one way, some shit happens and it goes the other way. It's really weird fucking situation. It really is.
Wow. Eli the Ninja 10 on YouTube said Robbi and Brian were following each other before he deleted his Twitter 30 minutes ago, yet she says in her statement that she had never met the employee. Plausible deniability. Wow. Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, Josh.
Joey, what do you think now? Let me ask you. What do you think
Christy
now?
with the 1999 edible fund. Shout out to Christy. Listen, Josh, I think that there is I think something's not right. Something's not what it seems here, Josh. We're seeing something, but I think we're missing a big thing, and I got a feeling I know how it ends. So I'm kind of just sitting back, waiting to see how this develops, waiting to hear more from people on the ground, maybe get some more information from people out there, and yeah, but like you said, right, it's great. Shout out to Nick Vertucci for getting in the mix here and finding something and not covering it up and coming out with it. I think a lot of people out there are going to appreciate that. Like you said, he thought he was getting a lot of hate. I've never seen that hate yet. Personally, I haven't seen it in my chat. I haven't seen it on Twitter. I haven't seen that kind of energy put his way. But obviously, you know, that kind of energy could come his way when they start looking around and they start wondering, why are you going to hire this guy who's had some out-of-line activities happen in the past? And then you bring this guy in here and you're going to let this guy be someone who's running graphics and has access to cards. You know, that's I think what a lot of people are going to have an issue with. They're going to have to look for questions.
As in Robbi's statement stated too, the cop said he didn't have any problems with his past in the past and stuff like that. But I get that. And what I can tell you guys is this. Even if we find anything else out tonight and I speak to Nick and he does the statement, releases it, and allows me to communicate, Joey, I know you do these things like a fucking animal for 12 hours. I'll let you know immediately upon finding anything out.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, listen, thanks for coming on, Josh, giving us more information. Jay, you got any more else? Any more questions maybe for Josh? Maybe something that, I mean, chat, listen, give me some questions. You got some questions for Josh. We got him on here right now. Obviously, as you could tell, he got he represented Hustler out here. So like I said, we appreciate getting some answers, getting some clarity. I mean, it's probably going to be a long night. We got to learn some more out there. So more information's coming in. So stay tuned. Jay, you got something else for him maybe?
No, I got nothing for Josh. I mean, I think he stated his point pretty well and gave us some good information.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you guys on the ground. You guys are doing a great job, finding out and just bringing up different points. And I think all this, as they say, a fish stinks at the head. You're starting to find out that guys that our guys are going to find you if you did something wrong, and they're going to bring you to justice. That's what I know from Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman. And they don't care if your staff, Nick said this to you, Joey, day one. If your staff, I'm coming, it doesn't matter. You had your shot to come clean. Nick said, he sat everybody down and said, come clean with me. And, nobody said nothing. And now they found one thing that potentially could lead to the answers we've been looking for, but sit tight. We'll let you know.
Fuck, man. Okay, thanks, Josh. Listen, appreciate you as always for coming on here. Thank you very much. We'll catch up with you soon. Feel free to get in touch with me. Hit me up on text if you got anything. Okay.
Sounds good, Joey. Be good, pal.
All right, brother. See you soon.
Bye.
Oh, Jay. Ay. Listen, shout out to chat. Alex Carriga with the 5 said if they plan to cheat beforehand and set this all up, why would the money exchange happen on stream? This is all fishy, but it makes no sense. I agree completely. It does not make much sense, but Jay kind of purported the thesis earlier that maybe it's because he was worried about getting paid out. And maybe he decided to kind of get it a little bit early, not necessarily thinking that anyone would ever go back and look at that. So
yeah, I mean, also maybe he thought like he was due more than he was going to get since she gave the money back.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're saying okay.
And the other thing too, I guess, if she presses charges, right, then you can subpoena their phone records, so you could figure out who's calling who, right? So now I don't know this person. That story gets officially thrown out the window because you can say, oh, I have a record of you calling them at 3 a.m. last fucking month, you know?
Right. Grip Poker with the 5 says, why hire someone with a criminal background? Background searches for work is no longer a thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what that procedure is, guys. So you'd imagine if you're going to have someone that's running your cards, then, you know, you probably want to kind of see what they're up to. But that is a very, I mean, it's one of the most important positions in the casino. You want to have someone in there that you don't got to worry about, you know, getting out of line, right? Like,
well, do we know this guy has a criminal background? Because I guess Robbi's statement says that he doesn't have any prior offenses.
It turns out once again the statement doesn't appear to be true because I'm getting a lot of messages with a lot of history here from our guys. So it appears that actually is not true what she said there. So hold on a second. Let me get one more guy in here. Let me get Alex Weiss in here. Alex Weiss, old Supernova Elite legend. He a big crypto guy now, and I just like this guy. Shout out to Ape Season. And then we're going to get Shaun Deeb in here as well. Johnny Vibe said he wanted to stop in as well. I mean, listen, we got a lot of people that want to come in here, give a little peace of mind. Let me see. But yeah, chat, what do you guys think? The chat's going crazy right now. Someone said Beans must be investigated. Phil Galfon made a tweet that posted from Brian's and said, how do you cheat in chess? Serious question, LOL. So this guy was playing like he didn't know a damn thing, apparently. Hold on a second. We getting A. Weiss in here.
Hello?
Yo, Alex, what's up?
Hey. Okay, cool.
All right, guys, listen. We joined by Alex Weiss. Alex, longtime poker player, former grind legend, one of the only players that could ever compare to be the sicker grinder or the sickest grinder with me because we both played a lot of volume and we both played way too much poker and way too many tables. So, but now he got into crypto. And he did the same thing in crypto where he getting out of line there too. So, and now he's joining us here and we're going to hear what he's got to say about this. Alex Weiss, what the hell are you making of this, Poppy?
Okay, that was a crazy development, right? I actually want to go a little bit back because I never gave the comments right before. I think, honestly, so this news kind of blows the case wide open because now you have a real thread to pull on. Whereas before, I really think some of the goose chases that people went down with the like, oh, you know, this is the device on her hip, and then there's a seam or whatever, and the water bottle, and some of it was a little bit like too kooky. And I think people can get. I think Melanie Weisner had a thread on Twitter that kind of explained it the best. But basically, like, you know, the case comes down to like priors and confirmation bias, basically, right? Mm-hmm. Which is sort of like, you know, what's the prior for cheating? What's the prior for her playing this hand legit? And like, you know, like, and looking at the totality of the evidence, right? Not just looking at this one hand, but looking at all the hands she's played and stuff like that. And my opinion, so before today, right? Like, you know, there's been some news, obviously, but before today, my opinion, I was pretty in the no cheating camp, and the reason was because for her to not be cheating, all you really had to buy into is that she could play a hand this badly. Mm-hmm. And I put badly kind of in quotes. Actually, I think Garrett is pretty much always bluffing there, but to buy cheating, you had to really buy this parlay again, as Melanie said in the Twitter, because it doesn't match a pattern of the like purported cheating. And then the other thing about the confirmation bias is that I felt like people were grasping at different explanations, like, oh, this water bottle is also cheating, this device, this is cheating, and then this is cheating, but they don't form a coherent narrative. Like, you kind of need a coherent narrative that's like, okay, she's stream cheating, she has access to the whole card information somehow, and then you go back and then I'm like, okay, like you went down hand by hand as you did in some of these investigations, and you look like, is this hand suspicious, is this hand suspicious, and so on, from the point of view of, if she has the whole card information, you know, would she get away with, you know, making a, you know, a tight fold or loose call in certain spots, and really, like, in my opinion, the other hands didn't really look suspicious. And there was two other hands I want to note. The 5-5 hand was played in a really low stakes game. Shaun Lu bet queen on Jack 10 8-9 for 800 into a 3100 pot, and she called with 5-5, 5 ways to the turn. I think that really shows the sort of poker IQ. Like your hand is so dog shit that, like, what it does for me, I know other people don't care about the hand that much, but for me it really expanded the range of what's possible, you know, with this player. The other sort of vibe in this in this whole discussion is this sort of need for you know, players that play poker, they don't want to feel like the whale or the fish or whatever, right? That, you know, people have ego and stuff. You know, everyone's remember like Helmuth spouting off, oh, I'll play you heads up or whatever. You know, people don't want to feel like the fish. So I think that had a lot of element to it too, where, you know, I know early, you know, when I was like, say 16 years old, I was playing 1-2, and I went all in on the river with no pair, and I got called by a set or something, and then I lost the hand. And then they said, oh, why did you go all in when you had nothing? You know, this is like 2006 or something. And then I said, like, oh, I misread my hand. I thought I had a straight, but I didn't misread my hand. I knew I had nothing. I just went all in because, like, I was bluffing. And then I got called, and I didn't want to say, like, oh, I'm a fish or something. I just you know, I just said I misread my hand, you know. So all these things like that can happen. Okay, so that's sort of you know, before today. Now we're getting today. This development has a lot of implications, but it's not just limited to Robbi, because I think people's view on this is too narrow. They're viewing it as like, oh, you know, this 15K is payment for services rendered, and, you know, Robbi is partner and stuff like that. But this is actually wide open now, because this guy has been on Hustler Live for years, right?
They've been open for about a year, so about a little over a year.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry. Okay, but for a while, not just in this, you know, single thing. So, you know, if you know, like, this may not be the only time that this some shady thing has happened, right? Because you have to look, there's different possibilities for what it could be. Like, one case is that it's just an isolated incident, he just palmed some chips or something. Another case is it's repeated, he's been palming chips for a long time. Another is that, like, you know, if he's palming chips, he's more likely to want to sell or otherwise use whole card information to his benefit. And then you got to look, well, who are the winners, and like you know, because it may not be that, like, his partner is Robbi, it may be that his partner is someone else. We don't know. Like, now this case is really wide open. That's sort of the point that I wanted to get out there, and because the reason is that, like, you know, if this guy was caught just now, it doesn't mean that he just started cheating, you know, on that day. He was probably, like, if there was cheating, it was probably for a while, and if it was for a while, it means it predates when Robbi was sitting, right? So now you have a real you know, quagmire you got to sort out. But yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. Well said. Listen, what a recap. I mean, you made my job easier there. So yeah, Alex with a great recap there. I got Tom Dwan said he got a piece of information. You know, Tom Dwan, sometimes he got information, but he might not tell you what the information is when you talk to him. But this time, I think he's actually going to tell us something here. So we're going to bring Tom Dwan in here, guys. Let me get Tom Dwan a link in here. Let me see what this guy's got to say. Alex, what do you think is going to happen from here, man? Where do you think this goes?
I think they're gonna pull on this string. You know, people like there's gonna be private invest. I don't know if it's you, Joey, or who's good, but like someone's gonna go through these streams and then start to get like, you know, what I want to see is the list of like who was winning in these games, you know, in these stream games, because usually the list, like, you know, over a monthly or yearly or whatever, say yearly, like 1 year period, there's only a few winners in a poker game, and then you can start to, you know, like. Are there any other suspicious people, basically? But I think this case is now wide open. Like you can't just have the purview of did Robbi cheat or whatever. I really think now that, you know, there's information that the whole cards may have been compromised. You really have to cast a wider net because of what I've said.
Well, listen, Alex, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you sharing the thoughts. I mean, it's great to talk with you as well, too. I hope you're doing well. And we'll stay up to date with you on what's happening, okay?
Okay, thanks. Twitter,
right,
AWICE, AWICE.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What else you got? What else you got? Give one more thing. Give one more thing.
That's it.
You don't got something?
Okay,
No hoodie? No hoodie?
No.
Ape season? No more
It's
ape
no
season?
longer ape season?
Bro, I got
Yeah,
the ape season. I got the ape season. Bro, I literally, I never buy merch. I bought the ape season merch.
Thousands of, yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
Anyways,
all right.
Thanks a lot. 12
All right.
G's. Bye.
All right, I'll see you soon, Poppy. All right, guys. Alex Weiss coming on here, laying it down. What's with the chat? Listen, guys, calm down with the chat. The chat's a harsh. Remember, Jay? We were going to do the meetup game in Vegas, the first poker meetup game in Vegas that I'm going to do. And Jay said, "What, are you going to have an open mic for all the chat?" Absolutely. I want all of YouTube chat there. I want all of poker Twitter there. I need the biggest poker room in Las Vegas. And I want to throw the biggest meetup game in the world. Okay, I'm trying to get 20.
Bro, I already told you. Palms Place Penthouse, the best spot for it.
Can we do it there?
Yeah.
How many tables can we get?
I don't know, a lot. It's a big space.
All right. Well, we need it. Some Salzburg posted about. Let me see what this guy's talking about here. He had a robbery, something about prison escape.
Oh wow.
Damn, this
guy criminal record.
This guy getting. I guess. I mean, I don't know. This is screenshots he posted, but this guy looked like he is living a fast life. Damn. Yeah, 24. Listen, guys, we got Tom Durjuan joining here from Singapore. Said he got some information, and we're going to see what the information is of Tom Dwan. He's been joining us here for a couple days as well. We've been hearing from him. Wow. So, yeah, a lot of people sharing their thoughts on Twitter. Jay, it looks like a lot of people are fairly convinced that this is a sign that there was cheating that took place and that Robbi was in on it. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from the public opinion. Do you agree with that public opinion, or do you think that we just don't know enough yet to really go that far to say that? A lot of the chat roasted me when I said that I'm reserving, I'm waiting, you know, I'm still waiting, I'm still, you know, me, I feel like I want to know a little bit more first, but how are you kind of feeling on it right now?
I mean, it certainly moves the needle towards something was wrong, but I don't know that it's like the smoking gun that proves that Robbi and this fucking guy were working together. I mean, I am perfectly happy exploring all these options. I would rather disprove every single cheating theory and then it come out she's not cheating rather than us like ignore, you know, any random theory that could unravel all the threads. I just think the more information that comes out, the less adds up to a not cheating verdict, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not 100%. I'm not 90%.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we got Durr joining in. Look like he in the spa right now. Got a nice towel over his shoulder. Look like he living a great life over there. No, sure. Look at this fucking guy. Guys, listen in the chat. Welcome Tom Dwan to the chat. The legend Durr is back again, checking in from the Singapore hotel, and he couldn't find his shirt today. Look like you getting a massage from some great lady out there or something. I don't know what this guy's up to. Tom Dwan, give us something.
No, I'm so hungover. I was gonna let you tweet this video. I just tweeted it, but because you didn't answer, so I tweeted it first.
Fuck. What do you got? A video? What video you got?
It's this boxing video. It's like 37 minutes long, where this supposed big deal Rip. It's his actual name, whatever. His supposed big deal sits there. He's clearly the second guy. He doesn't say a word for like 36 minutes, and then he looks all sheepish right after, and it's like a year ago. Yet this guy somehow came up with the money. Well, I actually know some of the story of how he came up with the money too. Like, come on, like look at what this shit is, guys. Like, it's pretty obvious.
So you're talking about Rip?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, so what do you think about the thing that we found out today about the employee that was doing
Oh,
the?
don't worry. I'm sure that's completely unaffiliated, right? Of course. Poker News is on it. Like, come on. I mean, I'm too hungover to connect the dots. You can probably do that way better than me, but come on. There's something here, guys. There's obviously something here. I don't really care. You know, if let's say it's a 10-man cheating operation. I think I told you this the other day. I was like, I don't give a shit if it comes out that one person admits to it or 10. The only, you know, that's a problem for Hustler Casino or Hustler Casino Live or the FBI, right? I care that someone admits to it. Like, come on. This was obviously fucking cheating. Like, come on.
Wow, so Durr is fired up over there from Singapore, checking in, and you found a strong opinion. So I guess what should happen now, man? I mean, what like a lot of questions we've been having here about, you know, what happened in the past, and I mean, you played there, right? Do you think anything was taken from you when you were playing there, or like what are your thoughts on?
No, come on. Obviously, the guy taking the money. Why isn't she pressing charges? He's taking the money because it was part of the cheating operation, dude. Come on, like he's the one helping or something like that. That's probably what's fucking going on, right? Like. I don't know. I don't fucking care. I'm not trying to cause some big problem. They just got to admit there was cheating. That's like, come on. Right? Like I don't know if I've ever heard of an employee taking chips at a casino, right? Maybe once in my life. This supposedly happens right before or right after the craziest hand ever played on the stream. Like, come on, guys.
Wow, yeah, listen, I don't know if you guys agree with Durr in the chat. Let me know what you guys think about what Tom Dwan's opinion is. So you mentioned Rip earlier.
I don't know if they agree now. I know they will in the future. Just like a week ago when I was saying, hey, guys, there's something here. Like, I don't care if people agree then. I have more info. I've seen more of this shit. You know?
So you're saying you got more info than we know right now?
Well, I mean, I told you there's something weird around the money. I don't want to share stuff people have told me, but there's a weird story around how they got the money to play.
Interesting. A weird story how they acquired the money to buy into the game initially for those kind of stakes.
But I'm too hungover for that shit right now, so
okay,
I gotta go. I just wanted to give you
all
that.
Right.
If you guys watch this fucking YouTube video, you can just like click through it fast. I mean, come on. Like, look at these people, right? Like, supposedly that dude's friend that he's staking is calling Jack high. Like, come on. And if you watch the way Rip acts after this hand, like he's obviously like, you can kind of see the people who don't want information to get out or who do after this hand, right? If you just if you watch in detail after the hand. And one thing I'll say for Hustler Casino, they were apparently on supposedly, but this is what they told me clear, on a 3-hour delay. So the stream hadn't started yet when this hand happened. And to their fucking credit, they still, you know, put out the stream. So I don't agree with every last thing they've done, but that's pretty fucking solid if that's true. And I assume it is, you know.
Well, that's a good point there.
All right, I gotta go. I need
get out of
coffee.
here. Yeah. All right. Get out of here. All right, guys, listen. Tom Dwan checking in from the Singapore jungle with some information about Rip. I don't know about, can't confirm any information. So take everything Tom Dwan says with a grain of salt. He's just giving his opinion on things. Jay, I'm reading this tweet right now that Matt Berkey said, "Does anyone have timestamps for Robbi's first 2 sessions? Would greatly appreciate it." And then Brian responded and said, "Yeah, sure. 10K for all the timestamps for every hand she's ever played." So as you can see, he's kind of trolling a little bit there. But yeah, Jay, what do you make of Tom Dwan's information and kind of his stance on things? He seemed pretty fired up. He seemed pretty, listen, smash the like button if you guys enjoy Tom Dwan hopping in here and you want to see him again. Jay, what do you make of that? Listen, I like having Jay on. Jay.
I love the old Durr hot takes. I would like, you know, I did a little just cursory digging into Mr. Jacob Chavez as well, just because I was bored. And, you know, I also wonder, I mean, maybe the guy's a serial entrepreneur, but if you read online about him, all these fucking articles are just like puff pieces about him from like dumbass fucking, like, I could pay $50 to somebody to publish an article online about me.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe he got crypto rich scamming people in the fucking crypto world with Jake Paul and like parlayed that into hemp and CBD and CBG, which is, you know, the
we don't know anything about him. Listen, we don't know anything about that guy. You know, I talked to the guy in here. He seemed like a nice guy to me. I don't know much about the guy's history. I don't want to go throwing it out there that whatever the guy, you know, I mean, I don't know, well, man. I think that's kind of unfair to this guy to, you know, he can't defend himself on here. I don't know much about him. He hasn't really said much. He isn't really that public, you know, even though he's working. Not to say that he shouldn't be up for discussion, but I feel like, you know, putting down what the guy did and stuff like that, you know, kind of unfair to him. So
I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, but that's what Tom's insinuating. It says, look into this and see where he got the money. And I said, maybe he's a legit serial entrepreneur, or maybe he's a scammer. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know one way or the other. But But it's perfectly possible that he got crypto rich with Jake Paul. I mean, those guys made a shitload of money during the pandemic pumping coins. So if he was in on it, and CBD, CBG, the stuff he's into makes a lot of money. I know some dudes who are filthy rich from that. So maybe it's that. But again, I just don't understand from a financial and investment standpoint, if you're a savvy business person, why you would 100% stake some ranked amateur in the biggest game she's ever played in her life.
Whew. Listen, fuck, man, this is intense. So once again, guys, Robbi made a statement through Hustler, and a lot of people are having some choice words for the statement. So everybody tagging me in it. Okay, shout out to me. They basically said that she said once again that she received a call from Nick Vertucci, and she heard that an employee stole 3 5K brown chips from her chip stack post stream. I really love to see that video. I don't know if they're going to release that video, but it would be great if we could see that video. And she said she wouldn't want to press charges because the employee's age of financial hardship and the employee's history of prior offenses. And she said that upon learning the employee was young, with minimal funds and no prior history of offenses, I came to the conclusion pressing charges was necessary to damage a young man's life that would already be negatively impacted by the news of his wrongdoing and termination of his employment. I was notified the employee had already spent the $15K, at which point moving forward with a criminal charge made even less sense to me. So they're saying that he spent the money, he got the 15, he spent the 15, and then he basically, I guess it makes sense. I want to extend my appreciation to High Stakes Poker Productions, Hustler Casino for conducting such a thorough and expeditious investigation. I
want to know from a gaming standpoint, I guess, like how he was able to cash those out. Unless he's been firing at the 10, 20, 40 or whatever, according to...
That's what I got. I already got a few messages about that. People kind of tuned in there and said... yeah, they basically said that he was firing away, and somebody said he was firing away recently. So, I'm sure they got that on tape, right? You're going to have the guy playing on tape. You go check the tape. They said they only got to be able to review today, as Josh Macchiello was on here earlier said. So I'm sure that they're going to go over the previous sessions and see. Scott said he chip dumped at 2040 with 15K. You simply gave a friend the chips. It's that simple. Interesting. Okay, so this guy's saying that he could chip dump at 2040 to somebody else.
Yeah, of course he could chip down. He could sit down and just cash out or whatever. But it'd be interesting if he punted it away in the casino, or he went and cashed it out and spent it, or if he cashed it out, just took it and cashed it at the cage. Obviously you would, if you cash out in Vegas and you don't have play, they're gonna be like, why do you have this chip?
Right. Okay, so let me get Johnny Vibes in here, see what this guy's got to say. He's always playing out there as well, too. Like I said, I'm getting a lot of text. I'm getting a lot of things. People say, you don't palm chips, 15K chips in your hand on the first theft. I don't know what that guy's even talking about.
Well, and also the statement says that she was made aware by the police that he has no prior history or no prior arrests, right? But, you got Salzburg out there bringing up his fucking rap sheet. So... either the police misinformed her or she is making stuff up.
Right. I'm gonna get also my lawyer friend in here as well. My lawyer friend Claudia. She's gonna come on here and give us some GTO perspective from a lawyer. And now we got Johnny Vibes coming in here. He plays a lot on the Hustler stream. He played a lot on Live with the Bike. He's been out there a lot, so we're gonna hear about what his opinion is about what's going on. Check everybody watch it on YouTube, watch it on Twitch. Like I said, emergency stream, news breaking today, a big break in the case. And apparently a lot of people are following the case right now. The infamous Robbi versus Garrett hand, the hand that took the internet by storm, basically went viral. I think I got 8 million views of a clip on Twitter. I never seen anything like that before in my life. Big hand. Everybody been discussing it. And it was split down the middle when it started, and then the split down the middle started to go more on the side of, nothing really happened, and then anyone that brought it up was really kind of getting some shit about it. But today, news broke from Hustler that an employee at a show who was in with the team in the show was basically took money from Robbi after the stream, $15,000 off her stack after the big incident went viral, after this all happened. And yeah, we're still talking about it today. We're catching up with people, seeing people's opinions out there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Amy Oaks out there with the 5. If indeed Robbi was cheating, why didn't she have all of her chips on the table? I don't know what that means. It's a good question. The Moto show, what does that mean? Why didn't she have all the chips on the table? I think, are you saying that basically she had 2 stacks, 1 stack on the table, 1 stack off the table? And why didn't she just have all her money on the chip stack? I mean, it's a good question. I don't really know about that. Vibe Squad represent John Fossois. Moto shows, is it possible that this employee edited or influenced the editing of the video on the hand that was posted to the internet? That's actually correct, Moto show. So I think it seems like this guy, or maybe it was Raver Poker, shout out to Raver Poker, but one of these guys was editing the clips, and in the clip they took out some of the speech play that made people suspicious. So that's a good question. But yeah, John Fossois says, Vibe Squad represent. Thank you, Jean Froid. Thank you to Amy Oaks. We got a lot of donos I'll get to here in a second, guys. I just want to catch up here, get as many guests in here as I can. We got Johnny Vibes checking in from Vibes.
Right,
Vibes.
I got to run to dinner, so I'm going to jump off. I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, yeah, Jay, listen, I'm just letting you hang out, so I appreciate you, buddy. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Let me know the food.
Yeah. Take care. Thanks.
All right. Later, brother. All right, guys. Jay Farber. Shout out to Jay Farber for coming on here, joining us for a while. He a regular in the Twitch chat all the time, so he was showing a lot of love. We love Jay a lot. Johnny Vibes in the house right now. Longtime poker player, longtime content creator, makes 11 vlogs, makes a lot of high quality vlogs, you might say, and also does a podcast as well too. Also a player often on the live streams out in the great Los Angeles. So, Mr. Vibes, welcome to the show. Welcome to RTA. Welcome to RTA Army. Welcome to the Legion. And we're happy to have you here. Everybody in the chat, please welcome Mr. Johnny Vibes.
Oh, man, it's good to talk to you. I've obviously been following along, some diligently, some not so much, because I just got so fucking tired of listening to everything and just going over everything back and forth in my head that I just had to go outside. I was in front of Twitter for way too long.
Yeah, you were racking your brain trying to figure out what the hell was going on here too, huh?
Yeah, and I got to say that I definitely initially had some biases because I have played on Hustler, and I do know a lot of the production staff, and you know, I'm friends with Ryan and Nick and all those guys, and you know, I want to believe that everything's on the up and up. So I do think that could have biased some of my thoughts, but also I'm of the mind that people should be presumed innocent until proven guilty, and a lot of the stuff that was coming out that people were talking about was like, we're grasping at straws if we even want to call it circumstantial. Obviously the hand in question is absolutely bonkers, and nobody can explain that, of course, other than saying that she's just an extremely new player with too much money that doesn't know what she's doing, obviously. So I was quick to defend that, hey, there's no evidence here. You know, there, like, the evidence that people are grasping at, I don't feel that this is warranted for frying someone, for presuming their guilt.
Right.
And that's why I took a stance on that, you know. But like, as these things happen, and I think that like this is what's important, is people should be willing to change their mind. People should be willing to look at new evidence and not dig in so much. And we see this like on the political spectrum all the time. Like, people have like a view on like one side or the other, and they just dig in, even when they're like, even in the face of like new evidence, they just want to dig in. And I don't think that you should do that in this situation. And even though I was fairly confident that I didn't think that there was enough evidence that she cheated, even some of the stuff that was coming out, the stuff that she was saying, the stuff that you were sharing on your live stream, that confidence was wavering. I mean, initially out the gate, I was probably like thinking that she was 90% not a cheater. And then that, you know, as far as like 3 or 4 days ago, I was like, okay, maybe it's 70%, maybe it's 60%. It still feels like a flip in my mind. But this piece of evidence definitely sways me more into the camp that she could be cheating, because just some of the things that you said, the fact that she said that the police said that he didn't have a criminal record, and it's coming out that he in fact did have one. I don't think that we can take anything from the following each other on Twitter, because Robbi follows me on Twitter. I follow her on Twitter. I've never met this woman in my life. I've never played with her. I've never been in the same room as her, as far as I know. We've never communicated, even electronically, through Twitter or text message or anything like that. So I don't think you can infer from people following people that they knew each other. But yeah, man, I will say that I'm still like conflicted, but it does feel like a smoking gun. You know, it it feels like something that is so far out of the ordinary. And I know that, you know, someone who's been on the show many times and someone who wasn't even allowed to wear their Apple Watch, and seeing how serious they take things. I've been in the control room. I've commentated on Hustler before, and, you know, been in the same room with the production guys. And when I went into the production room, they're like, you need to go over here because you're not allowed in this area because this area has access to real-time information.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, so I'm, of course, meeting these people that are in the area, becoming friendly with these people. Brian is one of these people. I've met him maybe once or twice, and the kid just has like a nice aura about him. Like he seems like a good kid. So of course I don't want to believe that he's this thief, but like I said, I don't know him. I know that he's 24, 23 years old. I know that he doesn't hardly make any money doing this show. And I know that he surrounds himself with people being on this show that have so much money for a 24-year-old that's making, let's call it $15 an hour. I don't know exactly what he makes, but I'm assuming it's somewhere in this region. And perhaps it is a crime of opportunity. You know, there was a lot of commotion going on at the table, and her chips were left unattended for long periods of time after the show, per information that I have from people at Hustler. And, you know, he skimmed chips off of her stack. It feels like that's because he was like perhaps owed money from her and was worried that like this possibly was going to mean that he wasn't going to get paid or something. And he went out on a big risk to do this, and he's like trying to ensure that he gets paid. And the fact that she's willing to not press charges over $15,000 that's not recoverable. This is not $15,000 that she got back. This is $15,000 that he spent and was not recovered. And you're telling me she's not going to press charges for that? It just does not make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys, what do you guys think? Does it not make sense to you? I mean, I just don't know how to even put myself in that position to even imagine what I would do if somebody took that from me when I was also right after I had the big moment happen with the whole G-Man hand happen. I mean,
yeah, her willingness to come off of money in multiple circumstances, $135,000. Of course, it's possible that, you know, she felt bullied by the show and felt like she wasn't going to get invited back. Like, sure, like we can explain all of these things, you know, dozens of things that come up, but when there's more and more things, the collective makes it feel like this is just not explainable.
right, yeah. You actually mentioned something about pay, I believe, because he DM'd me right after the show started when I was on stream, and he was upset with something I said. He felt disrespected about a theory I had. I'm like, listen, buddy, I got to fucking we're theorizing on here. This is what we do. We're theorizing. We're talking about what could have been. We're talking about the possible directions. Like, it ain't no disrespect. We're talking about what's going on with the case. That's what the point of the show is to do with the people that are involved in the show. And I think he mentioned something about how much they get paid and that they don't really get paid too much money. Something like that, right? I can't remember the exact message. I wish he deleted his Twitter, so I can't go back and see the messages right now. But I can understand what you're saying, Johnny. It makes a lot of sense, especially when you're in that environment. You're around status, you're around money, you're around power, you're around these people that are basically just throwing this shit around right in your face. And when you have those aspirations to maybe be at that point or be at that level or be a certain level of poker player, then it can be as tempting to a lot of people, which is why I say I lay out of line. There's just so much going on around you that it's real easy to get sucked into wanting that with your life right now, and then willing to take some risk.
The thing that I've heard through the grapevine is that he's a baccarat player. You know, like these people with all this money around you, making so much money, losing so much money, feeling like six-figure swings are nothing for the people that are surrounded by you, and the fact that you're not making very much money, going to a baccarat table and having dreams of like running it up and having perhaps a gambling problem playing baccarat, which is the reason why he can cash out $15,000 in chips. It's because he's probably played baccarat at Hustler Casino before, so it's not going to raise suspicions that he's fired it and tried to run it up in the past. So I think it's important that people who were team no cheat examine evidence and are willing to explore the possibility that she's cheating. And the other thing is that I don't think that this investigation on Hustler Casino's part is over. Like the fact that they're so willing to drop information in real time, like this actually, this is a big piece of information, and they didn't sit on it. They immediately released it when they had it. They have these plans of like lie detector tests, all these things. Digging, I know Nick's fired up trying to dig into like everything. So the fact that they are so willing to release this right away tells me that they're like still going, and that they're not like, they're being as transparent as possible, and they're looking for more pieces of evidence.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what Josh Macchiala was on here earlier, was trying to stress to me. And I spoke with Nick. I spoke with him at length about kind of where his head's at. And, you know, listen, the guy didn't seem like he was obviously in a you know, feeling good about things, but he seemed like he was working very hard. He had a lot of resources out there. He's talking about the private investigators he's got, searching into people, searching into what's going on at the show, about to go over the tapes. And he said, I'll be transparent with you, Poppy. Like, I'm going to let you know. I said, that's why I asked him. I said, hey, Nick, if you find something, right, like, are you going to fucking tell me? Are you going to tell us? Like, he said, do you want to be a liaison for the investigation? I said, well, if something happens, like, are you gonna be straight up with me? Are you gonna be straight up with the community? And the guy said, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find something. If I find something, I'm gonna let you know. I got an idea for something, and I'll let you guys know about it. So he did let us know about it, but you know, so on that hand, it is commendable, and I think a lot of people do appreciate that, and I think that leads to more other questions as well. And you can recognize that fact while also looking to then those other questions and sort of wondering how this came to be, and then who else is potentially involved in the past, who else was impacted in this situation. Is it a one-time thing? Is it a many-time thing? And then if there is some sort of connection to Robbi, then is there a connection to other people that were in the game as well too? And that's obviously a Pandora's box of the possibilities and opportunities that road is going to lead you when you're on your investigation.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I so desperately want this to not be cheating, because I love what Hustler has built and the entertainment value that they've brought to the community. It's just an amazing show, and it's brought so many eyeballs to poker. Tens of thousands of people watching it on a weekly basis, hundreds of thousands of people watching it on a weekly basis. So with that said, like, I have to like do my best to drop the bias and, you know, explore what I think a theory could be on this. And of course, this is just my opinion, but in my opinion, if there was cheating, I don't think that there was any like sophisticated like hacking or knowing what the river card was going to be or anything like that. I think that if it was cheating, the only plausible explanation would be that this Brian person, who has access to real-time information, is using a device that can buzz or vibrate the person at the table who he's co-conspirating with. In this case, let's call it Robbi.
They are.
And these things are available online, very easy. There was a tweet that he asked someone early, like November 22nd on Twitter. He's like, how would you cheat in chess? And somebody responded, there's a device that sends vibrations to the person that's playing to tell them how to make moves. And he responds, oh shit, I didn't know that exists, basically. Like, that's like their conversation. And now you just go to Google, you could type in thumper into Google. It's something that magicians use. You know, like, let's say a magician is, pick a card, right? There's a co-conspirator behind the person that picks the card. That person has the transmitter that thumps to the person. Maybe it's the 5 of clubs or whatever. It thumps them 5 times. Now the magician knows what the card is without like, you know, anybody realizing, oh, he just got buzzed by somebody who's a co-conspirator, like seeing the card get pulled. So perhaps he's in the control room and sees that she has the best hand at this point, buzzes her and says, so she gets this notification that she has the best hand. Knowing she has the best hand on the turn, like, this is very confusing with Jack High, of course. Still makes the call. Obviously, they don't know what the river card is going to be, because all they know is real-time information. So I could see her maybe running it twice, thinking, okay, somehow I have the best hand. I don't know how I have the best hand, but maybe let's run it twice, so that he obviously has some sort of high equity hand if he's willing to go with it here, and Jack High is the best hand. So I think that that's the only plausible theory that makes sense in my mind, and I so desperately don't want it to be true. But I'm not willing to say that it's not possible.
Whew,
And
wow, yeah,
perhaps
that's
even
interesting.
probable at this point.
Interesting theory there, Johnny. Interesting theory. So yeah, I mean that's something I always talked about in the Mike Postle investigation. When you go back, is I said, listen, there's no way to stop this. Is if
Yeah.
the guy doing the cards has the I literally kept saying this. I mean, maybe obviously that's the downside when you be so open about these things, then obviously a lot of people are going to listen to it and be like, oh, good idea. Why don't I go do that? Makes sense. Basically, what you do is you put the device on your leg and you just whenever you need to, that's when you do it. And it's a selective thing. And
Yeah,
if
but
you
I think that the difference between the Mike Postle situation is clear that Mike Postle had much more information than a binary. Your hand is
no,
good.
no, I mean, I agree. It's just something I talked about in general, right? Obviously, Postle got the crotch theory optimal, right? The man-meat theory optimal with the phone down there. So
Yeah.
different story,
Yeah.
right? I'm not even thinking about that thing. This is something I was saying that anyone who operates these games can do this. There's
Yeah.
no way to stop this. And it's basically a question of, do you not want free money or not?
Yeah.
And everybody got to answer that question for themselves. And obviously, it's very tempting proposition when you are able to send a signal. Think about it, Johnny. How great would it be if I was in the other room and I could signal to you when you should fold on the river, and then you sometimes call because you don't want to fold every time, but then the other times you just actually do what I buzz you to do.
Yeah, for sure. And these devices like this thumper device, this works in an auditorium. This works in a venue that's large. So the fact that
Damn.
the production room is in the room over maybe 50 feet maximum, it's not far-fetched to think that he could be, turning people's, I don't know if he does audio or if he does cards. He does there's people that do audio, turn up microphone for Tom Dwan because he's talking, or turn down, person's microphone because he's talking in the middle of a hand while somebody else is in a hand. So like there's somebody that does that. There's somebody that does the graphics on the screen, but they all see the cards. They're together.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't know which job was his job, but if his was maybe one of the more low intensive jobs, like maybe turning microphones up or something like that, and not like typing in cards or things like that, then perhaps he could reach in his pocket every once in a while in a big spot, press a button, let a person know that they have the best hand. That's all I'm saying, is that that's the only plausible theory that makes sense to me. And have gone now from I think that she was not cheating to I have no fucking clue, but it definitely is a flip, perhaps even could be cheating. And I think that they need to unravel this thread of, is this the first time that he's ever done this? Was this a crime of opportunity? Why is she not pressing charges? Like, all these things need to be pursued.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. I don't know. Thanks, Johnny. Listen, appreciate you coming on
what
here,
I got.
man. Appreciate you popping in. Johnny Vibes on YouTube. Makes a lot of great vlogs, high-quality vlogs. Embrace the Grind podcast. Post a lot on IG for his lifestyle. He's a good follow on Instagram and then, of course, on Twitter. So thanks, Johnny, for coming on here, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, Poppy.
Bye.
All right, guys. Wow. So a lot of people out there in the poker community are feeling a lot stronger about this than I am. And listen, guys, what do you guys think about what Johnny Vibes got to say? What's your take on what he got to say there? Because, yeah, I think a lot of people right now are just puzzled. He gave a lot of theories, a lot of ideas about how or what exactly could take place and the ease of it as well, too. So, whew. A couple donations. K Option said HCL staff shouldn't have targeted our Lord and Savior Garrett Adelstein. All hail G-Man. What the fuck, dude? G-Man made a statement. Although more information will soon come to light, I want to clarify I harbor no ill will towards anyone, especially those who have reconsidered their position. If you stand with me, please join me in supporting Big Brother, Big Sister by going to Classy. And he got his own link. So Garrett raising money for some charity out there. So Garrett makes the statement here. Martin with the THB 200 on YouTube said, how does her lawyer husband not tell her to press charges if she's somehow innocent? If she didn't cheat, these people are even dumber than we thought. I mean, listen, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know why anybody decides to do what they're going to do, guys. I mean, although more information will soon come to light, Garrett said. So Garrett says more information is going to be coming soon. So we're going to find out about that. I got Jamie Kerstetter coming in here in a second. Jamie K, I think she got some information. Dankness said he want to get in. So listen, you guys tell me, who do you want to see in here? You got a lot of people hitting me up. You guys want to see Dankness in the chat? Let me know. So let's see what these people got to say out there. Also got some other donations. Well, Michael P said, Joey, the stream is clearly compromised. The right thing to do is for the stream is to end until the investigation is complete. Yeah, you're basically saying Hustler and Robbi lied in her statement about the crime record suspicious. So you basically saying that Hustler should end the stream. I mean, listen, what do you guys think? Should Hustler shut down their show? Obviously, Hustler don't want to shut down their show. I mean, poker players don't care. I mean, they don't. Poker players will play anywhere. You could tell a poker player the game is cheating, and they are still. I'm still going to play some games, honestly. If you tell me a game's cheating and it's being recorded, but you might get cheated in the game, I'd probably still play the game. So people still want to play, then you got to maybe give the people what they want. But I'm also a fucking degenerate, so we'll see. All right, Charles Lou got back to me. So hopefully we get Charles Lou in here a little bit later. Robbi's husband, very curious to hear what he's got to say. Obviously, he's a lawyer. He knows got a lot of knowledge. So definitely hear what you got to say. Dankness. People want to see Dankness. Listen, guys, hold on. Let me get Dankness in the chat. Hold on a second, guys. We got Jamie Kerstetter checking in here first. The queen of Twitter. Hold on a second. The beautiful Jamie Kerstetter. Hello, Jamie.
What's up, Joey?
Guys, listen, please welcome my friend Jamie Kerstetter to the chat. Jamie, longtime poker player, longtime tournament player, turned great commentator, turned again to great poker player, who infamous for getting second place in the Heads Up tournament this summer. One of the only final tables I was at this year. And it was a great time. I was trying to get blacked out as soon as I could, but they wouldn't bring drinks at the World Series of Poker final table. I do not know why. Whatever is what it is. But we're joined by Jamie Kerstetter. Jamie, welcome officially. Chat, like I said, give her a big welcome. Jamie, what the hell is going on here? Can you explain it to us?
I was finally done with it. I listened to your streams for like many days, and I was like, okay, nothing else is gonna come to light. And I was thinking, we're just all obsessed with TV shows that wrap up in an hour, and you find out who did it, and you get closure. And we were all kind of looking for that. And that's what I thought was happening. And now this is the most absurd news to come up. And I'm back on the grind again, watching your channel.
Yeah. So what do you making? It seems like a lot of people out there are feeling like this is indicative of a smoking gun potentially, where this is like, oh, we don't need to see any more now. Like, we maybe seen enough, or maybe not we seen enough, but we are pretty confident that where the rest of the investigation that Hustler Casino Live is carrying out is going to go.
Yeah, I think something really important to look at would be all the streams where this employee who admitted to stealing had access to the table at all. Just going through, like, someone from Hustler probably has to pay an investigator to go through every single time this guy was able to walk through the area with the chips. I think it looks super bad for Robbi if he stole from her on multiple occasions and never took anyone else's chips. Or if this is just a one-time thing, when that whole commotion went down, this would have to be the stupidest time to ever take a shot at stealing. This is being investigated. You're going to be looked at and scrutinized heavier. And this is when he decides to do it. It's really weird. And it makes me think that they have some kind of prior relationship. I think that looking at Galfon's post made me feel a little bit better about my suspicions, because he's the most level-headed person ever. And he seems to think this is now kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we get a lot of information from that. If this dude is just stealing every single time he had an opportunity, it means literally nothing. But if he only took this opportunity, or if he took every opportunity when Robbi played, that's really, really suspicious. Interesting.
So you're saying that why not just go to the side room and hand the money? Why not just go outside and hand the money away? I don't. Do you think is there some sort of reason why you would want to do it that way versus just going to give the chips in another place and then just go do your thing at Baccarat or poker later? If he's already a regular player at the show, he already played 10, 20, 40, it's not going to be a big issue. The guy comes sit down with $20,000, $10,000, whatever it is, like normal thing. We always see that guy playing. So why would you do that why would you do this every time?
this is where I'm going to end up like cooking up more crazy conspiracy theories, but we don't know. Let's say I still don't consider her guilty 100% or even close to 100%.
Yeah.
Let's say that she is in on this and this is a thing where they're cheating. We don't know who the other parties are. What if Rip is not in it? What if it's just her and she's stealing from her backer and she's doing it through the production guy or something? Like,
Oh,
there's
damn,
so
yeah, I
many
didn't think
ways
about
for
that.
this to be so sketchy. And we just like don't have enough information yet to know really. But I agree with you. That seems so weird. Like, he knows there's cameras. He knows that this stream's going to be looked at more than any other stream after that weird hand. And he took this opportunity to palm chips. Like, that seems wild to me unless he didn't have an understanding of like how the camera systems work, unless he thought maybe stream's over, cameras are over, we're done with this. Like, the guy, he doesn't have to be super bright. Like, we assume that people are going to be logical and reasonable, and like maybe he just isn't. He just goes, oh, I think the stream's over, they're not streaming this anymore, no one will see this. It could just be that, and he's just stealing from her. I don't know.
Carlos Figueroa with the 5 on YouTube said, who runs better than Garrett? Guy doesn't pull the 3 flags. This is a shut case. Don't think she cheated still. Definitely get the Poker Twitter meetup game on. Poker Twitter meetup game is 100% going on. Only people from Poker Twitter are invited. Nobody from YouTube's invited. No, I'm kidding. People from YouTube can come too. So, but yeah, guys, listen, breaking news popped out today on the scene. Hustler Casino released a statement about one of their employees was caught taking $15,000 out of the Robbi's chip stack. After this is like, I never even see this one coming here. Basically, former employee Brian Sogbasal admitted to taking $15,000 in chips, but no charges were pressed against him, and he lost the money apparently gambling in the casino at Hustler. I think playing poker. I think somebody said so.
I mean, all right, just that information that he might potentially have a gambling problem wouldn't, it just makes me feel like there's a chance this was just, ooh, I'm seeing chips unattended, let me scoop
right,
these
I
and
know.
try to run them up. And like maybe it's just that Robbie's just the unluckiest person if this happens, right? Like, she makes this crazy call, might be like the sickest, craziest call where people will be talking about it like, whoa, maybe she soul read him, but it instantly turns into, okay, this is probably cheating, and Garrett freaks out and all this stuff like comes down on her. And then she also gets stolen from the same night. If she's innocent, that is really a shitty night for her. Like, it's so unlucky.
Just one of the, sounds like one of the worst nights you can have at the casino.
Yeah.
Get accused of cheating on a stream in front of 25,000 people, and then get some poor guy who's watching the stream during that happen come down and do the LA chip shuffle and take the 15 off the top.
Yeah. I do want to talk about the 15K. That's just like, it's cool, whatever. I don't know, man. I consider myself like a pretty nice person, but my first reaction to knowing someone stole from me and like played me for a fool would not be like, oh, it's cool. Oh, you spent it. It's okay. Like, even if I was rich, I would just be like, well, that's just like shitty behavior and like that should be punished. And I don't know. Wouldn't you also be worried that he's done it to a ton of other players? And my dog's trying to get on the stream too. The fact that like you pressing charges may actually help a bunch of other players that have been stolen from. Like, you should stop thinking about like, say, let's say she doesn't care about the money, she's loaded, whatever. Okay, you don't care about 15K. Like, a couple other players had played on the stream. I remember Marley posted a story where she said, oh, the final total was a little bit off. I actually ended up with this much, and it was less. And I'm like, well, what if your total is right and this dude just palmed a 1K off your stack or something? Oh, shit. Sorry, my dog is unmuting the stream too. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Where's your dog at? We want to see the dog. Listen, we need
Steve,
some good energy in here. Show us the great dog.
Come here, pup.
Right. Give us some positive. Guys, listen, give a big shout out to the dog. What's this great dog's name?
This is
I feel so much happier now. We're discussing such a stressful topic. I'm getting text messages from people. They're getting upset at me with anything I'm saying. I'm just trying to hear what people got to say in the community. And now we got a great dog. Listen, please give a big shout out to Jamie's dog. The cat jam's on the screen as well. Just coming in here. We're gonna fire a missile at the dog. The missile raining down on the dog right now. Ay, ay, ay.
Is it all dog emojis? I can't see that far. But yeah, this has just become interesting after it was dead again, and I don't know. I just I don't know. I try to be a little more Galfond like and just think like, man, if she is innocent, this just sucks so bad for her. The fact she says she'll take a polygraph, I know it's inconclusive, but I don't know. It sounds like a negative free roll. to me. Like, if you know you did it, you wouldn't want to take it. I don't know, man. It's just that, like, one thing I want to say too, though, is like, I love the Hustler streams. Super entertaining. Watching them, playing on them, it's great. There's just been some like absolutes that Bertucci came out with where I was like, I wish you didn't say that, man. Where he's just like, nobody on my production staff, like, he just trusts everyone. It's like, you can't. Like,
oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
You can't trust everyone. Like, even if the guy's been with you for years, especially if he ends up having a criminal record that he somehow hid when he was applying, that's the dude who has access to the graphics. Like, that doesn't make me feel good about playing there, but I don't know.
Damn.
What can you do?
Good points. Yeah, Athena with the 10 says, get the dog's take. Dog, what do you think?
Dog, what do you think? Dog's biting me. He thinks that I should take him for a W, ALK. And he says he doesn't really give a shit about cheating.
Yeah. Listen. All right, dog. Well, listen, Jamie, we appreciate you coming on here. We're live on YouTube, live on Twitch. Jamie Kerstetter on Twitter. What else, Jamie? What else are you doing right now?
Not a lot, man.
Do you want to talk about
I'm playing the bracelet events every day. There's just a bracelet event every day. Like, they're trying to break us before summer even starts again.
Yeah, I mean, what is a bracelet anymore? It feels like there's a bracelet event every month of the year.
Yeah.
No, I don't even know. I can't even. Yeah, I can't keep it up. But I mean, listen, you gotta fill your events. So you gotta make money. So it makes sense to use the Great World Series of Poker brand and milk it for all it's worth. So.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing before I go.
Okay.
I think I sent you that. Somebody posted something about a graphic. The two cards were switched. I don't know if this is true or not. So like, it needs investigation. But that the 6 of clubs and the 3 of hearts had been switched to previous hand. That would be crazy if in the hand, the person controlling the graphics thought that the 3 hearts is a 6 of clubs, because then her call-off wouldn't be that crazy.
What? Okay.
But that was something someone on Twitter put. It's like very easy to just start a conspiracy theory and be like, ooh, I hope someone runs with it, which I just did. So, yeah.
I mean, isn't that the point of the internet, to talk about theories? I don't understand. They say conspiracy theory. That's the whole point of the internet, to talk about theories.
Yeah.
Right, you can explore
well, in this
theories.
case, look, like, some good has already come of this. Like, if that guy was stealing on the regular from players, like, this hand coming to light created a situation where, like, someone was scumming the poker community and got caught. So, like, there's one positive that came from it already.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jamie, listen, get out of here. Go give the dog a DAWLK, and we're going to get a few more people in here as well, and we will talk to you pretty soon.
Okay, bye, Joey. Bye, guys.
All right, see you, Jamie. All right, guys, what do you guys think about what Jamie got to say? Give Jamie Kerstetter a big shout out. We love Jamie, one of our favorite people in the poker world, and when one of my first guests on the podcast back in the day, 2014. So yeah, listen, we need like a graphic that comes up after I end each call, like something like that. I don't know what it would be, but listen, everybody on YouTube, we got a lot of people tuned in right now. We're here, we're live. I think we got Shaun Deeb coming up here in a little bit as well. He'll drop in. I think Dankness want to come on. Listen, guys, let me give Dankness the thing. I mean, Dankness, you guys know this guy's out of line on Twitter. So he is a funny guy. Obviously, we're following the proof that some fugaziness was happening there, guys. Obviously, a lot of people suspected it. Doug Polk went on a limb. He was talking about a strong stance. People were giving him shit. And looks like the pendulum has swung a little bit. Gregory Steele in the chat. What's up, guys? What's going on? Patrick says, with the 5, imagine how much Brian Palm from the stacks of Ninja, Botez, Mr. Beast. Don't even want to think about that. Don't even want to think about that at all, man. Martin Durham's with the 5 says, what if the guy subtly took, hoping that with all the moving chips commotion, nobody would notice, focus on that area, moment of opportunity, silly still. That's also a possibility, Martin. This could have been maybe the one-time thing, and he saw it over there, and it was neglected. It was neglected for a while, and he took advantage of it. So that's certainly a possibility, Martin. And thanks, Martin. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Athena, as well, too. We get to some more earlier ones as well. I don't want to miss those guys. Justin Fats with the 20 said, of all players, he could have taken the $15K from. He took it from the player accused of cheating. That is a big deal. Also, Garrett donating the $135,000 to Big Brother charity. That's true. Garrett did indeed donate that money on his Twitter. He actually took the $135,000, already donated it to charity. Did he delete it? I think he deleted it. You're kidding me. He deleted it. What? Oh, no, it's right here. Yeah, I have the spotlight thrust upon me. He's going to donate money to charity. So Bill Perkins is offering a bounty on Twitter, the Bill Perkins bounty for a whistleblower bounty. What the hell's going on? Bill Perkins, we just had him on the other day. Shout out to Bill Perkins, shout out to BP. He has an open bounty. Anyone want to confess and demonstrate how easy how it was done for a reward. Assuming there was cheating, hit me up. I'd pay more than $15,000. So Bill Perkins has put out the bounty on information, $15,000. Listen, if you're out there and you've been involved, hit up Perkins. He's about to give you $15,000. So definitely a man of his word out there. So what do you guys think about Bill Perkins coming here, dropping the 15K charity to somebody? Headley one says pulsing light starting and ending with the vibration. You can see in Jack 8 hand. Whatever. Yeah, shout out to Headley in the chat and large area around Robbie's belt. Thanks Headley and thanks Chris. Chris said actually we got dang this. Hold on a second. Have Hustler Live have to run data analysis on hands, which also points to her cheating as Veronica. Lots of people know more than has been released. Of course, a lot of people know more than released, guys. Guys, I might even know more than you guys know too. You know, you never know. Hold on, guys. We got Daddy Dankness coming in here. Big Daddy, the old school. We used to battle this kid back in the day. I don't even know why they call him Daddy Dank. Somebody gave him that nickname. We just kind of go with it. Now it is what it is. Dankness coming in. Dun dun dun. Where's he at? Tori James Ruggles with the 19 said snatching 15K in that spot is extremely brazen. Cheating the Ivy stream with fish is extremely brazen. Not pressing charges on the kid does not contradict versions of an innocent person in the spot, similar to 135,000. Thanks, Tori. Shout out to Ruggles card room out there. I think it's in Ohio. So once again, guys, Bill Perkins releases a $15,000 bounty. And listen, we got Dankness coming in here. If you guys don't know Dankness, he is one of poker Twitter's finest, and he is known for making fucking ridiculous tweets, and we got him in the chat. So listen, we're proud to be joined by Dankness, longtime poker player, plays a lot of high stakes Pot in Omaha right now. We used to battle for Supernova Elite on the old Poker Stars mid stakes tables 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 6. Then we both switched to Pot in Omaha. We would switch to the Great Game. We've been playing the Great Game mainly for a long time. And yeah, long-time guest of the podcast as well too. So Will, welcome, guys. Give Dankness a big welcome. Give him a big shout out. What the hell's going on here, Poppy? What are you seeing?
Oh man, Poppy. I mean, what's going on here?
I don't know. Doug Polk is on the stream right now, promoting the stream while this is breaking. And
why is the stream going? Like, why is the stream on right now?
What do you think? Do you think it should be shut down?
Yeah. I mean, like, just what is happening? Like, it's already sketchy as fuck, and then, like, it just comes out that one of their employees took 15K off her staff. Like, why is the stream just running? Like, why aren't they just shutting this down and, like, just, they can't wait a couple nights to run the stream?
Right,
you know?
right. I mean, yeah, it's a good question, chat. What do you
like, is this happening at the same fucking table that all this shit went down at? Like, you can't just wait a couple nights with all this shit going on?
Mm-hmm.
Take a couple nights off?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you really need to get the stream off tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. It's just like, the thing is, it's like one thing after another, right? Like, the hand itself is so fucking sketchy. It's obviously like the sketchiest hand almost any of us have ever seen. That's one thing. But now this, like, on top of everything, I don't know, man. Like, it's just like things keep coming. And like, at what point do you just like kind of have to just really feel like, I mean, something happened, you know? Like,
right.
What do we need to see here? Like, what more do we need to see? Do we need like a full confession? Like, it's like everybody has their opinion, and it's been going back on Twitter for a week, and then like this comes out tonight, and the stream's just running. I mean, Doug comes out and says he's 90% sure she's cheating, goes on the stream anyway. Like, I just don't understand, man. It's honestly like the poker world is dumb, and we just think everybody in it's dumb, and we just don't care. That's kind of what I get from this, is nobody gives a fuck, honestly. And that's fine. It's poker, right? We're not doctors. We're not lawyers. We're not in the fucking Peace Corps here. We're gambling. So what? So what if somebody gets cheated, right? The live stream must go on. We got to watch Nick Airball play tonight, you know? That's what we all want to see here. I mean, come on. You think I can get through a Thursday night without watching Nick Airball shoot someone up, get hammered at the table? Like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, at this point, like, I guess it's just par for the course. But it's just kind of hilarious to me that, like, all this shit is going on. There's a statement that comes out, and I'm just sitting here just watching the fucking YouTube stream. And hey, They got more viewers than ever, so good for them. Like, we got feminists and, like game theory experts watching now. Like, good for them, just growing the great game,
Amen, amen, amen. Oh my God. Greek Jimmy with the 5 said if he has a gambling problem, doesn't that make him more likely to sell card information? He's the perfect candidate to execute this scam. What do you think about that? I mean, I guess it does make sense, right? If you can sell the information to somebody who can get big money in the game, then that could be potentially worth a better amount for you as someone selling that information. So if somebody going to run something where they're bringing in 500,000 and they're trying to get out big money in the game, and he can help maybe facilitate getting those players in the game, or those players know how to get in the game, then that could be a pretty valuable thing that he's able to offer you. So it would make sense to maybe consider doing something like that.
Sorry, what's that?
Basically, you're selling your ability, right? So you're going out there and you're trying to find somebody that wants to play for higher stakes because you're able to have access to what's happening. You're able to signal that information. Then would you know what I'm saying? Like it's something where you could try to make more money if you could find people with deeper pockets that can play deeper stacks, and they could play with the biggest stacks of people who are willing to lose a lot of money. So if you're playing against Garrett, who's buying in for $800,000, and the guy is willing to put $800,000 in play, then it's kind of like Garrett is really the perfect guy to really try to get involved with, because that's where you're going to win the biggest amount of money.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't really know the specifics, but if you're going to cheat, like, it just at this point, like, there's too many fucking red flags. Like, I'm sorry, like, I just, like, there's just so much fucking sketchy shit. Like, I saw Len tweet out a video last night saying, like, I think she's innocent after watching her Poker News interview. And I turn on the Poker News interview, and she's, like, talking about how she was wearing more in jewelry at the table than the amount of money. Like, why do you need to say that? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, this person steals 15K off her stack, and she doesn't press charges. Meanwhile, like, her husband is ready to, like, sue anybody that even puts a negative tweet out.
Right.
Like something just doesn't fucking add up here, man. And you see enough shit. Like, the hand itself is just so sketchy, right? To begin with. Like, it's just so fucking sketchy, dude. Like, it's such a sketchy hand. Like, Garrett's reaction, honestly, to the hand is, like, kind of like everybody's reaction in poker, for the most part. Whether you think she cheated or not, you're still just like, what the fuck is going on here, right? Like, I had seen her play a little before that, on the stream. I don't know if you had either, but, like, it's one thing if you play with somebody that's just like an insane whale gambler, like somebody that just is like straddling blind every hand and dumping money in the pot, and you know what I mean? And then they just decide to call you with jack high. Like, but this chick, I saw her play before that. Like, I'm not saying she was fucking Phil Galfond, but I thought she played, like weird, but like fine for the most part, And then this hand just comes out of nowhere. And also, like, she was playing with 20K when I saw her play before. She was playing 25K.
Well, here, let's bring Perkins in here, Dink. We got Perkins waiting here. Gish also brought up a good point. If players want to play, shout out to Grish with the 5. He said, if players want to play and none of them think there's anything shady, why not have the stream? Which I think is another fair point. If the players want to come on there, we know poker players, they just kind of, they accept it. So let's get Bill Perkins in here, the legend himself. Shout out to Michael B. Shout out to Jason Bonance. Perkins checking in from Bill.
What's going on?
Bill, how's it going?
Going all right. What's going on? What's going on here?
Perkins, listen, you tell me. We got an employee who has been basically confirmed that he took $15,000 off of Robbi's stack after the stream ended. So this guy works with High Stakes Poker Productions, and he is working with the staff, and then he basically went down there and took himself a little bit of $15,000 after the stream ended. And then she decided not to press any charges.
I hear that he's inside the booth, like he has access inside the secure booth area of this person. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I'm hearing. Like, he would have the ability to transmit information to her, which if true is just really bizarre, right? Like, it's really crazy. I just want, like, listen, if the guy was getting 15K, you know, I'd pay more than that just to fess up and out it and demonstrate, you know? Like, if anybody wants to just be like, fuck it, I want to get paid, I'll sell out, I'll confess. I'm willing to pay to unravel this, you know, get to the center of this Tootsie Roll here.
Mm-hmm. So Bill Perkins offering the $15,000 bounty out there, guys. He basically says, once again, you're going to come in, drop 15,000. We got She Cheated with the 499 said, I'll add 1K to Perkins bounty. So I don't know if this guy's serious, but that could be another 1K to the mix out there. So Perkins looked like he, hold on, actually, you got to unmute. I muted you, Perkins, because you got a lot of background noise. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, yeah, no, double it. Make it like 30K. I'll put more than 15K. I mean, 30K. Come on. This is the best drama we've had in a while.
So what'd you say? You said that you'll give $30,000 to someone that whistleblows. Shaun Deeb is matching the 15,000. Shaun Deeb has put forth he will also give 15,000. So Shaun Deeb and Bill Perkins have come out and said they will both contribute 15K more. So Perkins' bounty is 30K, and Shaun Deeb is going to be given 15,000. So we have a bounty for the whistleblower, and yeah, I mean, what do you think about that, Dankness?
Hey man, I'll throw in a couple hundred on top of that. Make the pie a little sweeter.
Every dollar counts. Every dollar counts here. We need it. No, I love this. Like, we got a whistleblower fund. I mean, I you know, this would be amazing.
Right.
This is the best. I mean, like, come on, you never get better drama. Like, why you gotta watch TV? This is like the best drama ever, right? We got like basically Angelina Jolie's cousin, you know, in a poker game, calling Jack high, Garrett freaking out, looking like he saw a fucking ghost, people taking chips off of things. The whole people are guessing who done it, did you do it, not do it. This is the best thing in the world. I mean, this is amazing.
It's got it all. It really does. It's got everything.
Damn. So what is it you got? They have to. What are you going to give them the money for exactly? What kind of information? Oh, confess and demonstrate. Okay, they got it confessing. Okay.
Yeah, they got confess and demonstrate. They got confess, demonstrate, and name everybody involved.
Okay. For if on the show, if they. All right, you guys go ahead and talk a little bit. I got to write this out. Hold on a second. If they.
Are you not entertained, people? I mean, like, are you not entertained by this thing?
I'm entertained now. I was getting a little tired of it, but now that we got this new little tidbit, I'm back in.
Yeah, you reeled you back in. Yeah.
Somebody took 15 off her stack. Like an employee, just like, that never happened. I've never heard of something like that happening. Have you ever heard of that happening? Like ever?
Never.
A casino employee taking 15K out of someone's stack. Like, have you ever heard of something like that?
No, and you also know that it's filmed, right? So the only way you would never do that unless you thought it was okay, right? Because if somebody's missing 15K, they're going to be like, hey, somebody took 15K off my stack. Please check the tapes, right? Like, you know, you're going to miss. And so the employee knows that I don't want to do that because it's all on videotape. The only way that they would take it is feel like, oh, this person won't notice, or they're okay with it, right?
Yeah.
And people are going to notice 15K. So, like, it really leads you down the funnel of, like, all right, she was okay with him taking 15K.
And I mean, she was. She ended up being okay with it.
Yeah.
She didn't press charges.
She's not going to press charges. And I haven't seen the actual tweet, but these two were following each other on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah, so somebody pointed out that these two were following each other on Twitter.
What are the chances of all these dots just being connected randomly? Like, at some point, it can't just be coincidence, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm like, wait a minute, is that true? I want to see the link. I want to see this tweet that they were following. You know, I want to see the screenshot of it. But somebody pointed out that they were following each other on Twitter. Let's assume that's true. It may not be true. Let's assume that's true. It's just crazy, right? Like, you know, Angelina Jolie's cousin is following some random worker in the back, and he happens to steal 15K off her stack. Like,
yeah,
that
like
just
this
doesn't-
guy's like what? Like this guy's like an IT worker at Hustler with like 28 followers, and she just randomly happens to be one. Like,
No, I think he got a little more than that. He got a little more than that. Come on. Why you guys?
How many
I gotta
followers
defend
does
these
my
guys,
man
bro.
have?
Why you gotta be mean to these guys, bro? Brian. I think Brian. Oh, he deleted. I don't know. I think he had a couple thousand. I liked following the guy. I like the kid. I talked to the kid a few times. I kind of like the guy. He seemed like a nice kid.
Well, that kid might want to get paid. I mean, you know.
yeah, if that kid wants to make a 30 ball, send him our way.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It's up to
listen.
45. It's up to 45
Oh,
now.
baby.
Listen,
Yeah.
kid. The kid's out there watching. There's a $45,000 bounty for more information there. Perkins, anything you got anything else you want to add down there? Otherwise, I'll let you get back with your beautiful night out there outdoors.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the party, but I just wanted to put out that we're getting a whistleblower bounty going. It could go a little higher. We're open to negotiations, but I want a real person, coming in. Joey, you can handle it. You want to handle the whistleblower fund?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're always on. You got 24/7 stream. I'll just
Okay.
give you the money and you just handle it. How about that?
What are you talking? All right, let's talk after. Okay, I'll text you later. Okay.
I just gotta offload work to other people.
No, okay,
That's what I do.
I'll text
I'm
you.
a delegator.
I'll text you in a little bit. Okay, I'll hit you up.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Later.
See you, Bobby.
Peace, Billy.
All right, guys. Bill Perkins, give him a shout out. He came in here and pledged $15,000 more to the fund. Listen, Eric Person, guys, do you think we should get Eric Person in here? Let me tell him we are live now. You can call in, guys. Listen, if you want Eric Person, let us know in the chat and smash the like button. All the donations are coming in. I'm trying to read them. We got people talking though, guys. Will G, RC, shout out to Will G, shout out to RC. Thank you guys very much. Caustic Pixel, Jody Kitchen, Jason Blantz. I'll get these guys later. KG24 Legendary, Derek Tang, Martin, Michael B, Heisakoto, Jeff Tucker, Lifting Anonymous, Holy Dozo, Patrick B. Appreciate y'all very much. Listen, y'all going crazy tonight. Dankness in the house. The legend, Will Jaffe. Dankness on Twitter. Everybody love this guy. He posts a lot of crazy videos. So, guys, listen, if you guys want me to get Eric Person in here, I'm down to do it. You guys got to let me know. All right, chat getting fired up. Twitch is getting fired up. Shout out to Alien on Twitch. Shout out to Benjamin on Twitch. Shout out to Shaun Deeb for bringing the donos on Twitch. We got to get Shaun Deeb in here, too, as well, man. All right, guys, I'm going to give Eric Person a link here real quick. So the legend going to come in here. Hold on a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get Person in here. Let me see what this guy's up to. The fucking animal himself, man. I love this guy, Person. Whew, I'm getting so many messages right now. Dang, this is crazy. Everybody blowing up in the chat. All right, chat's getting fired up.
Blowing
Listen.
up, Poppy.
The chat's going nuts right now. We got 6,000 watching on YouTube. I'm not sure how many watching on Twitch, but appreciate everybody for tuning out there, interested in the story. Once again, to recap, update on the infamous Robbi versus Garrett Adelstein poker hand. Big moment, went viral on poker Twitter, on YouTube. A lot of people saw it out there. A lot of people were talking about it. I got more comments than I've ever seen on YouTube or on Twitch. I guess on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I mean, pretty much a lot of different places. People were really fired up. So basically, this guy who works at the production, he was doing graphics or he's doing microphones or he's doing a bunch of different things there. This guy went down and helped himself to the stack of Robbi. Robbi was in that infamous hand where she gave back the $135,000. So basically, this guy went downstairs, took $15,000 off of Robbi's chip stack when Robbi wasn't looking. So Robbi has the drama happen on the show. Everyone's talking about it. This crazy thing happens. Garrett walks out. A big dilemma takes place. And then she puts the chips down after the show. The 15,000's taken. And then basically they go check the tapes at Hustler due to this scandal. They're checking and they're saying, what the fuck happened here? And they check and they see on tape that this guy took the 15,000 off the stack. So they call Robbi like, yo, Robbi, listen, I hate to tell you about this. Robbi learns more about the kid, learns more about his past, learns more about his financial situation, learns that he launched off the $15,000 already, decides that not to press charges on him. So that's kind of where we're at with things, guys. Let me get personal link here. Hold on just 1 second, guys. Was that a good recap, Dankness, or what?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, dude. This guy fucking takes 15K off a stack on a live stream, and no charges are pressed. I mean, what more do we need to see here, man?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see. I'd like to hear what happens before I. You can always hang people up, and I think in this situation, a lot of people are going to do it. I'm not going to be one of those people, and people can in the chat they can say whatever they want to say. But I'm going to let more information come out from Hustler. I'm going to talk with Nick Bertucci first, have a conversation with him. Figure out what he can tell me as well, because obviously he's working behind the scenes, so there's only a limited amount of information he could potentially tell me about the kind of things that they're doing. And I just want to see a little bit more from the actual proof evidence that's on videotape, recorded, verified, before I start to really put this guy up there, even though a lot of people in the chat are going to disagree with that. So, which is okay, and I think everybody got their own opinion on it. Obviously, Dankness, he see it one way too. All right, guys, we got Eric Person coming in here, guys. Hold on just 1 second. Let me see. Eric, you out there?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? Joey Ingram here. Actually, I've never met Eric Person before, but yes, thanks, Eric Person, for joining the chat. If you guys don't know Eric Person, guys, in the chat, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch. Eric, been playing a lot recently in the infamous hand against Phil Hellmuth. You guys know they battled it out. Person was talking shit to this guy. The guy lost his mind. Person owned him, and then he's been owning the guy, and seems like in some of these other shows, interactions as well. Played on the Hustler stream, the infamous Hustler stream that is now everyone's watching. You might have seen him. He was in the pink top. Then he switched to the black top. He had the famous interview where he said that you can play in my game anytime. And he does a lot of casino work. I know a little bit about your casino stuff, but I don't know a ton. I got to do more DD in terms of figure out the specifics of that. But I know you're big in the casino business, and you've been working hard for a long time. And listen, we're happy to have you on here. We got my man Dankness as well, too, over there. It's my guy, Will Jaffe. So, yeah, Eric, thanks for joining. And what's going on here, man? What the hell are you seeing? Like, what's happening here, dude?
Well, thanks for taking some time. I just have a lot's been happening. Last night I posted, Robbi expressed a willingness to take a lie detector test. And because I own Maverick Gaming, which owns 27 casinos in 3 states, we have a pretty big security team, and we have some particular thoughts on lie detector tests and how some are more accurate than others. And there's a version that does both a retinal scan as well as a traditional polygraph test, or 2 independent tests taken at the same time. It's like 98% accurate. And so I reached out through Twitter, got like 500,000 views pretty fast, actually, which was kind of cool, I guess. And then Robbi said, hey, yeah, this is a great idea. And so we're working through that right now, and I think over the next week, she'll be taking a polygraph, and we'll see if we can get the truth out there. It's one more independent fact pattern. I think it'll be done, obviously, by a very well-qualified third-party expert. Has nothing to do with Maverick Gaming, has nothing to do with Robbi, certainly, and someone who's licensed in the state of California as a polygraph examiner. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'm also kind of bummed to see the news that came out that, she had $15,000 stole from her. And she's a victim there. Those are her chips sitting on a table, and you believe they're secure. You're in a room that door's shut. It's off the main floor. Shit, I got $1 million there. I mean, Wesley buys in for $1 million when the guy next to him buys in for 10,000, but I'm really playing $1 million, and to think that money's not safe, that's a real problem. So, one of the biggest things I'm focused on, it isn't Robbi at all, and I hope that the truth's going to come out, and I'm going to take her to her word. I believe her. I think she's going to be exonerated is my prediction. We'll see if I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. But either way, what's more important is that, I play on big streams. There was 25,000 people both nights I played with Phil and Garrett. There's 12,000 right now when I'm not there. But if you want me there, I got to feel like my money's secure. I got to feel like your controls are in place. You got to give me confidence. And so this is about a much larger issue than any one particular incident. And I think that Nick and Ryan are doing the right thing. I think they're trying really hard. And I think that their transparency is evident, even showing this information so quickly.
Right.
And it's certainly not a leap of faith to think if an employee would steal 15,000 under fucking camera coverage that they might try to do something more nefarious if they had access to those rooms. Not a big leap of faith at all, right? Because this is pretty bold. Take 3 chips, knowing there's surveillance. You probably eat lunch with them, the surveillance agents. By the way, surveillance agents didn't catch them in real time. We know that. They didn't, right? Because she would have had that money back that night. My understanding is she didn't get the money back. But she's a victim there, you know? And I'm more interested to see the holistic strategy that Nick and Ryan outlay. And I know they will in time. I know they're working hard, and I you know, they have the right labs working. They're trying to do the right thing. At the end of the day, you can see they're trying to do the right thing. I'm guessing that, look, in either Nevada, Colorado, or Washington, something happened to my casino. The first step is I'd have to notify the equivalent of the Gaming Control Board. I'm assuming Hustler has done the same thing in the state of California. I'm not sure what the agency is, but someone regulates the card rooms. And typically state police are involved in that, state patrol, and they start their own investigation. So to me, this is going to be a 2-pronged investigation. But what I'm mostly interested in, because I'm selfish, is I want to play at Hustler. And I want to get 25, 30,000 people watching me play, and some loving me and some hating me and whatever. But I have to have confidence that they're doing everything they can to make sure that game's secure. Both my chips at the fucking table and the RFID and all the technology surrounding it, which is, you know, above my pay grade. But, you know, we all know we can hire the right people and get the right controls. And you got to give us confidence, man, because we all want to do it. We just got to feel confident.
So,
Eric, let me ask you, man. Just sorry, Joey, to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. Like, you're in the casino business, obviously. Do you have any thoughts about whether they should shut down the stream for the time being, or are you kind of like, do you have any thoughts on that? Just like with all this going on, with the information about the person snatching chips, like, is it your opinion that the stream should be shut down for the time being? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So what I would say is, I'll tell you what I would do if I was placed in a similar circumstance and I was streaming as part of my casino business. I would immediately that night, I would figure out who to get in there to look at screen overlays and all the various technologies if the room was compromised, their data room was compromised. And as long as I had confidence that that wasn't the case, and it seems like Nick and Ryan have confidence that that wasn't the case, then I would probably continue to stream. So I wouldn't shut down my business if I felt like I had a secure business and that I was offering a fair shake for my consumers. I wouldn't shut it down. I'd do the same thing that it seems like Ryan and Nick have done. I would just make sure I get the right experts in there. I try to get to the right answers. I try to be transparent. I talk to my regulators. I talk to my customers, talk to all the fans, make sure that they can have confidence, because this is a business. And, you know, when you shut down your business, it kind of hurts. And I don't think it's in the best interest of Hustler or anyone just to shut it down on the basis of an allegation, right? That really hasn't been substantiated as it relates to cheating in the game. We've all seen all the various evidences. You know, Tom Dwan, Detective Tom, has been on the case, and he's doing his best. And Doug, by the way, he has a strong opinion. He's playing right now,
right,
on stream. You know, and so, and there's a lot of other people on the other side of the fence. Negreanu jumped out there just like Phil and I did in the moment, and he's been a supporter in the beginning, and so there's people on all sides of this. And I was sitting there, and I continued to play. I wouldn't have continued to play if I thought she was cheating. Why would I do that?
Right. So you weren't worried about, when you were there, you weren't worried she was cheating. Obviously in the interview you said, you play with her anytime. So it seems like you were pretty comfortable. Even you were really deep too. I mean, you had what, $500,000 in front of you as well. So you had a lot of money to lose. And you saying you didn't really get what Garrett was getting in that situation, because you sort of saw the hand from a different angle, because like as you described, I think I heard you describe it maybe like this, is you've seen a lot of crazy hands like that before, so that kind of play or that kind of activity wasn't unusual for you to see.
I mean, it's an unusual hand, and it's unusual to see someone go through so many iterations in such fast succession on what her thought process was. And, when she says in real time, he says, do you have a pair of threes? She says, oh, do you give me that much credit? So she knows she doesn't have a pair of threes there. Phil and I both quickly came to the conclusion that she thought she had a pair of threes when she made the call. I think that's what her perspective is now. She was under a lot of pressure in that moment, and I can't speak for her mind. You know, I can speak for, I was at that table and I felt like if I just played with that table for the rest of my life, I'd be even fucking richer. So I would continue to play at that table.
Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Definitely understand what you're saying. So, wow, damn, dang, just give a question here. I'm kind of like wrapping my mind. I'm getting the chat's flying
I got
here.
I got a lot. I mean, as poker players, like I think we have this goal of like being the casino, kind of, if we can. Like, we want to be the ones who are taking the bets with the edge over and over again, and we try to do that. Well, we can't really fucking do that because we're not the casino. But you are the fucking casino, man. Like, what's that like?
It's good, man. You wake up every day and you win. It's pretty good.
Fucking... And another thing you said that I really appreciate and respect is like, you just want to fucking play. You want to get on these streams. You want to get in there. And people are going to love you. People are going to hate you. And you just want to play. And in my opinion, that's kind of what poker needs. We need more people that are honestly like just giving the audience a feel one way or another. Like so many poker players that we see on High Stakes, it's just hard to feel any way about them. They give off no emotion, they don't react at all, they don't talk at all. And I do think that you're bringing something pretty important that we've been missing, which is just that more polarizing figure. Like you are who you are, and I hope you can get back out there, man, because it's definitely been enjoyable to watch you play, and I'm definitely not the only person that feels that way.
Look, I appreciate that. And you so you understand, like, what my goal is. I'm building a brand for Maverick Game and building a gambler's brand, and it's an authentic gambler's brand, and I think people see that, and thousands of hats are being bought every month. And, Doug Polk's sending Maverick Gaming hats from his card room in Texas, and it's fucking pretty cool, and I think what's happening is I'm a polarizing figure, and the people who are part of the Maverick movement, they're more the type of person who has just said that, a lot of these social shit has just gone too fucking far. And like common sense is like, we're an authentic brand. And so we don't just try to say the right thing. We don't try to, provide lip service. I don't go out and get 9 people's opinion on whether I want to reach out on Twitter and offer an olive branch to Robbi to take a polygraph so that she has a chance to clear her fucking name. I don't know what the result's going to be, but I know that when I was sitting at that table and you saw our interview in real time, what Phil and I thought, and we continued to play. I didn't change on that. And I've seen all the shit. I've seen the light on the pans. I've seen all the stuff, but no one's showing me anything substantive, at this point. And so I think getting a lie detector at 98%, if she clears that, a lot of people got to shut the fuck up. Of course, if she fails it, it's the opposite. But look, she's willing to take the fucking test.
Hey, if she's willing to take the test, hey. And I want to ask you one more thing, and I'm curious on this. Is there anybody, you don't strike me as somebody who's really afraid of anybody, but when you're playing poker for that much money, even if it doesn't matter to you, is it with Phil Ivey or Garrett, is there anybody you sat at the table with and you got a little spooked at all? Or you don't feel that way?
I mean, I'm going to go back and just finish my thought. For Robbi to agree to take the test, and it's a combination dual retinal test, she believes she's going to pass it. So, I mean, I think I got to blow that fact out in the world, or she wouldn't be agreeing to do it. She knows what the test is. I've sent her all the information. She's down to do it. And so,
yeah, well, we just got to get it done.
Yeah, we just got to get it done and see what the results are. But to get back to this other thing that you're talking about, I've been playing. I put myself through undergrad law school as a poker player. So, and I started when I was 18 in 92. So it's been 30 years, and it's fun. Like I grew up watching Patrick and Phil, and just like everybody, on High Stakes Poker, and now they're like friends of mine, and it's pretty cool, But from a poker perspective, especially initially, like I think if you were to talk to Garrett, I have a huge advantage, right? Because one, I've seen all of them play for a very long time. And at this point, a lot of them I played in games with, but some of them I hadn't. And on those first initial times, the only one who has a read on each other is me, frankly. And I think that's why you've seen me do so well on like high stakes poker with really tough lineups, like bring Kenny, Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey, like go down the list, Daniel LeGrand. We had them all, and I've crushed. And I think it has a lot to do with just the hours and hours I've watched those guys play, whereas they didn't have the benefit of being able to do that with me. And so, that all smooth out over time. But I certainly don't get intimidated. I think it's the opposite. I think they should be a little bit afraid, because I'm the most dangerous man. And that's because I got a shit ton of fucking money. I got big balls, and I'm ready to fucking gamble. And I'm prepared to live with the consequences if I lose and reap the rewards if I win. And so when my money's on the table, it's in play. It's not like a 500 game you buy them for $1 million, but only 20,000 is in play. That's a joke. But when my money's on the fucking table, it's in play. Go to YouTube. I got $800 million hands I've lost. And, that's because I play a lot with Alan and Hanks, and we gamble really hard. They VPIP 95 and 80%. It's no secret I'm in the 40s, 45 to 50. And so we call each other really light. We gamble really hard. Big, huge pots go back and forth. We probably had 40 million in hands in the last 6 months, go both ways. And so people see that on stream, they're like, oh my God, I can't. But probably the very next day, right after we filmed No Gamble, No Future at Poker Go, we were at Ari in a private room playing even a bigger game. So people on stream, they see particular hands, they're like, oh my God, what happened? I'm like, fuck, dude, that was like a month ago. I don't even know what happened. But it's just a lot of fun, man. And I enjoy playing with the best. And I think they enjoy playing with me.
It seems like you've been grinding kind of like low key, owning casinos, law school, but you're still playing poker, you're grinding, you're watching these guys, you're picking up reads, you're getting information. And now's your time, right? Now's your time to get in these games and fuck these guys up. And I hope we can keep seeing that, man. I really do. And I hope this doesn't compromise that, because I will say, I'm super suspicious of all this shit, but Hustler had a really good thing going, in my opinion, and they were bringing a lot of good stuff back to poker. And I hope we can kind of keep that going, because these games are fucking entertaining as shit, and they're bringing a lot of people into poker, and they're really fun to watch. So I hope this doesn't kind of put a halt to all the stuff that's going on right now in terms of streaming and stuff.
Yeah, Eric. No, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Answer that one. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I believe that Ryan and Nick are going to do the right thing. They're going to do everything they can to protect their brand, to shore up. I think they're going to be transparent. I think they're going to say, here's the things that we found weak. Here's what we changed. Here's why it's stronger. And when they do that, I'm going to look at it. I'll interpret it. And as long as I believe it, I'll be back. I support them. They're my friends. And it's a shame that this cloud has hung over it. And I hope that we get able to get to resolution with Robbi. And for her sake, I hope that, she comes out clean. She believes she will, and I believe her at this point. I believe she will too. We'll see if maybe I'll have egg on my face. I don't know. But either way, I know I'm doing everything I can to help push this process forward. And I'm doing everything I can to be an advocate for streaming and for poker. And I want to get back to Hustler. And I know that Ryan and Nick are doing everything they can to go out and make sure that they have a secure product that, everyone can have confidence in. And hopefully they're going to make sure surveillance is always watching, because if they were, when that guy sold that 15,000 from Robbi, she would have got it back in real time, but they weren't.
So, Eric, would you ever have a game at your casino? Because you said, I think it was 27 properties. Yeah. So why not do this shit the right way and do it in a way where I mean, I don't know what the right way is, right? We don't really know what the right way is, because this is still such a brand new space in the poker world where people are doing these live streams. So it sounds like you, with your background in the corporate world and just your understanding of how all this shit works, why not set up your own kind of game to have something like that going on?
Mainly because of my locations, right? So in the state of Washington, where I have a bunch of card rooms, my maximum bet's $300. So the game would be too small for me. And then in Nevada, I'm in northern Nevada, so I go up against the Salt Lake City, the Utah border. And so it's kind of remote. And then they have some more in Elko, which is halfway between really Windover and Reno, sort of. And then I have 3 in Colorado, which is the Denver market. I could do streaming in Denver. It's a big poker market, actually, because the max bet's gone and No Limit Hold'em now exists. So it's possible that in the future I'll do some stuff in Colorado, but honestly, I got it pretty good because I got fans and people want to watch. And so if I want to go on Poker Go, I'm there, and if I'm pretty sure if Ryan and Nick, if I want to come over or if I want to go to Live at the Bike, they're going to make room for me, and they'll help us get lineups that'll get the views. And And Ryan's always really good about that. Last time when I showed up, he got me Mickey, he got me Ryan Garcia, and I delivered him a great game, right? We had Allen, we had Hanks, we had JRB, and that shit's epic, man. So like,
I know.
That was a hell of a game.
It really was. Yeah.
So I have really good relationships with people I think are really working hard at it, and I'm happy just to participate and piggyback on their stuff, because Maury's always super good to me, Brent's always super good to me, Ryan and Nick are always good to me, and live at the bike, everyone. If I want to go down, Doug's a friend of mine. I can stream anywhere, So it's not like I don't need to try to take away or just do it myself. I just want to know that we got a fair shake when we're out there doing it. I want to know the controls are in place and that my games are secure, because I don't have backers, I don't have investors. That fucking money's mine, man, and I want to leave with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me ask a question for Dank. Is Brandon Shack Harris in the chat said, been avoiding this for a bit, but quick question for person, no disrespect, but is it the best idea for someone playing in the same game organizing the lie detector test?
I didn't see his ass out there twittering, offering to do it, So what I would say is, it's easy for people to have criticisms on the sideline and just bitch about whatever. And that's what the Twitter world is. But I waited a week. And imagine if Robbi had gone on her own and said, it showed up with the results of a lie detector test. It's like, hey, guys, I passed my lie detector test. Then all those motherfuckers on Twitter would be like, of course she did, because she set up the test and she organized it herself. And if she would have failed the test, she would have never shown the test. But I didn't see anybody else step up. I'm stepping up.
Right.
So my answer to him, or whoever the fucking peanut gallery is, I'm the man that stepped up and offered to fucking clear things up. And that's why I'm doing it. Is it the best idea? I ain't seen no one with a better fucking idea. So that's my answer.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, right? No one came out there. No one volunteered. Everyone said she would take a lie detector test. No one was coming forward to say something. So you decided to step up there, put the offer out there. You got experience in this area. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And I love the fire. We just found out the bounty. So there's a bounty for information for how this exactly worked out, placed by Haralabob Vulgaris, who put $100,000 up. Bill Perkins put $100,000 up as well. Shaun Deeb put up $15,000. Dankness put up $100. God bless Dankness. So
don't forget about my contribution there.
So there is a pretty big bounty out there. Do you think that might persuade to somebody to come forward that maybe might have been on the fence, Eric?
Money talks, at the end of the day. And just to go back, because I don't want to be flippant in my answer, I think the other thing that educated or informed viewers and people, fans, whatever, they understand that I own 27 casinos, that I'm licensed in over 100 jurisdictions, and that I don't make my living as a professional poker player. So, there's no chance I'm ever going to put my licenses and the things that make me money at risk to participate in something that I don't think's up and up. And so I have this huge vested interest, because I'm in this fucking game where these alleged shit went on. I need everyone to understand that either A, it didn't happen at all, or B, if it did happen, it's been dealt with. And C, that obviously I wasn't a participant, but D, I did everything I could to help clear it up. That's in my best interest. And that's also part of the reason I stepped forward, where a lot of other people don't. I own casinos. Those are privileged licenses. Gaming is an illegal activity, and if you have the license, it becomes legal. I have the fucking licenses. I can't do anything to ever fuck those up. And that's also part of the reason that I chose to be a participant in this as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. We got Haralabob. Do you know Haralabob Vulgaris at all, Eric?
I know he is, and I know he did some work for Cuban, and he's a very good sports bettor, and he's a high stakes poker player, and I just know of him.
Oh, okay.
I don't know him.
Yeah, we got him. He just bought a Spanish soccer team in Spain. I think he's living on the yacht life over there, trying to put the Spanish soccer team up from the small division to the big division, and apparently he's doing that and living a life on the yacht. So it looks like he's doing well. But he basically put $100,000 into this bounty. So let's grab him in here. Eric, if you want to stick around, chat with us, and because I'm sure Haralabob's gonna have something interesting to say, and I'd love to hear your views on it as well.
Yeah, I got time. Happy to.
Yeah, cool. All right, sounds good, guys. We got Haralabob Vulgaris, the legend, coming in here. If you guys don't know Haralabob, legendary sports bettor. We did a great podcast together a couple years ago, and he's been working on Twitter for years. He's been on Twitter for years, worked with the Mavericks, with Cuban, and now he's living the Spanish life with the boat, with the dog, with, I'm sure, a couple of beautiful ladies, or maybe just one singular beautiful lady, and enjoyed himself very much. Haralabob, welcome to the chat, Poppy. How's it going? And what are you up to, man?
Not much. Has it been has Eric mentioned that he owns 27 casinos? I haven't heard him mention it in the last bracket. Is it 27, Eric? You want it? Is it 27? I only heard it a few times. I just want to hear it one more time just to kind of dial it in.
It's 27 casinos, sir.
All right, just making sure. All right, good to know. Thanks for having me on, Poppy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, brother. How's it going, man? It's good to see you. I see you've been grinding hard with the soccer league, and you just put up 100,000 bounty. You challenged Perkins. You called Perkins a cheap motherfucker, it sounded like, because he only offered a $15,000 bounty. You said if he put up 100K, that you'd match the 100K. So what the hell? What are you thinking here, man? What do you see in Haralabob?
No. So that's if there's cheating. I'm still.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Having been sued by Paso once. And also it's just my opinion. I don't know. I'm not sure there is cheating. There could not be cheating. And look, honestly, I do mean that there's a chance this is all just the biggest, most ridiculous thing ever, and there was no cheating. But that being said, there's some things that I do find a little suspicious that lead me to believe that it's possible something may have happened. And I don't think it's any evidence or anything like that. It's more just some of the statements that were made. I find that to be really interesting. Some of the stuff that happened, I found to be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. So what do you
you have Rip mentioning while she's stacking the chips. It's almost like an angel, a spiritual guide was in your ear telling you to call. I mean, that's just weird. First of all, I'm not saying it proves anything, but it's very weird. And in my experience, when dealing with people who lie and who cheat and who steal, they often confess in weird ways. It's kind of like they have to let the air out a little bit, to let the stress out a little bit. So they make like these subtle confessions. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that I found that to be odd. I also found it odd for her to say that, come on, Garrett, I beat you off stream like this too. Before he even really had accused her of cheating, she said that. And the other thing that's funny about that is I've heard they've never even played off stream. So that's a little odd too. So that's what I got for that. And like the rest of you, I'm just along for the ride. This is entertaining.
Yeah, Eric.
Do you have any thoughts on the employee that took 15K off her stack?
Doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed. I did see him asking how they cheated in chess, like a couple of weeks before the show came on. Like,
you can't make this stuff up, man.
It's just like, how do you even cheat at chess? And then someone says, "Well, there's this vibration device you can use," and da. And then lo and behold, we have like, maybe her legs are moving, maybe they're not, maybe she's just like has like an upset stomach, but it definitely looks like her stomach's moving. There's just a lot of really, really like, why is there? I don't think the water bottle was in on it for anything. I don't think that's like really. But why is there a water bottle on the table? Like, we do know that is one way to cheat in poker, is to have one of those water bottles with the infrared scanner that scans the cards that are marked.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that on the table? Like, okay, everyone
else. It's true. But nobody else has an Nalgene bottle sitting in front of them. Like it's kind of an odd object there. There's too much going on here.
I don't think that. I mean, that doesn't seem like the way they cheated if there was cheating, because then you could easily look at the cards and see that there's infrared markings on the cards. That would be very simple. What they should have done as soon as this happened was they should have taken all the decks. They should have probably, done that at the very, very least. And I thought it was weird also that they didn't really like do a very good job of like checking to see if anyone had any electronic devices at the time. I know you're supposed to put your phone away at the beginning and people do that, but then there's a moment where she leaves and you can see she doesn't have anything in her pants at all. But then when she comes back, it looks as though maybe there's something. So hypothetically, what may have happened was she had an electronic device somewhere that could easily be discovered, and then panicked and was like, "Oh my God, where should I put this thing? I know I'll stick it in my pants where they're not likely to look." Look, I don't know. I'm just guessing. If I was to say, okay, how did they cheat? If I thought they cheated, that might be some of the ways. But look, I don't know that anyone cheated. I don't know. This is all like, obviously, if you're gonna cheat, that's not the way to cheat. I mean, that's like probably the not worst way to cheat with Jack high on that board. It's just like, you don't beat anything.
Yeah, but what if it's true? What if this guy just saw the anal beads and thought, hey, like, let's throw a vibrating dildo in this chick's pants and let's try to cheat that way?
Stop. Oh my God. What are you talking about? Is that a serious theory or is that a troll?
What's that?
It might not be.
That's a fair-
She had something in her pants that might be vibrating. Like, it's
Yeah,
not.
I'm
That's
not-
That's a serious theory.
I wouldn't rule that out by any stretch. I mean, look, I mean, also like the guy's tweets, the guy who stole the money's tweets, like I'm the most senior employee at Hustler Casino Live, and there's the idea that anyone could ever be cheating is absolutely or something. I don't know. They're all deleted now, but he made like some tweet saying how it's impossible that anyone could have cheated. Everyone's beyond reproach. There's a lot of really, I don't know, man. It's just such a. Why are they still playing on stream right now?
That's what I was saying. Why can't they stop the stream for a night? Like they can't take a night off.
Here? What is happening?
Person, what do you think about some of the stuff Haralabob saying? Because we had Eric was kind of just came on here and he was kind of sharing his viewpoints on how he was looking at Robbi, and he said he's playing the game. He didn't really suspect anything. He kept playing. He wanted to keep playing. He would have played. He'd have played in the game forever if the game would have ran. So Eric, what are you thinking about Haralabob's thoughts and kind of some stuff he touched on?
Look, in terms of how the incident was handled in real time, it was one of the first things that I noticed. When there's certain internal controls and basically procedures that you follow when you believe there's been some sort of compromise, whether it's in your slot machines or your blackjack or in your poker room. And, I wouldn't have had to put out a tweet last night if, they would have secured the decks immediately. They would have swept the room for electronic devices. They would have asked the players if they minded being wanted or searched. I mean, Robbi did give back $130,000 to Garrett. She seems very interested in clearing her name. She may have allowed herself to be searched if she was asked. My understanding is she wasn't.
Yeah.
And so his points on that, which I've just sort of expanded on, to me are correct. And I think that that's some of the things you'll see come back and change at Hustler going forward is just, how will they respond in real time to incidences, as well as how will they create, more buttress controls on a go forward path, so that players can have confidence and come back. Especially, like I said, when Alan and I go on there and Hanks and JRB, it's no stretch to think that there's going to be $4 million on that table minimum.
It's a lot of money. I mean, I look around and what people are doing to people are breaking in to steal things for small amounts. If they had an idea that they could get away with, especially it's interesting. One thing I tweeted about this earlier, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Joey, and yours as well, Eric, and is why do we even need RFID technology? Why don't we just go back to whole card cameras? You don't show your cards till the hand is over, or you fold. So you play out the hand is over, you show it. That's what I used to want to do. That's like every time when I first started playing on TV poker, that's what I did. I would not show my cards until the hand was over. They'd always be like, and then you gotta show your hand, you gotta show your hand, you gotta show your hand. When there's cameras, I'm like, yeah, just relax. I'm gonna show my hand in a second is when I was in a big spot, because I don't want that even in my head. Someone has access to it. I played on high stakes poker one of the first few seasons, and there was a big pot, and I went to the bathroom and I heard two guys that were in the production booth talking about how it wasn't a bluff. And I'm just like, this doesn't seem very, like, I don't know. And I don't think anyone's cheating in high stakes poker, just to be clear, at all. But I just mean, like, there's just an unnecessary amount of information given out that is not. Look, the streams are all on delay anyways. Why do you need the whole card streamed in real time RFID, where that could easily be hacked by someone who's a lot smarter than the four of us are? So that's the one thing I would go back to. Just really think really, really hard. Do we really need RFID technology streaming these cards out over the air? Especially using like some of the technology that some of these streams are using, which isn't very, very institutional grade. And we can just go back to cameras very simply, have the players show their cards after the hand is over, have them add the cards in post-production, or just before not post, but just before the stream goes out on the internet. And then you don't have anything to worry about. That's what I would do.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Eric?
as a player, I'm all about the camera. Actually, what he's saying works. As a on the other side of the business, they like it because the stats compile. Everything just sort of happens faster and more automated. And so there's going to be arguments on both sides. But from a game secure standpoint, as long as you have like a 30-minute delay, which most do, the commentators can know what the cards are at the beginning of the hand, and it shouldn't affect that.
How about at the end of the hand?
In a hustler's case,
Do it
it's
at the
3
end
hours.
of the hand. I would do it at the end of the hand because
I agree.
Even if the cards are on a delay for the commentators, they're still being streamed real time once the person looks at the cards somehow. So I would just at the end of the hand, or as soon as you fold, before you fold, you just show your cards to the camera and then fold. Look at your cards in private, play the hand out, fold, show your cards.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. All I'm saying is that in Hustler's case, there's a 3-hour delay between live and stream. So that little delay that you're talking about, which is like 7 minutes at most, is inconsequential.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what the response is. But the overall streaming market's all RFID at this point. And they like it because of convenience. I think they like it because of the stats, the way the software allows them to compile the visual images. They go with the least amount of work, basically.
For sure. Yeah.
That's why they like the RFID.
The issue is there's always a computer somewhere. And whenever there's a computer somewhere, that means someone could. So you could have the most secure stream. It's being transmitted in the most secure manner. But if someone has a Trojan or remote access Trojan on that computer, then it's all moot. So I don't know. There's a lot of money on these tables, as you've mentioned. It just seems like a trivial thing to think about.
Well, Eric, actually,
I agree.
Kind of a separate question. When you were at the table after the game ends and the chips are there, because that's where I'm hearing that the chips were taken when Robbi was talking with some staff members. So did you see this kid come up there, and did you see him take any chips off the stack while you were around him?
I am like, for better or worse, the worst witness in the history of mankind. Like, I'm a self-absorbed egomaniac who's probably narcissistic and maybe a sociopath. I'm not sure. But I definitely did not give a fuck or pay attention to the people around me. I was watching my chips. I count them religiously. It wouldn't have happened to me. But apparently she doesn't.
This guy's hilarious, bro.
But she shouldn't have to. Frankly, she shouldn't have to.
I'll tell you what, Joey. If Eric's standing in that room, I don't think those chips are getting stolen. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I heard maybe he's sitting there locked in. He's sitting there locked in his own world, and he's not even paying attention to what's going on around.
I'm just not, like, no one will ever call me to testify. That's for sure on anything. I'm terrible at that.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm thinking about, but people ask me like, did you see this girl? I'm like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even lying. I don't know what I'm thinking about. It's weird. So no, I didn't see anything.
Mm-hmm. Haralabob, what do you think's gonna come out next here? Because Eric he doubled down on the what is it, lie detector test. He put the big lie detector test on Twitter. A bunch of people were commenting on it. Robbi agreed. The offer still stands, as far as I can see. Robbi released the more lawyerish statement to Poker News right after it happened about why she didn't press any charges. And by the way, let me just ask you about that. Right? Why do you think that she would? She mentioned the kids. She said that it's because he had no criminal past, and we're getting a bunch of messages that it looks like that might not be true. And because of a financial hardship that the kid is under, she said that he lost the $15,000 already, so there's no money to get back anyway. And she decided not to press the charges. What do you make of like what's going on with that situation?
Robbi is an angel. I tweeted this. Like, think about this for a second. She gets accused of cheating. She gives the money back, right? Have the money. I don't want it. Whatever. It's not worth it to me. Gives the money back when someone accuses her of cheating, which also is kind of ridiculous because, like, okay, even if she was cheating, she was like around a 50%, to win the hand. Mm-hmm. So it's like she still had some, Garrett still had some equity there, like to lose. It's like that seems weird. So anyway, she gave. It's not like she was guaranteed to win. My point is, she wasn't like she was guaranteed to win when she was cheating. She gave the money back. Then the casino that is now investigating whether or not she was cheating, it turns out stole from her, people from that casino. And she says, I don't want to press charges. Like, it's pretty amazing. Like, you have to be a really special person to want to just be like, there's a lot of Buddhists that are like this, and I admire it. And if it turns out she didn't do anything wrong, then she's just an angel. Like, she doesn't look at those. Now, the other side of it is her. It's weird because her husband is a lawyer who's like kind of like intimated that he's gonna sue everyone and do all this stuff. And now you have someone stealing from her, and he's not even that interested in pressing charges. It seems like he'd be able to find out if the guy had a criminal record. Turns out he did, allegedly. I don't know if it's true or not, but Poker News wrote that he did in the very same article that had her statement. So how does that guy get a job in a casino? Like, in Vegas, that wouldn't happen, right? In Vegas, you wouldn't be able to get your gaming board. I think you get like you have to have like to work in a casino. You need even to be like a waitress. You need like to pass some sort of background check. How is it that a hustler hired some guy that has access to hole cards and game integrity that has a criminal record? Possibly. That seems odd, right? That's a big fuck up if that's really what happened.
Yeah, Eric, maybe you got some insight into that, how that process might work from the 27 casinos?
So it really depends upon what he was convicted of, right? So you do have to get a sheriff's card in Nevada, and you could have some sort of misdemeanor crimes and still be a dealer, for example. You could have some felonies and probably still work in a casino. It would depend on what those felonies were. It could be like a domestic violence felony, for example. Over time would probably allow you to still work. I don't know what his previous record was, so it's really hard for me to comment on it.
Poker News had something in their article that said that he might have also escaped from prison. What does it say? Hold on, I want to read this.
Come on, man.
I want to read it first. Hold on a second.
You can't make this shit up.
I want to read this first because I could be wrong.
Wait, so this is on Poker News, Haralabob.
This guy escaped from prison and went directly to Hustler to get a job.
I don't know. Does it say that in this Poker News article? I don't know.
What are your references? Talk to the warden.
Checkered past, incarceration, discovered to be in violation of a warrant, prison escape without force. That's like, I don't know. It's not ideal. This is all like. Have you guys ever seen that?
Only in the poker world, guys. Only in the poker world.
Have you guys ever seen that movie with Mark Wahlberg and The Rock?
Yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. Like, like that movie where they decide to rob that guy. It's like they're the dumbest criminals ever. And they're like, how are we going to get this money? Oh, we'll just take it from them. We'll sign the papers over. What's the big deal? I was like, I think in order for, if you believe cheating actually happened, you have to believe it's on that level because it's just.
But that's kind of the best part, right? Is if they cheat, it's like some literal like galaxy brain, dumbest criminals in history. Like you can't make it up type of shit.
I have so many smart people that I'm talking to are just like, there's no way they're cheating. Nobody would cheat in this manner. Da 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 da. Like, why would you cheat that way? Why would you choose that hand to call with? Which is true. Why would you call with that hand? I mean, of all the ways to cheat, this is probably the nut low worst way to cheat. But hey, sometimes cheaters aren't that smart, is what I've learned. Is what I've learned in my days. It's like, yeah, why would you? I don't know, because you're not that sharp. I mean, it strikes me that the one thing I will say is that Robbi on your show the following day was like a completely different person. Like she was smart, she was well spoken, she made sense. I understood everything that was being said. So it's possible the previous night after the show. Or during the show, I should say, and then after the show when she called up, which is also crazy. I think about this. These guys are accused of cheating. What's the first thing they're going to do? Well, let's call up Chicago Joey and go on the podcast.
Gotta get on the live stream. Gotta get on the live stream.
Listen,
like,
I mean,
okay, we can lay low.
Going, you know?
We can let this kind of blow over. Nope, I'm going to go on Chicago Joey's podcast. And hey, I don't know. I can't get into Zoom. Robbi, what do I do? How do I get into Zoom? Here, I know. Here's my Zoom login and password. Like Rip was on Zoom that said Robbi J. Lou. It's all just too. This is gonna make for a great FX movie. I can promise you. This is gonna be the most. This is a great story. I don't know what else to say. The lie detector thing though is I don't put that much weight in lie. I understand you got the retina one. That's a lot better. But I will say, like, a lot of times these people will agree to do whatever. And then when push comes to shove, they'll be like, well, my lawyer said I don't want. So until she takes a lie detector, I'll withhold judgment. I will say if she does take a lie detector, that does change things a lot. But I don't I do know people that have taken lie detector tests when they've been accused of cheating, and it turns out did cheat and passed. That has happened in LA for large amounts of money.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. The retina thing seems like it's a little bit better, but I know you said 98%, but I don't know how you prove that unless you can somehow prove a person's lying when they're. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you'd have to know what the lie is in order to prove it.
Yeah, it's actually a dual test, so it's 2 tests going on at the same time, and you have to pass both. And so the retina part is part of it, as also your biometric, the other more traditional.
Sure.
And what if you go to their website and they have their studies that they're touting a 98% accuracy.
Okay.
It's the company that we use. When we have cage theft, dealer shit like that. It's nothing's perfect. It's the best that we're aware of. Is what I'd say. And so it's one of these things where you can't let perfect be the enemy of good enough, because I don't see a more clear path towards getting to resolution one way or another, because in real time, no one was searched, you can't prove a negative. Everyone left that building, and now they have all these, camera coverage, and we've all seen all the various video clips of all the different things, but you're left at this very unsatisfying position.
For sure.
At least I am. And so for me, I thought I'm willing to do it, and it was the best strategy that I could think of to help the poker community really move forward, because obviously we're on the front page of Yahoo News like poker is, and it's not necessarily the way that we wanted to be, right? I think as a group, but here we are. And so it's important to me that we come out the other side, and with whatever the truth is, and with whatever those steps are, internally to help things be more secure going forward, because poker's going to stay, and this crisis will pass. And
this is great for poker, by the way. I'm in app games that have never been as popular as they were this week because of this scandal. Like people are just like, oh, I want to play poker. This is fun. Let's talk about this. Let's play poker.
Yeah, I've heard people say, oh, this is so bad for poker. Like, were there people on the fence that aren't going to play now? Like, this has just brought so much new interest into the game, whether it's good or bad. There's so many new eyeballs. Like my stepdad, who is like a Buddhist monk, like 8th degree black belt, texted me, you know what I mean, about this. Like he doesn't, like he would commit seppuku before gambling. You know what I mean? And he's, I'm not saying it's great for poker, but we're getting a lot more action because of this for sure. People want to know what's up.
What I'll say is, cheating happens every day in most every single casino. There's dealer collusion with players. There's dealers just stealing. There's employees stealing $15,000. There's cashiers not ringing up checks. There's cashiers in the main cage hiding chips in the back of their vault and then miscounting their vault, which aren't swept every day. But you don't stop gambling. People get, hit crossing the street. You don't stop crossing the street. What you do is you make sure there's appropriate safeguards so that your consumers can ensure they're getting a fair shake. And that's what really matters here. At the end of the day, to me, what really matters is that I feel like Nick and Ryan are doing everything they can to provide me a safe, secure environment and a fair gamble. And I believe they will, and I'll be back. And so, that to me is like the important part of this conversation.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Do we know if they have recordings of the other cameras that they use for the production, or do they only record the camera that's actually recording, that's actually showing up on stream? I would imagine it would be the latter, but I'm curious because they've got how many cameras there, right? 4? Is there 4 cameras?
Yeah, I feel like honestly, someone's gonna have to get to the right answer, but I've seen enough videos of this incident from enough different angles that it's definitely not coming from one camera. All the different angles I've seen, right? Because you've seen side views of Robbi down to her legs, right? Running focus on the poker table.
That's a different hand. That's the Jack 8 hand.
Well, that's also there's a roaming camera. Basically, they have a special camera they roam around sometimes with, but then they got at the table. What I think I'm told is that what's recorded is they don't record the other cameras. So if the camera isn't on the broadcast, then that footage isn't recorded. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard from someone that works in the production, but we can double check that. I don't know if there's other casino cameras that are outside the room that maybe look inside the room, so then you can look at those cameras and you could say, okay, well, now we can see maybe some things in here as well too, because I imagine that maybe is how they found this guy out. But if this guy did it at the table in the room, obviously there's a ton of cameras around there that are always rolling. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would choose to do that. It just seems so risky. And then you gotta hope that the woman doesn't realize that 15,000 chips are missing, and you gotta hope that the cameras don't catch you doing that. I don't understand why anybody, I guess, would do that. That just seems super.
Yeah, it's goofy. Don't they also tell you what the person's stack is at the end of the day on the show? So like, wouldn't she have like, I'm supposed to have 100 and whatever thousand?
They didn't do that. No, they definitely didn't do that. They didn't do it. I don't think they do it.
Like if you go back, well, it has your stack. It has your stack when you play your last hand, right? So she's studying, she's taking lessons, she's going back and rewatching her stuff. She'd go back and look, oh, this is the last hand of significance I played. I had 100 and whatever, 58,000. Then I didn't play any really hands. The blinds went past me. Now I got like 135,000 or 133,000 or 140. You know, it doesn't make sense. Like it seems like it's a weird situation. I don't know. I've heard people say, well, oh, he didn't think he was going to be able to get paid for his cut. I don't know. Who knows? That to me is just fantasy. That's just, nobody can know either way if that's what really happened. I just think it's silly to speculate. I mean, it's fun to speculate, but it's just speculation. Who knows? But what I do know is I don't believe she misread her hand. I don't know that's true, but it doesn't seem to me like she misread her hand. So that's an interesting thing. Like I said, her kind of defending herself against an accusation that hadn't yet been levied was odd, especially because she had to lie in order to do so. She never actually played off stream with Garrett. And then Rip making the comment he made about the spiritual guide in her ear telling her what to do.
Do you have any thoughts on her reaction? Like either she misread her hand in a massive pot, or she made an insane hero call in a massive pot. Either way, like, do you have any thoughts on how like little emotion there was in her reaction when tabling or anything like that?
A little bit,
yeah.
Really? I mean, look, I one thing I have noticed is people react in very, very many different ways, so it's tough. Like I watched some body language experts who knew nothing about poker spend an hour on this, and their stuff was pretty interesting with the exception of the fact they didn't know anything about poker, so it was kind of like almost a waste of time.
That's what I said. Yeah, I watched that video too, and the guy was like, yeah, I've seen like 3 poker hands. I was like, great, whatever you're gonna say doesn't matter at all because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so it's
it was goofy, but
yeah.
her, I don't know,
well,
she looks at her cards clearly. The guy says, do you have a 3? He says no. She says no, I have a pure bluff catcher. But then earlier on she says his 3's good, so who knows. I mean, the one thing that is evident in all this is that Robbi's word is like not that reliable. That's the one thing everyone can be very, very confident in saying is true, is that you just can't really rely on what she's saying to be true, because her version of the truth changes a lot, and it might be true to her in the moment, but ask her again 30 minutes later and she's got a new truth. That's her new truth, right? So that's the one thing I will say. Her reaction is kind of a bit of that as well. I mean, you just can't really know. I mean, her reaction is kind of cute. She's like smiling. She's like leaning forward. She's like, I don't have anything. Do you have? Like the board counterfeits her pair at one point, right? So she's also, the first board I think counterfeits her 3. So she's got to also be like, oh, I got counterfeit.
She doesn't know what the fuck she has, man.
It's just like doesn't seem like she does. It seems like she's on a different planet. But I don't know. I still, like, if she didn't cheat, I think she's going to be a celebrity and a star. She should just keep playing poker. I want to play in a game with Robbi Lou. I want to play. She's not cheating. I want to play in a game with her. She seems like she's fun to play with.
If she did cheat, shouldn't she just be a bigger celebrity? If this is how she did
Possibly, yeah. I mean, look, I don't even play poker, but I'll play poker in that game. I can promise you that. I'll show up for that game.
Jesus Christ, dude.
So,
listen, guys, shout out to everybody watching. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. I just want to give a shout out to I'm going to give my first NFT plug ever on my show. Shout out Pudgy Penguins. I got this great hoodie from the guys in NFT NYC. I like those guys a lot. Shout out Luke and Ned. Shout out to the team. And shout out Pudgy Penguins. I don't think we have any owners here. I know Fader holds on, so it is what it is. But yeah, guys, listen in the chat. Everybody's fired up right now. I'm getting a lot of comments. I'm seeing a lot of things on Twitter. Wendy on Twitter says, for months he has played crazy after the streams. I assume now he got the playing chips from stealing this whole time. So I'm seeing on Twitter, basically, from a few people. I saw Bart Hansen, I saw AK, and now I'm seeing Wendy basically saying that this guy would go play poker after the streams ended and would play like a fucking maniac. So you can...
Well, I heard he was in some app games too, and was a huge loser in those games. But the guy makes like, you had Johnny Vibes talking about how the guy makes like $15, $20 an hour. How's the guy making $15, $20 an hour playing a 20, 40 no limit game? How does that happen?
I mean, that's a pretty good question. I don't know. It's a good question, Haralabob. It sounds like maybe it's a passion project, a side hustle sort of thing, because he really wanted to be involved in the game and maybe he liked poker. Obviously,
maybe. Possible. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if this guy escaped prison, he can figure out a way to get in the 2040 game.
That's a very good point. I tell you what, this guy might be a candidate for taking the 200,000 that me and Bill put up, just to be like, yo, this is how it went down. Like OJ wrote that book. If I did it, this is how I would have done it, or whatever. It could be one of those situations.
I think he's probably the leading candidate at this point.
For sure. There's a whole bunch of things that could happen. This Charles Liu.
Charles Liu, Charles Liu, Robbie's husband. I think we're gonna get him on the show again. I just messaged him earlier.
Why wouldn't he come on the show? Why not? Right? It's a Thursday night. I'd come on the show.
He's been watching the stream. He said he's been watching the streams. He's been locked in.
Everybody,
everyone involved watching the stream. Brian watching the stream right now. He's seeing what we're saying, or he's giving. I said he should delete the Twitter. He deleted the Twitter. It's a good move by him. Get off Twitter.
The stream must go on, man. Rain, shine, or shine. The stream must go on.
Like you said, Dang, this is gambling. This is the poker world. This is the gambling world.
Yeah, we're not astronauts. We're not lawyers. We're not doctors. This is what happens.
No, some of us are curing cancer. We're like formerly curing cancer. So now I feel like if you spent the better part of your career curing cancer, you'd probably want to relax a little bit with the Chicago Joey stream. So I get that.
I think one of the interesting things to point out, though, is that her husband is some sort of business lawyer, and yet she's tweeting, she's going on podcasts, she's getting her story out there. I went to Georgetown Law, and if I was her attorney, I would just tell her to shut the fuck up. She wouldn't say a word.
But you're not clipping those wings. She's flying as close to the sun as she can get. Good luck telling her not to do anything.
Yeah, but I think it sort of speaks to her mind. My guess is, and we'll see how wrong I am. I think she's going to take the test.
Yeah,
I think she's going to
probably
pass.
innocent. Yeah, she's not acting like I don't know. She's definitely not acting like someone who's trying to hide anything. That's for sure. I mean,
she's terrible at it.
I'll tell you what. If I was a lawyer and my wife came to me and said, "Hey, look, Jake Paul's boxing manager wants to put me in a high stakes game," I don't know if I'd be okay with that.
I don't think I think the guy is doing marijuana, cannabis toothpaste, okay? And
no, they had a business together. No. Guys, listen, come on, stop it. They got a business together, a separate business, and then he.
Wait, so you can brush your teeth and get high from it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, listen. I know. I'm in. Take this. I'm in. I'm in for cannabis toothpaste. I'm 100%.
This is up your alley, Joey. You don't have to do any more edibles. You can just brush your teeth in the morning.
Listen, if we might
caffeine toothpaste and caffeine gum, so this might be the new thing. I don't know. It could be a good thing. Look, these guys are smarter than all of us, so let's just let them figure out their business, and let's not make fun of it. Don't try to make fun of things you can't understand. That's one thing I've learned in my youth. Now that I'm older, I understand that some people just have shit figured out, and I don't, and so I'm willing to defer to them, and they're going to figure out the cannabis toothpaste.
Am I the only one that likes cannabis toothpaste here? What's going on? Listen, as an edible lover, I would love to try some cannabis toothpaste. I'd love to have this segment of the show sponsored by a cannabis toothpaste company, and I'm willing to go there, even though other people aren't willing to go there. I'm willing to go there.
Can we talk about one other thing?
Okay, go ahead.
Who in their right mind why would you, if you're this guy who loves to gamble, and why are you backing? He was sitting next to you with like 27,000 in front of him at one point, and yet the person he's giving a 50% free roll to has got like 270 grand of his money in front of it, and she just gave away 150 of it. Like, what is going on here? Like, how is this guy like, oh, I'm a big gambler, I like to do this, like I'm successful in business, but then he's like rat holing like Phil Hellmuth versus the YouTube streamers. like when it doesn't make sense. Like nothing really.
None of it makes sense. That's kind of the best part too.
Like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna gamble with the girl who does, or the woman who's like misreading her hand, and then giving away the winnings after like taking really, really a big risk. But I'm not really want to gamble. I just want her to gamble. I'm gonna put 20, but I'm really wealthy and I've made a lot of money and she's made a lot of money. But like, the whole thing is just weird. Like, it's just very, very weird. I don't know. I'd love to play in a game with both of them, I can promise you, but I definitely would want the,
Well, listen, Haralabob, why don't you fly him out? Why don't you fly him out to the boat? Why don't you fly him out to where you're at?
Bob,
get a game
the boat's
going
in the
on
shipyard.
there.
The boat's in the shipyard.
The stream's going all week, Bob. You could probably get on there.
I would definitely go in on the stream for sure. I would love to play. It'd be a lot of fun. The boat's in the shipyard till December, Joey. So
you're kidding me? Till December? That's it? Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, until December, end of December.
That's not bad. Okay. Well, we got a guy, Jerry Coyle, in the Shake Shack line in New York, Vegas, watching the stream right now while he's waiting for his great Shake Shack order. Listen, Jerry, if you're in line, hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you guys are enjoying out there on YouTube. Remember, Haralabob, he's on Twitter at Haralabos, and
at Haralabob.
Haralabob, okay, Haralabob on Twitter. Very, very fun Twitter follow as well, too. Person, he got the I am Maverick 888, and this guy is fucking crazy on Twitter. The other day, I saw a person quote tweet a guy with his mugshot. He didn't do the tweet once. He did the tweet 20 times. I saw this guy. I was like, bro, this fucking guy, this guy's thinking differently, bro. He's barking in Ellie's face. He's staring at Garrett, giving him the speech play for fucking 5 minutes, getting him to call with the ace high to like a 60K bet. Some guy chirps at him on Twitter. He posts the mugshot of the guy 20 times. I'm telling you, he quoted the tweet 20 times. I never seen anything like it. And that's when I declared on the last show that if I had to send someone from the poker world in to save my family in an underground bunker in Eastern Europe, the first guy I'm going to lead that mission is Eric Person. I saw enough 100%. There. So listen, I declared that. So
you should pull up a shot of him wearing the Navy SEAL outfit.
Listen, Person, let's just talk. We gotta talk about the shirt, right? Because I talk about the shirt a lot in the show. What's the Maverick Gaming? What's up with that with the fit there? With the fit check. Let's do a quick fit check on that one. So what was going on with the shirt, with the top? You changed out of that after it happened. I was like, he changed out of the hoodie into the shirt.
Took the hoodie off.
Yeah.
Because what happens is I'm sitting in that 7 seat and that fucking fan's right behind me. It's fucking cold, man. And so, I wear the black shirt, then I get cold, and then I put on the Bret Hitman Hart sweatshirt. Shout out to any WWE fans out there.
Shout out to Bret Hitman Hart.
And then at that point, I have to make sure that my gear all matches. So I switched from hat to beanie, and so there it is.
You look like you're going scuba diving, bro. I've never seen anything like it before in my life.
I was saying you look like SEAL Team 6 leader. Could we pull up the SEAL Team 6 photos? I was like, dude, he looked like he's going in the mission to recover something. I mean, you're trying to recover some money, obviously, from people at the table. So it was, we were having a great time. But yeah, Melissa, shout out to Pudong Melissa. She made this tweet about you and Phil Ivey when you guys were giving the interview, and she said why they look like two kids giving a class presentation.
Because that's what me and Phil were doing.
You pretty much were. You're like, pull to the side. Tell us your thoughts. And then you, and listen, I've streamed this way too long. I streamed the same session 50 hours. It is what it is. We worked in a couple other sessions, but I replayed the moment that you at the end had to chime in with the I'll play with her anytime, or she can play with me anytime, basically. So I think a lot of people they love that interview, and they put a lot of stock in that interview, especially when Phil Ivey was in the game and he said, I didn't think anything went on here. I thought it was a normal hand.
I mean, yeah, like if Phil and I thought she was cheating, we would have left.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Phil leave though early? He left early, right?
Phil always leaves early, man. Dude wakes up at 5 o'clock to do yoga. So like Phil, if you watch him streaming, or I play with him a lot, like he's he has a lot of things going on, so he's playing poker, he's checking some other stuff, but he usually leaves a little early, like around 7 o'clock usually. Yeah. So he had left at that point. That's when I actually had to call up and be like, dude, he's not coming back. And can't you just bring us someone else? Because the game's getting down to like 5-handed effectively. Because Phil's chips were still there, but like some people taking a leak or just whatever. I knew he wasn't coming back. He actually texted me and said, I'm gone. So it's like, he left a little early, but it had nothing to do with the incident.
Right.
So wait. You're saying, wait a second. You're saying Ivy just fucking gets up, leaves his chips there, walks out, and doesn't tell anybody. He texts you. He's like, "Hey, I'm gone."
I'm not sure that had nothing to do with the incident.
Well, because you're wrong. I actually am pretty sure. Like, he did it both days.
Oh, he did it the day before.
If you check, yeah.
He just got up and left all his chips on the table. That guy is so fucking mysterious, man. Like, dude, he didn't even when the whole thing, he's got a straight face on the whole time. Everything's going on. That guy never gives off a tell, no matter what.
I know. I love that guy.
Wait, but were you at the table? Because before the hand, Andy kind of like nerded out to him a little about like a hand that Phil Ivey played on High Stakes Poker back in the day.
I saw that shit, man. Dude, they were gonna go around the table and say their favorite Phil Ivey hands. I was like, go fuck
Phil
yourself.
goes no.
What
Phil's
the fuck?
like, no, I don't want to do it. And Andy does it anyway. And Phil, the whole time he's just trying to get him to stop talking. You can see Phil is so not into it. It's amazing. That kind of got lost in the shuffle with all this.
I think I was chiming in with shit too, like saying, "Oh,
Eric,
Phil, you're so amazing."
Yeah, he really is, though. He's such a. Eric, when you were playing, did you feel like there was any like weird? I don't want to say collusion because that's like an accusatory thing, but did you feel like there's anything odd going on in pots between Rip and Robbi? Because it seemed like there was a little bit of weird, you know. I think if I was in a game and those guys were doing that, I wouldn't really care per se, just because they both were like clearly not experienced poker players. But there's definitely some odd stuff going on when they were in pots together.
So that's an interesting question, and I sniffed out pretty early that either they're backed or they're friends or they're some sort of a previous relationship to that game, even though it wasn't really announced to me that way. But I understood it really, really quickly, and that's fine. And I played a lot of games, and I'm sure you have, where players are backed and whatever, and there's cross. But like, I was effectively, I just wanted them to be at the table, And so then I do watch hands, and none of it means anything. So like, I'm going to give you a couple of instances, which can all be verified, obviously, pretty easily. Rip shoves into her twice when it's heads up, and he's incredibly light, and she calls both times with third pair, and that's okay. And I certainly make calls with third pair. And you can see nefarious in that if you want to. And
Sure.
that's this whole episode in a nutshell. Like, you can see all the same shit. Everyone can see all the exact same fucking shit, and they can see something super fucking evil or nothing at all. And that's what's
everyone
kinda
wants
crazy about this
everyone
whole
will believe
fucking
what they
episode.
want to believe. That's one thing I'm in a couple
Yeah.
of chats, and it's like, no, you could present something and that you think is like really damning in one way or the other, and then people will come across the other way and like, oh, I think that's even like this chip thing, that the guy stealing the chips. And that some people think that's even the fact that she didn't want to press charges and I was like, oh, it's even less likely now, like, because why would he do that? Why would he just get the money from her off stream if they were in on it? Like, why would he actually steal from someone he's in collusion with and cheating with, all that stuff? So it is kind of interesting.
Yeah, and that's a great example of how polarized this shit is, because when I look at that, I go, no motherfucker who's colluding with these cheaters is going to go get their take off the fucking poker table when there's 4 cameras watching. That's just really fucking stupid. And then other people say it and they go, oh, this shows that he was in on it with her and thought he was going to get stiff, so he thought that was his only recourse. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's crazy about this whole thing.
It'll be interesting. I'd love to hear from this guy. I'm surprised this guy hasn't called up and been on the stream yet, Joey, based on what's been going on.
Listen, Brian, you out there, you can get in touch with me. I sent a message on Twitter before he deleted it, but
he deleted his Twitter.
His whole Twitter?
Yeah, the whole Twitter's gone. It's gone.
I want to know how this guy escaped prison. Is there any details on that? How the fuck did he get out of jail without conflict?
I mean, sometimes they word things like, kidnapping. Like, if you put someone in a room and don't let them out, that's technically kidnapping. So like, there's all these different legal, terminal. But escaping prison is a pretty specific. Maybe we can get Charles Liu to let us know but maybe in the metaverse it's different. I don't know. But in the real world, what happens when you escape from prison?
You go to Hustler and get a job. Apparently.
You go to Hustler and you get a job.
You know what? Can you believe Can you believe they're training lawyers in the metaverse? I was thinking about this for a second, and I watched Charles Liu video. He's teaching lawyers in the metaverse. They got VR goggles on in the classroom, and he's teaching them about being a lawyer in the metaverse. I go, what the fuck is going on here? Like, let me think about.
Why not just use Zoom? Isn't there like virtual? I mean, can't you just do like remote learning? Why do you have to be in the metaverse? Seems like.
What metaverse are they in? Are they in the Oculus? Like, what are they in the meta like the actual Meta company verse? Like, I've got a lot of questions about what actual.
Well, there is no metaverse yet. It's just kind of like an idea for what's going to happen and all these different things. But yeah, who knows, man? I don't know. The whole thing is bananas.
I want to go back real quick just to piggyback on what Bob was asking you, Eric. I know you said that you kind of figured out they were backing each other, and obviously that happens a ton. Was there any part of you that, this isn't incriminating, I'm just curious in the moment, was there any part of you just felt uncomfortable about the situation at all? Did you have any bad feelings at all when you were playing? Or was it just kind of like whatever?
No, I didn't know they were backing. I just knew they had a relationship. I could tell. I could sniff that out super fast. And I'm not talking an intimate relationship or anything fucking nefarious. I just knew they knew each other. You could tell from their conversation and diction and comfort with each other that this wasn't the first time they met, you know? And so whenever, and that's really common. Anybody who plays poker a lot, you're sitting down with new players, you start out with stereotypes, right? And then basically they violate or they conform to them, and then you keep reevaluating. And so these are two people I hadn't played with before. And so I was just trying to understand, think about a little bit. But I quickly determined that I'm super happy to have them in my game, and they should play with me more.
So like it's kind of like if these guys are cheating, they're so fucking bad that I don't care type of deal.
I didn't think they were cheating.
Yeah. So there was no part of you that had like a kind of funny feeling in your stomach during the, before that hand or anything. It was just kind of business as usual.
I mean, no, I didn't think I still don't think at this point, I still don't think they're cheating, just like I didn't think they're cheating that day. And like there is one hand where I have ace 8 of something hearts and she has ace king.
Yeah, and she clicks you on the turn, right? She min raises your turn bet.
Okay. So she triple bets me pre-flop. I take over bet out on the flop. She just calls on the turn like a nothing. And I bet 20 and she raises to 45 with only 55 behind. That's a very fucking odd play. I play super fucking fast, and I never use a time bank or whatever. First time in my life I ever used one. I actually take off my hat, scratch my head, because I was so fucking sure she was going to insta-muck there, and she makes this fucking stupid min raise for 25, leaving a small amount behind. And everything in me says she had no fucking pair, but I came to the determination that if I shove here, she's going to call. The problem is I have ace 8, so I'm going to lose. And so I fold the hand, and we don't know what would happen if I would have shoved, but I came to the determination she was going to call. And I would say that for someone to do that on a no pair, no draw, ace king on the turn and committing a very, very big, significant portion of your chips is a pretty elite play and not something that I would necessarily think was in her tool belt, but she definitely did that if you go back and review the hand.
That doesn't make you suspicious at all, seeing that hand, kind of seeing how she played it and in terms of like the way she was playing the rest of the stuff she did?
Well, what it did was it violated my expectations. And I did not expect that play at all. I expected to take that hand down. I was very sure of my read. And when I didn't, I was very surprised. But it doesn't mean I think she was cheating. I actually think – I don't know what to think of that hand, to tell you the truth.
It's a weird fucking hand.
It was impressive. It was impressive.
Guys, Hustler put on Twitter, they said, update, we were shocked and disappointed to learn during our investigation that one of our employees took chips from Robbi's stack. When we found out what happened, we took immediate action to disclose that action publicly. In good faith, we are offering to reimburse the stolen funds to Robbi. We are taking steps to prevent this from happening again. Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman, High Stakes Poker Productions.
And frankly, they should. And I'm glad they are, and I think it's the right thing to do because we count on them to provide us a safe, secure environment. That place is walled off, windowed with doors. You're supposed to be able to take a leak and leave your $1 million and not think someone's going to fucking steal it right under camera.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of something like that happening before. Like, maybe it does, but not in like a live stream game. Somebody just take.
What do you mean?
20
there's a floor at the Bellagio.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah,
he's going to talk about a motorcycle guy, the son of a judge.
Oh, no. There was a floor person at the Bellagio who I thought was like the best floor person ever because I'd give the guy like $200 and he put me right at the top of the list every time, which kind of showed his integrity. Maybe wasn't that great, but yeah, there was someone was walking with a rack of chips to the cage and they dropped like their flags on the floor, and he like was helping them find the flags, and he put both his feet down on 2 flags, and then basically stood there for like a little while.
That's a little different though, right? Like,
yeah. But it's the same thing. He stole.
It's theft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then but they caught him right away.
And I would say every night there's a dealer that palms a chip out of a tray before she goes on break in one of my casinos.
Oh wow.
There's theft happening all the time, and because there's humans involved, and humans have all kinds of things going on in their life, and sometimes they think they're entitled to it, sometimes they're under immense stress, sometimes they're coerced, sometimes they just want to get ahead. But for whatever reason, that's going to be happening forever. And so you can't hold Hustler or Nick or Ryan to a standard where there can never be any theft. What you can hold them to a standard is that they'll be transparent, they'll take best efforts, that their internal controls, mix and nicks, are going to be very strong, that they're going to take every effort to make sure that they provide a fair shake to us, and that they'll continue to reevaluate as technology changes and not just let their controls get stale, because there's always going to be an employee who steals the 15,000. There's always going to be that guy who has a gambling addiction, has a drug problem, has whatever his problem is. He has alimony, I don't know, whatever it is. And so humans are always going to be fucking things up, but what we have to be able to rely on is that the buildings that we're in have the proper safeguards to protect us the best they can. And that's all you can ask, honestly.
For sure. Something really scary to think about is, what if, now that we know that someone who is less than honorable had access to the stream, because they said this guy had access to the stream at times, yeah? Imagine if they were actually effective cheaters who didn't try to win every hand. Maybe you use it just in really, really tough spots where you don't really know. And you're just trying to win just like a little bit above average. Like, imagine how long you could get. Like if someone like Joey or any one of us on the call was able to cheat, how difficult it would be to catch that person if they weren't super greedy and stupid. I mean, that's the part that really I keep thinking back on. It makes me really, really think that there just shouldn't be RFID cards, period. I played in that one drop. I played, or not the one drop, the 111K one drop that Doug won, where I finished 4th, and 100% those cards had issues. Like, they made a big thing out of it, like, oh, but like, for sure, like, I was like, that's the ace of spades. That card there, it was marked on the top. That card's the ace of spades. And there was some talk on the Super High Roller Bowl, I think it was the same year for the 300K, where some players thought that there was someone who was possibly had something that was marking the cards or marking the decks. Because it wasn't that the decks were RFID cards had like infrared technology on them, or whatever, but there was like some kind of marking on them that made it so it was very easy to see like what cards were what. And so my point is that there's a lot of money. People are struggling in general right now. A lot of people are. As much, you can watch these streams and see millions and millions of dollars on the table. Not everyone's doing really, really well. And I just think it's just really, really foolish to just kind of leave it up to, oh, well, we've got decent controls. I'm not really too worried about it. Meanwhile, real-time information on what you're holding is being spread out in the, in the air. I just think it's just such a silly thing for poker to be doing at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is just...
Yeah, there was a guy, Tommy Lee. I don't know if you heard of Tommy Lee, Bob, but he's a guy who did really well in the big PLO tournaments in the World Series. He won the 25K or 10K. He just has a crazy PLO resume. And there's been a lot of talk about him potentially marking cards, and there's some like really suspicious hands he's played. And I think honestly, we kind of have, like, as poker players, a little bit too much faith in the system. Like, oh, it's a high buy-in World Series event. Oh, it's a big live stream. Like, and you're right. Like, people need money. They're desperate, and there's probably a lot more shit going on than we realize.
Sure. I mean, what they should have done is anytime someone wants a new deck, they'll change the deck for you. Most casinos, as long as you don't do it every like orbit, like some of these dudes do. But like, yeah, when as soon as Garrett levied his accusation, which it was an accusation, he should have just been like, okay, we're just going to change the deck right now. We're going to bring in a new deck, freshly, whatever deck. We'll spend the time to RFID it. Let's take a little bit of break. We can always edit that out of the production if we have to. Seal this deck, investigate it later. Although, again, like I said, I don't think it was the deck that they were using, because that just seems like it'd be too easy to get caught. We know already if they were doing the decks, because the decks are there. But yeah, I don't know. Chances are there's it's just it seems like it was just some dude who had access. If cheating went down, it was some dude who had access to the screen who was sending a very, very simple binary signal to someone: you have the best hand, you don't have the best hand. And not on every hand, because you have to think about this. If he's in that room, there's other people. He's never going to be the only person in that room, I would think. And so he's got to be worried about, okay, what kind of message can I send to this person? So it'd be very easy for them just to put something in her ear and have him communicate. He's got 7-8, you just go all in. That could happen, but that obviously isn't the method. If there was cheating, that obviously wasn't the method. It had to have been some silly method where, like, you have the best hand, you don't have the best hand. And then the other thing, like Doug in his video brought up some interesting points, how she seemed to take like an inordinate amount of time in situations that you just wouldn't expect someone to take time with. And then like even throwing in time chips, but then acting immediately right after. There was a lot.
Yeah, the Jack 8 hand. There was a Jack 8 hand where there's just no reason to tank ever.
That was weird, right?
Yeah.
Very weird. Like no draws missed, basically. So like.
Wow, it's like, weird. It's weird unless you see her call with Jack High a couple.
It's weird before you see the Jack 4 hand. It's pretty standard.
Like then you see it later, and she calls it Jack High, like it's the nuts. So I don't know.
She was really contemplating the call, so you can assume, right? She put in a time page at Jack High. Then she later calls it Jack High.
Well, in Doug's video,
look, she got coaching from Faraz Jaka, so you never know.
There you go. Yeah, the toilet coached her. In Doug's video, it does look like. Again, I don't know. This is just my opinion of Doug's video. In Doug's video, it does look like while she's tanking, something starts vibrating, and as soon as the vibrating stops, she folds. It does. I would say you should look at that, Eric, and really take a close look at that, because I think you might have, I don't know, just another data point. Who knows? Like I said, nobody knows what happened. No one's alleging cheating. We're just saying some of this stuff seems unusual.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it all, and I.
You don't think that hand's unusual? Where like it doesn't look like her legs are shaking at all, and literally her whole body's shaking. So what's that about?
I don't know. Like you can go through so many things in terms of inconsistent statements and vantage points, and what was this glowing dot and body vibrating, and I
glowing dot stuff is just nonsense. I think that's like, and the ring seems like nonsense. That stuff is just like people just throwing shit at the wall. But like the vibration when there was a chess scandal with vibrating anal beads, and the guy who stole 15,000. The guy who stole 15,000 off the table asked a question: how did the guy cheat in chess? And then someone says, with a vibrating device. And he's like, oh, interesting, really? Like,
I know.
That's a little odd, right? We just have to acknowledge that that's really, really odd.
Yeah.
And you're a guy who owns 27 casinos. Let me ask you, and you're obviously do very well for yourself. How much money would you have in order to give her a fucking 50% free roll, or you assume 100% of the downside and only receive 50% of the upside? Would you ever? Would you do that? I mean, would you just give her 250 grand and let her fire it in there and see what happens?
So the thing is, I've been playing for 30 years, and I have all kinds of friends at all kinds of different ages, all kinds of different stages where they're at in their poker career. And what I can tell you, the things that always end badly is when you stake people, when you pack people. Like if you just avoid those mistakes overall, you'll probably just be more healthy. So I personally never do that. I only play my own money, and I don't back any or stake anybody else. And that being said, there is one person, but it's my wife, and she can just have whatever the fuck she wants. So, I don't know how to count that. So, but I just think that, you've been around poker a long time, and there's all kinds of crazy deals made for all kinds of different reasons, and sometimes it's to, it's a cute girl, or sometimes it's because you just think that what an amazing game. And those are the games that people always get scammed out of. I got a friend, Jeremiah, going through something right now where he took 15% of a guy needed to be staked for $2 million, and the whole game was staged. So I just think if you stay away from that shit overall, I'd like to use a couple seconds to say, you guys should focus on your own career, man. And if you don't have the bankroll to play the limit, just don't fucking play. Have a little
Joey, how rich would you have to be to back her in that game for 250 grand?
It's a good question. I'd probably put her in the game. I mean, listen,
Eric.
I'd put her.
I'd put her in the
game.
There's other reasons to do it, but you still have to be quite wealthy just to burn off You know, especially when think about it, when she's
Good
such
question. How much do I need?
she's such an angel that even when she wins the pot and gets accused of cheating, she just gives the guy the money. You have to factor that into your calculus too. Like she might actually win and not, not actually get
Love
paid.
can make you do crazy things.
I don't think that. I don't know that. I don't want to get. That's people's personal business. I think it was the stuff that's been reported on that or gossiped about that is just beyond the pale. I wouldn't talk about that.
Well, that's what Doug said though, right away.
Yeah,
Like,
but
he
I just
said
think
that in his
I just think
stream.
it's beyond the. I just think that's just such a low thing to talk about. That's just to speculate on. I mean, it's just such a weird.
Well,
I think
also there's
both
so
of them.
many things that are like more solid that we can speculate
It's just
on.
like
So why?
it's just not relevant to the fact. I mean, it's just like it's clear they have some kind of relationship, whether it's romantic or not. They have a backing relationship at the very least. So that's all you really need to know is he's willing to back her, and you still have to have, whether you're dating her or not, you have to have a certain amount of money to be willing to do that, unless you're certain that the money is not at risk.
But also, not only do you have to have that money, you have to then have that money and be comfortable sitting with 10 times less in the game with her and be okay with that. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't
She's not as
make sense.
experienced as she is at poker, clearly. I mean, she's been doing lessons and she's been studying every night and she's been putting in the time and she's willing to play Garrett heads up naked, which I'll watch. I can tell you that. I'm going to watch that match.
Yeah, I would tune in for that.
Definitely watch that.
Yeah, guys, listen, we're still live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. JR says Haralabob nailed it. I've been arguing about that post-stream comment since day one. That is the strongest argument, which basically when she said something about, I always get you off stream, and then Garrett was like, we've never played off stream before, like post stream, what are you talking about? So
he's like, Garrett, why do you let me do this to you? I've done this to you off stream too.
Right.
And he was just like, oh, well,
right.
That was odd. But I mean, she could have just been high on winning the pot,
Sure.
Could have been that.
Yeah, my favorite part of the hand was not to do with Garrett or with Robbi. It was actually with Eric when he would just make these like, she said, why did you call? And he's like, he called because he shot you at a jack high and she was going to beat you. Or I thought at 8 high, right? Like, and then he started laughing. Like he just couldn't contain himself. He just kept breaking out and having these like hysterical bouts of laughter and like, just like saying these loud things. And Garrett is literally to him looking around puzzled. Like he looks like he is in outer space. He doesn't know what's going on. And Persons is basically just fucking laughing and looking at him like, what the hell is happening in this game? Eric, can you tell us in that moment, what the hell were you thinking when Garrett was looking around like he just seen a ghost and you were just sitting there like the guy, your cowboy to your right is taking the hat off and he's making a bow. And you're probably like, what world am I in right now?
I was thinking that I hope Garrett doesn't do something that makes this game break up.
Eric just wanted the game to go forever. He didn't give a fuck.
I think
that's
we've all
actually
been
exactly what I was thinking. That's the truth. That's what I was thinking.
We've
There's
all
a
been in the
real
game
risk.
where the chips go to the player who you probably want to play pots with, and that's
That's a
always
good
fun.
point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Those chips go from Garrett to Robbi, and
That's a good trade.
that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, I'll let some of you guys get out of here if you want. I'll start bringing in some other people. I got Shaun Deeb lined up here. I'm curious what that crazy guy's got to say. So, Dankness, I'll let you get out of here. I know you've been on here for a little bit. So,
Let me just ask Bob one last question. Like,
sure.
How many soccer teams do you and Alan own anyway?
I just own the one team.
27.
Sounds like you got some work to do then.
For sure, I gotta get up to 27.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me on. I would like to say, Bob, I think you have me blocked on Twitter, so I don't know if you can maybe unblock me.
You're kidding me.
What is your Twitter?
It's a Dankness 3.
What did you do to get? That was the saddest. Can you please unblock me?
The poor guy's blocked on Twitter.
I made some
Bobby.
snarky comment to one of your tweets
you're
8
not
years
blocked.
ago.
You're not blocked.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, I thought it was.
No.
This poor guy.
Not blocked.
Damn, Dankness.
Right.
This is he, right? Oh, Dankness 206 or a different one?
Dankness 3.
Dankness 3.
Oh, sorry. All right, I'll get you.
You're blocked. You're blocked, dude. Sorry.
Appreciate it. And Eric, don't block me either. Thank you guys for coming on, and I'll enjoy the stream. Have a good one, boys.
Yeah, I'll see you, Dankness, guys. Listen, follow Dankness on Twitter. It's at Dankness3, Will Jaffe, and Person dipped out, leaving me a Haralabob, and I'm going to get Haralabob some of his thoughts. So, yeah, if you can follow Eric Person on Twitter at I am Maverick88. He also posts a lot on Instagram as well, too. I think his name on there is Eric Person Poker. But yeah, we always love hearing from him. Thanks to Eric Person for coming on here, guys. Let me know what you guys thought about Person in the chat. Let me know what you thought about Dankness in the chat. Bob, what are some of your thoughts that Eric was saying as someone who played in the game and was a part of things?
What do I think? What? I'm sorry.
What were your thoughts on some of the things that he said about his experience being in the game and how he was thinking about the situation?
Look, he was having a good time. He clearly didn't think anything was, and we have to. I think you have to respect that a little bit because he was actually there, and so for us to say, oh well, he wasn't paying attention, he should have known, blah blah blah. He wasn't there, or he was there, we weren't, and that's another data point where if he was in the game, he didn't think anything was going on. Maybe there really wasn't anything going on. Who knows? I mean, no one knows what went on really. I mean, it's still a mystery at this point. Just kind of that's the part that's also kind of weird when you think about it, is that there's so much speculations and attack. Like imagine if she did not cheat, like the shit she's had to go through. Like that's awful when you think about it, right?
I know.
And so that leads me to be like, I can make funny comments, whatever, and and try to make people laugh, whatever. But there's a real part of this where there's a version where she didn't cheat, and we're all just. But the other side of it is that she doesn't seem to be like, she's calling up on your show. She seems to be reveling in it a little bit. So that leads it. It's okay to talk about stuff like this, I think, because they're seem to be so willing to discuss things.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. If I was in that game and that stuff happened, I probably would be like, okay, I'm going to be here a while because this is just the greatest game ever. The first thing I wouldn't think of would be cheating. So the fact that Garrett went there leads me to believe that he might have some other information or something, or maybe not. Maybe just jump to conclusions. Like what he tweeted, the statement he tweeted. That, I mean, were you in the Paso lawsuit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, people do get sued for less than that. So and Paso was Paso. It seemed like I said he was either a time traveler. And he could still have been a time traveler.
I still think he's a time traveler. I still think the guy's a god. Honestly, I
think he was doing quantum leap stuff. I think he was just dipping in and out of hands, pausing, had like the pause button. You could just pause, figure shit out. He was a special character.
Yeah, he was at the ashram with Jungle Man over in India, talking with the shamans and the enlightened ones, and learning how to channel that energy to your crotch area, and then know how to. Listen, shout out Mike Paso. Mike Paso actually texted me his thoughts, let me know what he thought about it. He sent me a 10 bullet point. I asked for his opinion. I'm serious, yeah.
Stop.
I'm serious. He said a lot of stuff. He seemed like he got a lot of theories, shout out Mike Paso. But some people said I should bring him on. He actually wanted to do a live stream, Bob. What do you think do you think I should do a show with Paso where we do a live stream and we get drunk and then we have a conversation about maybe what took place while we play some poker?
Love that. But he's got to apologize for suing us.
That's a good point.
I couldn't even get house insurance for the house I bought in Dallas for a minute because this guy had a pending lawsuit against me. Yeah. They're like, "Oh, we can't insure you. You got some law." I was like, "I have what? I haven't even been served yet." So, but yeah, I would. It'd be fun to go. It would be fun. You know what would really be fun? You know how like the director's cut, where the directors go back and they give you like, "Oh, we did this shot because of that," or like, I think Poker Go does like I forget what they call it, but where they go back and watch someone's final table with them.
Yeah, run it back.
I would love for you to do a live stream. But Paso, like, well, this hand, I was thinking with my 8 high, and we got a chop here. There's like a hand where they both have ace 10. It's a chop, and the guy leaves himself like $800. The guy puts like 3,000 into the pot with 800 behind, and Paso's got no pair ace high. He just like, because ace high is a pretty good calling hand in most spots. But he just, he just knew that he knew he had the best hand, and he went all in because he felt it. I'll say maybe like Rip said, maybe he had a spiritual guide in his ear telling him what to do.
Oh my God! I mean, listen,
people are amazing. That's the one thing. Like, forget about poker brings so many different people from so many disparate areas of life together, and you get to spend time with I've met people that are like some of the richest people in the world. Through poker, I've met like people who are super successful, titans of industry, SPAC kings, whatever. And then sometimes you meet a guy like Mike Paso, sometimes you meet a guy like Rip, the toothpaste guy, / Jake Paul Cutman / pharmaceutical rep, And then you meet Robbi, who's just like, you know, flying above everything, and it's just fun. Poker's great. Poker's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of, I mean, you know, some people look at it, they say it's bad for poker, and you guys mentioned kind of good for poker. I think a lot of these things are the real poker world, and people are kind of getting exposure to what it's really like out there. And, you know, it's not like people want to be like it's goody and everyone's nice and like they just play for the game. But most people aren't goody goodies, and most people aren't nice to each other. And most people are trying to make money through poker, not necessarily trying to be a great poker player playing the game a straight up way. So you sort of have like the hustler versus the competitive player, and they're colliding. And a lot of the competitive people don't even realize that there's all these hustlers out here who are basically just using poker as a vehicle to generate some returns on whatever the hell they're trying to do.
For sure. And the thing about gambling that people don't realize, and people are like, oh, is this guy so good for the money? You had a guy on the other day who was a guest, who maybe he was on today too, I don't know, who was like the most honorable guy ever. But guess what? When they don't have, they're good for the money till they're not. That's what I always say. Like, is he good for the money? He's like, well, he's good for it till he's not, because you never know what happens when people get down to the felt. They're willing to do whatever it takes. And so you get, it's like a microcosm for human kind of psychology and the, you know, just the stuff that's embedded in our DNA to survive. And I like to be a very, very moral, honorable person, but it's easy for me to be that way in my position. I'd like to think that if things went really, really shitty for me, and they have in the past where I've been honorable, but who knows, man? Who knows what happens? You know, humans are infallible. They think they're infallible. They're not infallible at all. So yeah, I want to ask you one other question. Sorry to.
Sure. I got one. I got a little bit of Josh Macchiello. He's going to come back on. He's like he's our hustler casino liaison. So he's going to come on here, and he's going to say, but go ahead, ask me the question.
In what world, like, we have a former cheat who wrote a book about cheating.
Houston Curtis. Shout out Houston Curtis.
Yeah. And in what world, now this guy's running a live stream? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
This is what I've been saying, Bob. I was thinking today, I tweeted out about I'm going to do my first meetup game in Vegas. And I've been looking around the live stream. I go, wait a second, like, Houston Curtis running a game, right? Hustler running their game. There ain't really many other games. I'm like, why aren't there more games going on? Like, why are these the games that are going on? Why are these the options? Like,
why isn't, and I met Nick, and I'm sure he's a super honorable guy. Why the fuck is Nick playing in his own stream game?
I don't know. What do you think? You don't think he should be?
I don't think he should be. I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't matter how honorable he is, and he's probably honorable. It's not right. You pick what you want to do. You want to run a stream? Perfect. Run the stream. You want to play on the stream? Great. Play on the stream. You can't do both. Not where I'm from. That just seems like it's a massive conflict of interest. And I don't, even if the person wasn't cheating, which I think it's pretty, you know, I think he's like the third or fourth biggest winner in his game.
Okay.
And I think it's because he gets to pick the lineups, and that's fine. It's his money. He's invested a lot of money. But I just think now, like, they're going to do a great job in investigating this, but they've already fucked up. They've hired a person, given him access to the stream, who's stolen money, and that alone tells me that your judgment isn't great. Alone, and maybe, and I hate to say this because I don't know Nick very well, but he seems like a really, really, and I've loved listening to what he says. He's been very, very upfront and great. But like, I just don't think you should be running a stream where people have access to the hole cards, and you're one of the three people who's in charge of this thing, who we have to trust, and then you're also playing in the games. I just think it's, you just need to remove any possible reason for anyone to doubt what's happening. You have to just make it so that, I just think it's a very simple thing. Pick what you want to do. You want to be on camera and play on stream. You're going to be off. You want to run the stream. I don't think you can do both. Is that too much? I don't know. Is that too much?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been saying that as well too. It doesn't make sense that if you own the stream, just from what I know, if you're the owner of the stream, then you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. So it's just
a lot of trust in someone,
right?
And I'm sure I'm sure he's an honorable guy, but like, it just unnecessary trust. You don't need to place that much trust on someone. Those guys should not be, like, Feldman and him should not be able to play in the games. I just don't think it's right. So that's what I got there.
We got Josh taking back in. Josh Macchiello, our hustler liaison tonight. You're here with me and Haralabob Bulgaris.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good, buddy. So listen, just to clear some things up and got some things straightened out. Basically, the chips were taken not off her stack that she had on the side, but off the actual table. That was number one. And that was confirmed that it was looked at on camera, that happened. So we know that he took the chips. They were off the actual stack on the table. Number two, the investigation, once they saw that, led to inconsistencies with what he would normally do at the cage, and also that money was immediately used to pay off some markers that were confirmed. Don't know names and all that yet, but basically know that that's what had happened. And the whole premise of him playing outside of his stakes, yeah, after that night, he was, from what I confirmed, playing outside of his stakes, following that, paying markers and then playing normally higher than he would be capable of doing. So, information's coming in, Joe. As I get it, I'm bringing it to you. I was given permission to give it to you, and that's right off the press.
So what you're saying is that, I guess actually, I'm sorry, on Twitter, we've been hearing from people that this guy has been doing this for the past couple of weeks. So is there suspicion that this may have been going on for the past few weeks?
Well, as of now, all that I was confirmed was that they confirmed that it happened following this week. Following this Thursday of him getting that, he took the money. They saw that he took the money. It was on camera. And basically, they linked together based on his normal casino activity that this was outside of the kind of money he should have, and they traced it back to some markers he paid off that they confirmed, and that basically he then went on to play some stakes that he's not accustomed to play.
How far back? Well, and again, you don't have to answer any of these questions. But are you guys gonna? Because it seems like you did it once. It's quite possible he's done it a few times. I've heard
that's something that I know Nick had promised to go deeper and look into, and they're still doing their investigation. They're still working on it. But one of the things that they wanted to be known was that this wasn't a guy, because some things are being asked of, was he playing Baccarat and was he able to go do that? It was none of that situation at all. This was somebody that actually took these chips, paid some markers, was inconsistent with what his normal chip conversion activity was at the cages. And that's how they put this together after honestly seeing him take the chips. And they gave, and I want to say this, I can confirm that he was also heavily interrogated to the fact that, hey, let us know now if this was something that linked to anything else. And the only thing that this was linked to was this activity, but that's still an ongoing investigation.
Okay, interesting. There's something on Twitter about mic packs where it says one of the things they tell you not to do is to, let me read this here for you guys. One of the things, I know Brian very well as I almost always got to the live streams early, and he's one of the guys that helps you mic up. One of the things they tell you to do is to not turn on and off your mic yourself and to just let the dealer know you want to be muted. Brian is one of the guys that mutes you when you request this. When you're muted, your mic pack moves to a red indicator light from green. Her not pressing charges is potentially indicative of him outing her for collusion with him. Doesn't make any sense. Him stealing money from her is potentially indicative of him being angry that she gave the money back, which would have been his cut. If his cut was 10%, 15K seems like an appropriate calculation of that from 135K. The easiest indicator for that person to make a call fold signal would be to mute, unmute that mic. I haven't reviewed that hand, but a lot of people are apparently talking about that. I'm getting some messages about the mic theory that you can communicate somehow through the microphone, and that could be the way that you could send a signal to somebody where nobody would know it.
Well, I don't notice sophistication. As you know, I've played on the show at least 40 times. And I played on these kind of stakes, but I don't know, I do know that when you leave the table, you do say, please turn off my mics. The last thing you want is fucking 20,000 people hear you take a piss, so, you do request that to have the mic turned off, but I don't know. And there are buttons on it, that you are not supposed to turn and whatnot. So I don't know if that then becomes a frequency. I can't answer that question. I'm not an expert in that field. Mm-hmm. But I do know that we are told not to touch anything on the mics. And again, Brian had mic'd me up. Of those 40 shows, maybe 30 of them. So we are told not to touch none of that stuff. And just let them know when they're leaving the table so they can turn the mic off. And yes, that would be his role. He would be in charge of the miking. That's what I knew him for. I didn't know him for doing anything else. I don't know about being senior staff or what. I didn't get to see his Twitter, Joe, when you and I were on the last time. He deleted everything off his page. He just shut his account down. But I didn't get to go look and see some of those comments. I just knew him being, and as everybody else will tell you, the mic guy. I didn't know that he had access to anything else. Not saying he didn't. I just don't know that he did. That station up there is it's broken up into two parts. It's pretty small. The people who are actually producing the show, and then you got the folks sitting in a curtained room who are calling the action, but they don't come in for an hour and a half later on a major delay. So that's all I know about that section. Look, it could be that absolutely both things. I know it's such a odd coincidence, and it would be that they are separate, and he picked the worst night ever and the worst person to take it off her stack. I mean, we've all heard dumber things happen, I'm sure. And I don't like to listen. She's being accused of something, and where Eric was on, and he was brilliant, by the way. Great segment with all you guys. You too, Rob. I mean, great job. You guys really brought up some really outstanding points, and things don't, can easily make our eyes look to the way of immediately guilty. I mean, look, man, I've been in big business for many years, and people want you. They'll come after you, and they'll print lies and write lies. They do it in internet. They do it in major newspapers. I've had to sue major newspapers in the past for stuff like that. Just for printing lies. And this is why what Nick and Ryan are doing is really important to take the time and investigate this. And I'm so glad Eric pointed out that he was happy that they're doing the right steps to make you guys feel comfortable. I knew that he was going to repay, that money that was found. It was new information to them. They needed to make all the confirmations, and once it was, they stand by their product. And they said, we're gonna make sure Robbi has her money back because that's the right thing to do. And this will continue to come out as they look deeper into things. I'm glad Eric also pointed out that he would have kept streaming as well. I mean, I think just shutting everything down, there is things that were taken and steps that were taken as far as Friday morning following that Thursday that would make some folks, all the folks I know, Doug and all those guys, feel a lot more comfortable to sit there.
I don't think Eric, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't think he said that would have contained the stream. In fact, I think he said that they should have sealed the decks and stopped the stream. What he said is he said he wanted to keep playing because he thought the game was so good. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I don't think you should have kept the stream going. You could have stopped it for 30, 40. I mean, you're on like a 2 or 3 hour delay anyways, right? How big is the delay? Stop it for 30.
It's 40. An hour and a half. It's between an hour and a half delay.
Stop it for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Take the decks off the table. Ask people if they have any devices on them. Ask people if they're willing to submit to make sure, make the other players of the game feel more comfortable if they don't have any devices. That could have been something that could have been, because I think that would have just nipped everything in the bud. Now then we would know for sure that nobody had anything, there's no possible way, so no one's got any electronic devices, there's nothing in the water bottle, the ring's okay, doing, the decks are fine, the decks are sealed, like not taking at the very least the decks. I mean, the decks are going to get at the end of the night anyways.
Yeah.
But to my point, this guy stole $15K off the table. Who's to say he's not going to swap out a deck either?
You make a lot of solid. It's really hard to argue any of those points, and they're really solid points. The only thing I can say is, the actual actions and situations in life are your best teacher. And I think that, you got to go through those things to actually learn that. And I do know that the guys are doing that, and they're doing it the best they can. I could tell you, I think Joey saw Nick the other night. He's not sleeping well, and rightfully so. It's your product, right? These guys are becoming a big brand for themselves, and they need to protect that brand. And they're doing everything in the right state of mind to do so. They hired the right people behind it to look in through this. And I think that at the end of the day, it's going to make this whole world a lot more secure. It's so funny. I forgot who was on earlier. I wasn't on, but I said the same thing initially. When you have cameras rather than RFID, it's pretty much, you just know it's one party if God forbid somebody's cheating, and that's it. That's because I don't think somebody can hack in. I'm in the entertainment business, unless you're doing everything through a cloud and you're not recording onto a Sony drive or something. Then somebody can could hack in if you were recording that way and not delayed. But if you were on camera, yeah. I think that would be a way that it'd only be concluding that one person would be, and that's who's ever upstairs looking at the stream, right? I mean, that's it.
You could also just have it so that you don't show your cards until you fold or the hand's over. That's what I used when I used to play. Like sometimes I would do that. Sometimes is like I would just keep my cards to the side and then I would show my cards before I would fold, just because I don't know who's going to look access to this stuff.
Listen, I do that just because I play bad and I don't want people to see it.
Sure, yeah, trust but verify is always, it's kind of always what I kind of abided by. But yeah, you bring up some good points. The one thing I will say is that I do think that, and my opinion is probably not worth anything, but I do think that Nick and Ryan are, from this point, or from the point, like you said, the next day or the following day after everything happened, I have a lot of confidence that they're going to actually, put together a really, really solid, thorough, honest investigation, unlike what happened at Stones, where it seemed like they were kind of incentivized to not let people know what really happened. This is a lot different than that scenario. In that scenario, mind you, remember in that scenario, someone, Veronica went to them and said she thought something was suspicious, and they conducted an investigation, determined she was wrong. All they did then was remove the phones from the table, so he couldn't look at his crotch anymore. Then he had to go to the bone conductor, allegedly, possibly, and so it's completely different. Whereas this seems like it's going to be a very thorough investigation.
Well, I mean, the difference too is obviously the stakes, the amount of money on the table.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The stakes are all relative to a person's net worth. The stakes, people are gambling for a relative sum to their bankrolls as they were on Stones. It's the same thing. The amount of money.
But I think crooks come out when especially if somebody was going to be doing something wrong. And again, I am, as I told Joey earlier, I have no idea. Every time I think, I'm like, no, nothing. Something new pops its head out, and sort of then says, all right, wait a minute. But I think when you have $3.5 million on the table, some sophisticated minds come out and try to debunk things. Hence why there's hackers in the world and things like that. So I wouldn't put it past the fact that there's people doing that. Now, what I do have confidence in is Nick is a very hard-nosed guy. And you're messing with his brand and his baby, and he's going to give, and Ryan as well, 110%. I mean, I'm telling you, it was hot off the press when this thing, broke about what happened with that. And we got to tip our hat that somebody's willing to come out and put it publicly saying, hey, we caught one of our own people, as I promised, and this is what they did. It shows a bit of honorable, nature and tendencies.
Showed some transparency for sure. When you said sophisticated people will come out of the woodwork, I think if one thing's been proven apparent is like,
no, they're not.
if there was cheating, this was not as sophisticated.
No, they're not. And I love that, and I'm so New York and Brooklyn that I go to a place to where I'm like, well, what if that's part of the thing, that they are just acting so aloof, I mean, it's just because your mind starts going, I mean, everything. Look, I am not a professional poker player, but I've been playing on stream since 2006. I'm one of the original Live at the Bike guys, 2007, I think it was. And, I've been playing poker a long time. And this is, even for me, one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And it got crazier as the words came out of her mouth. Now, I'm still, as a guy who has no right to pass judgment on anybody, I still say it's possible that she got flustered and just started saying weird things and started compounding, because people do that, one on top of another. It happens, I mean, it does. But when things like this come out, it's kind of hard when the 15,000 was taken off her stack. Now you're like, oh man, now it's just, things are getting a little weird. But what I can say is I know those guys over there who I sit down, I put my money on that table. I have trust in them the same way Wesley bought $1 million tonight, the same way Doug's there. I have my trust that they're doing the right things to make it right.
Sure. Well, I will say, if you're going to
listen,
take 15,000 off anyone's stack, you take 15,000 off her stack. She doesn't seem like she's really paying attention to what's going on, at the very least. So that'd probably be the number one guy.
And all that thing of people having money and not not caring and all that. I don't know, man. I care about when I sit there, I meet, like Eric said, I know every penny that's there. I don't know if I could walk away, especially after what happened that night. And that's another thing that makes me start questioning and be like, oh, I just, I didn't realize it. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Listen, Josh, we'll check back with you later, okay?
All right. Be good.
Appreciate you coming on here. All right, thanks, Josh. Josh, he can talk. That guy's a talker right there.
He's very, very. Gave us a rundown in 4. I mean, I can talk too, but I got 4 minutes of rundown was pretty good.
I know. He gave us a rundown. Shout out to Josh for checking in with us here. Wow, yeah, a lot of interesting things here. Joey had to cut in the chat. I'm reading the chat, like the edible kicking in. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I heard these things about 1,000 times in my mind. So I'm like, oh my god, I feel like I'm on repeat. I'm on like the Groundhog Day, where the same thing just repeat about the same thing over and over again. So when that happens in the conversation, that's usually GTO to move on to something else. So yeah, what time is it over there where you're at right now?
I'm in LA, bro. It's 10 o'clock.
Okay. Well, yeah. Shout out everybody on Twitch.
What's that? I
said shout out to everybody on Twitch, on YouTube. Everybody still got a lot of people watching on here, Bob. 6,300 people. Listen, smash the like button. They said when they get to 2,000, I got to get the 2,000 like edible. So do you like that system where I take an edible like every 500 like, or do you think that's like too out of line?
I don't think it's. I mean, you handle it very well. I will say. I mean, you're kind of on the tightrope a little bit of what you can and can't say. I mean, you've got to have your radar up for this. Her husband's a lawyer. He's clearly very overly litigious. He reminded me of Jackie Child's character from Seinfeld, where he just kept on going on and on and on and on about all the different things that you just have to be very careful about what you say, because you don't want to be embroiled in some law.
Listen, I'm here to figure out what the fuck is going on, talk to people, get information, get ideas, get theories.
Entertainment show, and nobody knows, and we don't know anything. We're just speculating. It's a fun story. Look, if Inside Edition can do a bit on it, why can't you, right?
She was on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, you had her on the show?
She was on the show. I had her on Robbi was on here twice, yeah.
No, Inside Edition did an actual expose on this.
Right, I know. I think she was on that show. Did she not call into that show?
I thought you were saying the Inside Edition lady was on your show.
Oh, I mean, I'll have her on the show too. Why not?
Why not, right?
I'll definitely get her on the show.
I saw Lynn Gilmartin was in, I think she's on Instagram. She posted a story. She was buying salmon from her farmer salmon person, and the farmer salmon guy asked her a question about Robbi Lou, if she did it or not in New Zealand or wherever, Australia, wherever the fuck she is. I thought that was pretty funny. It's a worldwide phenomenon right now.
Well, I think the reason why I do it is because I'm trying to be fair to the people that come on and try to hear all the different sides. And you never know who you're going to get on here. You never know who you're going to call up. I mean, my phone just keeps texting. I never know who's going to come on. So it could be the breaking news. It could be not breaking news. And I guess right now, right, what are we looking out for next, Bob? We're looking out for news from Hustler about what else they found in these tapes. And then maybe we're looking forward to hearing from Brian, if Brian's going to speak out. We're looking forward to hearing from Robbi. Robbi obviously has a relationship with Poker News. Maybe she'll go back on that podcast and maybe can add some insight into maybe what took place in her relationship with this guy, Brian. So it seems like those are the next steps right here, Bob. Am I missing something that you feel like may come next? G-Man might come out too and with something as well.
Who? The D-Negs?
G-Man.
Oh, G-Man. That would be... He's smart. Once he kind of rage tweeted that tweet, I think. Maybe it wasn't a rage tweet, but it probably wasn't. I don't know. You have to be really careful when you accuse people of stuff, I've learned. But yeah, he would be great. I don't imagine he'll come on, but not until once everything's settled, maybe. But I can't imagine that he'll want to come on. Although I guess what else could he really say? I think the main thing would be like when you have Robbi back on, is I would just kind of ask her why. I mean, I know she went to Poker News and said, well, this guy is young. He didn't have a criminal record, He needed the money. But it's like, well, he did have a criminal record from what I gather. It was in the Poker News article at the very least. And I think anyone who did a search on it came up with similar results. So that would be interesting. Like, oh, why wouldn't you want to press charges on this guy? Like, it seems that'd be an interesting question. I'm sure she's got some really, really interesting reasons for that, just based on the fact that she's kind of like a live and let live type of person. Garrett accused her of cheating. She wants to play him naked, so I mean, she's definitely willing to not hold a grudge. That's nice.
I know. I love the spirit. Some guy keeps trying to contact me. He says he got a theory here. Random guy. Should we take the gamble on a random guy?
Well, yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna let Oscar out real quick. Give me 2
Okay,
seconds. We'll
go ahead.
around.
Listen, we got a random guy coming on. Oh, he don't want to be named about this because of the severity of the idea. I don't know what this guy talking about. Does he want to come on the fucking show? He's trying to call me. I'm on the stream, buddy. What is this guy doing? He's trying to get in touch with me. He keep telling me that he got something to say. And is he gonna come on the Zoom? What is this guy gonna do? He's trying to fucking call me on IG. If you're gonna call me on IG, you gotta accept my Zoom link when I send it to you to come on in front of 6,000 strong and plead your argument out there. So
Yeah,
listen.
otherwise you're not worth listening to.
Yeah, listen, Big J in the chat. Shout Jamin Burton out there. Who we got in the chat, guys? We got a lot of people out here. K Pro, what's up, K Pro? Logi on Twitch, what's up, Twitch? Easy Pokers. Haralabob, you want to give a shout to somebody out there? Poker Traveler, what's up?
No,
Conrad.
Just to the CB Castellon soccer team or football team in Spain. Just shout out to them, working hard. Big game this weekend, so that's about it.
Yeah, we definitely need your soccer team to rise up the ranks for sure, Poppy. We gotta get to that top league.
Hey, we're third in the table right now, so that's not bad. Top 5 make it to a playoff. So
is there any? How can you? How do we watch your team? How do we follow your team besides your Twitter?
Instat, I guess it's called insports.tv. You can stream the games there. And then YouTube, Primera RFEF YouTube does like the highlights after the game. So there's some pretty, I mean, the one thing I was shocked, maybe shocked isn't the right word, but I was blown away by how good, like this is 3rd division Spanish football. And these guys are still very, very good. Like it's really impressive how skilled and how good some of the level of play is. So that's, the YouTube channel, I'll send it to you later, but the YouTube channel.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, send it to me.
Has some highlights that are, some of them are just like mind blowing. So.
My guy Harbs out there. What's up, Harbs? JR, Haralabob, and Dur would be the nut stream. Yeah, we had Dur on a few times here. This guy's still trying to call me. Bro, I'm gonna put this guy on speaker. What is this guy talking about?
Let's hear it. Put him on speaker.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Hold on. He's trying to. What is this guy doing, bro? Hold on, guys. We're gonna talk to this guy. He trying to call. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Guy, you there? Hello. You got it, Derek? You on the air? Hello?
I don't really know if it's a theory. I just find it an odd occurrence.
What's the odd occurrence? I'll relay his message. What's the odd occurrence?
Okay, so Veronica Brill noticed the last cheating scandal and exposed it. As soon as she came on, boom, cheating. That's just a strange occurrence.
So you're saying Veronica Brill, once she joined the team.
I'm not accusing anything. I just said strange occurrence, right?
I could be, yeah. I could see what you're saying.
Strange occurrence.
Strange occurrence.
No other live stream has been claimed to be cheated, but just these two, right? Strange occurrence. I don't know what more to say than that. It just hit me like, literally just started. Strange occurrence.
How many edibles you on?
None. It's just strange occurrence. I'm just watching, and it's just strange occurrence. That's all. I like her. I like her personality. Just strange occurrence.
All right, D. Lewis, we're gonna check out on you, Poppy. Thanks for calling in. Okay.
Yeah. No
all right.
wonder. It's just strange occurrence. Like it just hit me. Like, hold on. If there's something much more deeper going on with the graphics or this or that, people that are in the booth know how these things work.
Strange occurrence, as you said. Strange occurrence.
Strange occurrence.
Exactly. Listen, Poppy, we'll check out. Keep us updated, okay?
Are we sure that wasn't Jungle Man? Sounds like Jungle Man.
Bro, what? This guy. Listen. My man D. Lewis he was gonna. Strange occurrence, guys. Listen, some donations. Mike G, DJF runs all the big games on the floor. He knows how long Brian was playing out. Why are they acting like they don't know? Mike AG with the donation. Thank you, Mike. Greg Harvs, Joe 999. Joey, you're the king. Appreciate your nonstop coverage and your killer guest. Thank you, Greg. Costa Pixel, bring on Big Jamin Merton. His videos are awesome. I agree. Leave Jamin alone. He's naked grinding ACR. Shout out to Big J. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you everybody in the chat for tuning in. I think we got Shaun Deeb coming up here, and probably get Shaun Deeb up here. She tweeted, said strange occurrence, edible fun. Listen, guys, I don't know what's going on, but Veronica, you got some fucking explaining to do apparently, because wherever Veronica Brill goes, apparently Scandal's not far behind. So maybe it is a strange occurrence as our guy. What was that guy's problem? Do you hear that guy?
All I could hear was strange occurrence. He sounded. I mean, I just got a little bit of a bit of him, but he sounded a bit like reminded me of Jungle Man, even though I'm sure it wasn't Jungle Man, but it definitely reminded me. Repeating the same thing over and over again reminded me of Jungle Man.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously passionate about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we got Shaun Deeb coming up in here. I'm just checking a lot of messages, guys. I'm getting so many messages to people who want to come on here. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. I don't know what I was saying, man. Joey's getting prank called. I don't know if that guy was a prank call. I think he felt like a strange occurrence occurred. So, he said strange occurrence more times than Eric said he owns 27 casinos. Shout out to JR. I love that Eric personally. What's that guy's problem? He's like, yeah, I'm a narcissist. I'm psychopathic. I'm sociopathic. I'm like, bro, this guy doesn't fucking hold back. He just tells you how it is. Like
he tells it like it is. Yeah.
I know. I was like, this guy's great. I mean, we need a guy. I love guys like that in poker. So, Caustic Spectral, this is the most fun I've had in poker without playing poker. Good to hear. Thank you for the donation, guys. We got Shaun Deeb coming in here. And you know this guy. He loved to chat. Shaun, I gotta slow down Shaun tonight. He'd be talking a lot.
No, I want to hear what Shaun has to say.
He got a lot to say. He fired up.
Hey,
he want to go search their phones over there, I'm sure. Shaun Deeb, listen, we got Shaun Deeb back in the house here. Shaun been joining us the past few days, and pretty much all times of the night, actually, we can expect on Shaun Deeb to join us. So, Shaun, what the hell's going on? What are you thinking, Poppy? What do you think about this new development? Obviously, we've been tracking it with you closely.
Yeah, so I think there's been some things messaged to me on previous streams on Live the Bike where chips were taken off a stack. I think it was player versus player. So this is not the first time something like this has happened. It's definitely, it actually happened to me one time on a stream for 1,000 from a known player. And it was a crazy occurrence. And he tried it on camera and got away with it. The only reason is someone mentioned it to me. But it was one of the sketchiest things ever for such a small amount of money to me and him, that it's one of the weirdest poker occurrences I've ever had. In fact, it happened on stream. I was a little surprised about. But yeah, so just to let you know, Haralabob, I texted Robbi our bounty offer, and she immediately responded and said, "What are you talking about?" I explained it, and then she said, "I did nothing wrong. I can't wait for the investigation to come out." So she's sticking to her guns, pretty damn strong. But I'm not. When I first heard about this, I was like, "Oh my God, smoking gun, smoking gun." The more I think about it, it's just crazy occurrence. Like Bob, you said you knew that this guy's been playing these big clubs for weeks and months possibly, and he's playing way higher stakes than his job would justify. So this, if he was stealing, or if this way of his getting his cut, I think this is a lot more than just Robbi. I think it's a lot more people on the stream. I think this has been going a lot longer. And I think that kind of goes to why Garrett had that feeling. He's already felt like something's been wrong about some other hands played against him. And I think he's not letting it in who else he thinks is involved or who's been cheating him. And my most likely instinct is he's been targeted because he's a very good candidate to cheat from. He buys in super deep, bluffs a lot. It's very stubborn. Clearly he tilts a little bit, and he has a lot of money. So there's just so many crazy things to open up in this scenario, and it's just been great. I mean, getting people like Bob and Durr and the old school guys who aren't too into poker as much or involved in this drama. It's been great just to get your guys' opinion. And Bob, you've been spot on all fucking night. Everything you said to Eric, everything you said in general, I totally agree with. And I tweeted at you like some ideas of live streams that I've been pitching to some people, including the World Series, and they seem to be pretty open to the idea of switching from RFID to hard cameras. And I think that should, eliminate a lot of suspicion in other shows.
Yeah, I think it's something that they should definitely consider for sure. It's just the chances are very small that someone could cheat, but the money is so large that it's just silly, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been, multiple instances of my career in tournaments and cash games where I felt like something was gone. I removed marked cards more than almost anyone who's ever played live poker, even more than John Monet. And, Jaffe mentions the stuff about Tommy Lee. I have my suspicions, I'm not going to say publicly, but Tommy's a tough player. I've been at some of the final tables with him. There's been some other times where some weird stuff went on, and who fucking knows, man? Like, people make great instinct reads. If some people saw some of my hands in a small sample, might think I'm cheating. So it's just a crazy time for poker. And I like that you guys said, like, you and Dankness were saying, we don't think this is that bad for poker. It's like this attention, this notoriety, this exposure to cheaters. I think anyone who's been cheating or is willing to cheat might be really afraid of, getting everyone, the Joe Ingram investigations, and hopefully this, scares off some people from doing shady shit in the future.
No, man, we want more. We want more of it, man. More of it. More hands, more interesting hands, more devices, more systems. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, right? Where people are I'm trying to figure it out. I keep getting so many fucking messages over here. I'm glad you guys are talking. I'm getting I got 8 messages here. Josh Macchiallo is trying to explain to me a paragraph about what was going on there. I'm trying to read it. I'm trying to process the chat. I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting overwhelmed here. So it is what it is. But Shaun, so what are you thinking about this situation with what happened with the kid? And you kind of you gave us a few opinions there, but where do you think this goes from here with what's going to happen with this guy? The bounty is $215,000 and $100 like that. I don't know what the bounty is. $250,000 like that. What's going to happen? You think someone's going to take this bounty?
I think it very likely these people, if they did cheat, or people who were cheating, are afraid that they're going to get exposed. And one of the things I wanted to figure out before I put out all the details of the bounty is I have a close friend I met through poker, is one of the top defense attorneys in the world. She's been featured in HBO shows. She's done so many high profile cases. And I will make sure that, she works for this person and protects them and does a deal with, investigators, FBI, whoever gets involved. I don't know exactly what governing body or police force we go to, or which is the right one in this scenario, but we'll make sure the whistleblower is protected and hopefully does no jail time. But the other co-conspirators do get time.
It's like one of those situations where whoever goes first gets gets.
Yeah,
it's
like
a prisoner's dilemma.
Some of these people knew this scandal who might be involved don't know that, Perkins and I think Robbi, you guys contribute other people's legal funds when it came to the Apostle thing. You guys are always very generous to the community. You're, very well respected, very honorable, very trustworthy. And when people have backing like you guys, that's who you want in your fucking corner at any time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. The one thing though, you said it's probably been going on for. I was shocked that G-Man's only won like $1 million. Like G-Man's only won a little bit over double what Vertucci's won.
That is exactly one of my thoughts. I know he hasn't played nearly as many sessions, but he plays in some amazing games. He plays great. He's obviously a great player, can beat any game anywhere. And maybe his win rate's been cut in half because these guys or girls or team has been working on him for a while now.
Sure. I got 2 things that I'd like to say. I think that I just thought of. If you're willing to steal $15,000 off of a table when there's cameras around, it's much easier to get caught doing that. And you supposedly or possibly have access to hole cards. What do you think you're more likely to be willing to do? Are you more likely to cheat the hole card way, or are you willing to take money? The fact that he's willing to take money off the table leads me to believe that he might be willing to do other things as well. That'd be the one thing I'd want to say. And the other thing I want to say is it couldn't have gone back that far because I guess this guy just figured out the chess thing like on October, whatever that was, September 23rd.
No, I'm saying, there's other, if it was the mic thing, maybe it was like that. I like that theory's cool. The whole theory with the missing 6 of clubs and 4 hearts, that whoever's relaying the whole cards, she called flop and raised turn. They assumed she had Jack 6 of clubs. It couldn't be read. There's
what is that one? What is that one? I didn't hear that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, so 20 minutes before the infamous hand, 2 RFID cards were removed from the deck. They were the 6 of clubs and the 4 hearts. And obviously Robbi had the 4 hearts in her hand. And so if the person who was relaying hole cards to her thought that she had Jack 6 of clubs or Jack of clubs X, she can raise call because he assumes she has a draw or something else. And like if she has Jack 6 of clubs, she's 80% favorite.
That's interesting.
Yeah, everything's circumstantial, but it's
it showed the 4 though, yeah. Like the 4 was shown. It wasn't like it was missing. It was shown, but that was after.
Yeah, so a lot of times when cards aren't read correctly, the RFI they'll add it in after the fact. So it happens on the stream and they say, "Oh, she tabled this hand. She really had queens in this suit." And I've been, on Poker Night streams and other streams where you're in the back room and they say cards weren't shown. It was tabled. It's Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs, and they manually input it into the graphics computer to then pass on to the stream.
Interesting. I think that's too sophisticated, maybe, but that's just like then you're waiting for that spot, the dream spot when you have that seems odd. I don't know. The whole thing is bananas, though. It's like
yeah, I mean, no matter what, it's a ridiculous hand, and that's what. And Robbi being a novice poker player, if she was in poker for 5-10 years, she would know, and everyone else would know, like, if I ever played a hand like this, I would know it's going to be look through a fine tooth comb, and I would not fault anyone who thought I cheated if I played a hand this absurd. No matter how good my read on someone, or to whatever reasons I made that call, I would know that this would be investigated for cheating. And once you realize that it's nothing an attack on her, if I've myself, or even if Helmuth, or if you, or if anyone in the world, if Dirk played this hand high stakes poker 10 years ago, people would still be questioning whether or not he cheated. That it's not a skill level thing. It's just, we've never seen a hand like this. And I do agree with some of the people who said her logic, if it was that he would only overbet shove with a draw and only a straight flush draw, and probably, and she has the jack of clubs, so he has king, queen of clubs, queen, eight of clubs, 8-7 of clubs, 8-6, 6-7. Even if you break down range, you can't call what maybe he might call those higher.
I don't think she's doing combinatorics or whatever to break down ranges. Like
I'm sure. I don't put anything past her. Tom made a good point the other night that I think Robbi is a lot sharper than she let on. And like you said, when she came on that night and talked to me and Joey, and I talked to her, privately on the phone before, she is very well spoken. She is very intelligent, and maybe she's playing the dumb blonde role. That we've seen plenty of people pull off that. I've seen Jennifer Tilly do that a bunch of times. And I talked to Jennifer Tilly off the table, and she's so intelligent, so like in depth about knowledge about all kinds of topics. I'm like, the way you come across on a poker table or some of these things, like you try to play the ditzy role, like that's acceptable. That's clever. You're being underestimated. You're going to get in great spots. You're going to, outplay some people in some scenarios. So I'm not 100% sold on everything, but obviously, most people listening to this know how I lean currently.
Yeah. I think we probably have like a similar feeling in terms of where we're at. I've been at it since the beginning. I felt like this, and I didn't think it was based on how she played the hand or anything. I just felt like it was based on some of the comments people were.
Yeah, I've said that multiple times. There was a lot of comments, and I will say back that one comment where I was always so worried. She said, "Now they know," but now someone brought up that hand, say she actually folded her big blind or straddle out of turn, and she was talking to dealer. Now they know I'm weak. So there's so many things like out of context. You're like, oh my god, that seems crazy. And some of the cockiness that she had. Oh, I'm going to win this back. Just here's the deal. You come back on the stream and we'll do it. It's like, Garrett, I'd be so happy if Garrett's going to pick up from that fucking game. You now have direct position on Eric and the super soft lineup besides, Ivy. So why would you ever want Garrett in that game? Regardless of how you think he plays, he's going to win in that lineup. He's going to reduce your earn rate. He's going to put you in spots when you're not used to being 300K deep. And so if I was her, I'd be so happy that someone like Garrett is picking up. And now the game gets softer. It's a little bit more shorthanded. So there's just a lot of things that don't match up.
Yeah, but I think in her defense there, and I don't know this, but I feel like she was going after Garrett purposefully, because I think it was kind of like a situation where an amateur or someone new sees the guy, like she wanted to take down the king. That seemed like, the other hand she's thinking about calling him with Jack 8.
Yeah, when everything else got there. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was also against. So I think, and I really don't think the money, if we find out that she actually was cheating, which I don't think that will necessarily happen, but I don't think money is going to be the motivation. I just think there's like some weird fucking, she won't, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, like I talked to her and I said, like, listen, are you into poker to get the fame? Because I was trying to organize the heads up match and, kind of stalled, but I've been, talking to, different casinos, and I actually have a really good offer on the table. If she really wants to play Garrett at any stakes, like, I can make it work, and I can give them a safe place where it's a neutral stream, where the security features are very high end, and it'll get her and him a lot of notoriety, and that deal's on the table if she wants it. And I think Garrett will play her anywhere, and I think everyone, like you said, will tune in. It would be the most viewed thing ever in poker. So, and I think that's one of the best way to clear her name. If she has a good live read on Garrett, if she knows that he over bluffs her and she's going to induce him and get him to spaz, like, I would love to see that. Like, she might be the female Phil Hellmuth. We don't fucking know.
I think
I think I know that she's not the female villain.
There's a lot of similarities. Let's be honest.
Bro, why y'all so mean? I'm gonna take Robbi. Fuck it. I'm gonna take Robbi versus you, Sean. I just want to see. I'm gonna see her beat you. You talking so much shit to this fucking woman.
Her versus me.
I need, dude. Listen, I don't. No. Listen, I'll put up the money, Robbi, to play you heads up. I'll stake her 100%. I'll give her 50% free roll. Same thing, Rip. I'll put her in for 100,000 to fucking play you and beat the shit out of you, Sean, because you've been talking about this lady so much. I think. Listen, I'm going with her, man. I think she's gonna surprise you, bro.
She surprised all of us. Like Eric said, she did some things, but one thing that Eric said that I want to reiterate,
bro. Hashtag Robbi. Hashtag Robbi. Listen, man, you're making me on Robbi's side. I'm on Robbi's side right now.
So Eric mentioned that he didn't know about the backing situation. When I asked her on your show, she said everyone knew. Well, clearly everyone didn't know, and that I have a problem with it. And I know Bob and some of the other high stakes guys think that's okay, but when you play with Jeremy and Robbi, you want to know that Robles taking Jeremy. It's just like for everyone's mindset playing those stakes, you got to be on a fair playing field.
Bro, I just assume. Don't you guys just assume everyone's cheating in the game? I just assume everybody got a piece of everybody. Everybody see the car. I just assume everything going on in the game.
I assume I would like to know too. Like I think like the Robo thing is like everyone always knew that you didn't care.
And that's what honorable. I think people used to poker know it's only fair to share that information, and everyone's kind of giving them the pass and saying, oh well, they don't know. It's like this needs to be publicized by everyone running a stream. If someone has a piece of you, whether it's a 5-10% swap, whether they're buying action or whatever, like it needs to be known. So it is a fair game. And I've always asked for that to happen in tournaments. I hate that that's not done. I know it's extremely hard to enforce, but there's got to be something to do to protect people of feeling they got cheated when they didn't get cheated, as well as protect themselves.
Let me bring Veronica in here, guys. I gotta cut you guys off.
I was gonna defend Veronica.
Y'all love Shaun Deeb, professional talker over here. Guys, listen, we got Veronica. What is the bombshell evidence? Listen, what bombshell evidence? Listen, we got Veronica joining in. Speaking of bombshells, Veronica Brill coming in. Veronica,
I'm your bombshell.
Strange.
You don't need Veronica.
You are. You're the biggest bombshell.
Strange occurrences, Veronica. When you come around and stream, welcome back to the show. So we're joined by Veronica Brill. I know it's in chat. Make sure you guys give Veronica Brill a shout out. Check Jungleman's recent tweet. All right, guys, calm down. Veronica, how's it going? And what do you have to say to allegations that wherever you go, strange occurrences take place?
I mean, it is.
What are you thinking,
It is
kid?
odd
What do you think, kid?
that I happened to play on Max Payne Monday, and then Friday. She goes on her third round of being a very good player. So.
And the thing is, remember that happened at Stones too. You went on some of the games, and then.
Oh yeah, I played in the game with Mike Postle a lot. Almost every single one of my games. Yeah, it is a strange occurrence.
Strange occurrence.
Hey, by the way, you and Mike Postle have a romantic relationship. Was he staking you?
No.
Sean, listen, don't be rude. I know you guys.
Try to say something funny.
I know y'all mean. I know y'all mean on social media to each other. Come on, y'all be nice, man. Y'all doing too much negative energy. I'm going to send y'all out of here.
Sean, tell them the truth. We're best friends.
I actually was going to defend you from those allegations and say I know for a fact because we communicate so often, even that she's not in LA very frequently and is not often there on set. So I don't think she'd be a very good co-conspirator considering she's in whatever little shitty place she lives at.
Doesn't Sean act exactly like a leash kid would? Like his parents had him on a leash his whole childhood?
Luckily, my neck's too big for most leashes.
Oh my God, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Veronica, listen, what are you seeing over there at Hustler? Give us the update on your end.
I think Robbi should start charging for coaching. Like she's a pretty immaculate player. I'm kind of going through the live streams, hand by hand, looking at stuff, writing some stuff down, looking at data points, and she's a great player. She's doing a really good job.
What does that mean? What are you doing? You said you're going through the data and you're compiling it?
Yeah. I'm looking at data. I'm just being a little data scientist. But it's looking. She's making a lot of really good moves.
So are you going to put the data out? Are you going to publish the data, or what are you doing with the data?
I mean, I think I need some professional poker players to look at it if I'm gonna put it out. It's just kind of like for me right now. I think we'll have like maybe Shaun if he volunteers, maybe like some objective people, some professional poker players.
I don't
We'll
know
see
if
what
I'm
it looks
considered
like.
objective in general, but I would happily look at it.
Yeah. So we'll see. Like, it's just for me. I'm just noodling through some data. How's that?
So you got data that's coming about Robbi.
I mean, look, we all have data. We all have the live streams. We all can watch her play. We all can go hand by hand and watch her play. It's quite interesting. She's a really good player.
I've watched her a lot. What's interesting about her play that you found out?
I mean, I think she makes a lot of good moves. She knows when to fold. She knows when to hold. It's like she wrote the song. She's doing a good job. We'll see. We'll see. You have to comb through the data and see what it says.
We got Beans in the chat. Beans says Veronica 0%. Maybe we talk to Beans. Beans was one of our first callers on our investigation show. He basically called in and he was a person that helped to get Robbi on Hustler Casino Live. He was one of the connects, and we talked to Beans, and he seemed to be on Robbi's side. I think they're friends or something like that. So
she said that she was. Is that the guy who said that she was insanely wealthy and these were small stakes for her, and that she would never cheat? And
that's the guy. Yeah, that's him.
So, but she still took a backing deal.
Did he know that she was being backed by Rip for the show? That'd be interesting to know.
I don't know. Good question. I don't know. Maybe we should get him on here and see. Beans, you want to call in? I got Beans. You want to come? Maybe we get Beans on here and see what the hell Beans is up to. So Veronica, you sound pretty busy. Shaun Deeb, you're still in your children's room with that great yellow background there, looking good.
It's the basement, not the room.
No, he lives in his mother's basement. That's where he lives.
She's dead, Veronica, you asshole.
Yeah. Ooh, Jesus.
Got dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all
evil. Y'all like the evil people. I'm trying to be not evil around here.
We can say what's on our mind to each other, and neither of us take offense. And I wish I had that relationship with more people. That's just, you can be brutally honest, you can be totally straightforward, and we know we're not bullshitting each other. And I think that a lot of relationships would be stronger if they could have that honesty.
I think Shaun just admitted to the world that he does love me.
No.
I feel like, is this what you guys do? You guys turn into this every time. You'll make it all about yourselves. You're talking about loving each other. You're putting people down 1 second. You're fucking, I mean, where is Beans coming? Beans, are you coming on the show? We got to get Beans on the show. He's on the show first time.
This is my first time meeting Haralabob, so nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
Thank you so much for all your help with the Mike Postle stuff.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed that. That was I'm really grateful for being an idiot on the internet and getting sued by some guy who's away. It was an awesome moment.
Yeah.
Hey, you live and learn. Luckily, you got the bankroll to afford it.
Yeah, so great. It didn't serve me. I never actually got served, so that was like the one bonus. But it just still had this impending, overhanging lawsuit for like however long until he. I guess your case is the one. Who did the
anti-slap work? Yeah,
I did. Yeah, Todd and me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what got rid of it all. What's he up to right now? I mean, you definitely need to do a stream with him.
He's texting Joey.
I'm trying to get him on the show. I'm trying to get him on the call. I want him to
hand
call in
will.
right now. I told him call in right now. I'm ready. I'll put him on.
I would die.
He said he won a bounty. How much bounty you guys want to give Postle if he admits how he did it? How much you want to give him? What kind of bounty can we get on a Mike Postle admission?
I mean, don't you know that the bone conductor? That was definitely.
He gonna explain everything. What kind of price?
I'll give him 2 middle fingers. That's what I'll give him.
I'll give him $5,000 if he rats out whoever he was working with. How about that?
What about?
I'll put up 15 for the insiders as well. So there's 20 for him to find out who was working with him in the casino.
And then how about them?
If you guys give him 20,000.
Veronica, you gotta turn your mic down. It's very.
Yes, we know it goes to you.
Yeah.
If you guys give him 20,000, he owes me like 40,000. So.
How does he owe you 40 from cheating you?
The anti-slap. He owes me for my legal fees.
Oh yeah, and then he owes the people for cheating. So I don't know that he needs any money that.
All right, listen, we're gonna get Beans. Beans is calling in, so we're gonna get him calling in. Okay, hold on a sec, guys, come, take it easy, guys. Beans, you there?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? Well, listen, we got Beans. I'm trying to get him in the microphone right here. I know it's gonna be a little challenging. I'll just kind of repeat back what he's saying. So we got Beans here. Beans, one of the first callers He was the intro to Robbi, and obviously, Beans, your name's been getting brought up a lot because you got the association with Robbi. So, you've been kind of seeing comments people have been making these past few days, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on what you're hearing out there.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot. I mean, watching your streams when I can. I talked to Doug Polk on a phone call. He called me up earlier today. We talked about 30 minutes. And then, just watching Matt Berkey. So I'm just trying to stay in the loop as much as I can. I'm in Northern California right now on a family trip.
Mm-hmm.
So just trying to log in and watch what I can. I just saw the news about Brian. That's kind of shocking, actually. He seemed kind of legit. My question to that is, though, I'm not 100% up to speed on everything, but how was he able to cash in the 5K chips?
I don't know. Good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think any of us are on location there to know how he could cash in the 5K chips. So it sounds like he was playing poker. It sounds like he was gambling. Are you insinuating that maybe he had some sort of person he maybe traded chips with or something like that, or what are you trying to insinuate by that comment?
Well, no, I just know that anybody knows, like, if you have flags, well, I mean, out in California, the colors of the chips are so awkward. They're not flat, but you know what I mean. It's just unless you're a known player that plays in certain stakes or play craps or black deck high stakes, et cetera, which California doesn't have that, but they're gonna analyze a little bit just for their compliance department, like where are you getting the 5K chips. So I just don't know how he was able to cash those in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
in fact, it's 5K chips. Was it 5K chips, or do we know that?
I don't know.
This is what I heard. I heard that he would come in at 11 a.m., play 10, 20, 40, give it a right go, getting the $80 straddles on. Seen him do 12 to 15K, come back the next day, do another 7. Then at 3 p.m. is off doing his job for the show.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what did you see, Bean? Did you see this guy? You see this guy around? Is this guy a friend of yours, or do you know this guy at all?
No, we follow each other on Twitter after I started playing, on the streams, and I mean, he's Filipino. I mean, I think the first couple streams I wore some kind of shirts that's showing that I was half Filipino. I had like the Filipino flag, but anyway, he took a liking to me just because of that fact, and then he gets the chips for people sometimes. I mean, sometimes he, helped out with the mics, as far as, micing us up. He's the mic guy. That's what he's known.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So
he's a friendly guy. I mean,
right.
That's about it. That's all I can really say.
Everyone who's hustled and stole has been the friendliest of guys.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. I mean, so I guess with you, Beans, what are you seeing about this Robbi situation? It still sounds like, you were always one of her main defenders. And obviously a lot of people out there are, there's some people that are saying, let's kind of wait and see what develops. But there are some people who are now convinced that this means that she was doing something out of line in the game. And a lot of those people are kind of discussing, what that means, and with the statement that she just released kind of being like a different tone than maybe before. So what are you seeing, Beans? What are you seeing from your perspective?
I haven't seen her release statement. I talked to Bobby and her husband yesterday on a call last night, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the release statement? Can you mind?
Yeah. Basically, it's on the poker news site.
Hold on. Can I ask Beans a few questions?
Sure. Go ahead.
Is he backed by anyone?
Am I backed by anybody?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Did you know that Robbi was being backed by Rip on this show ahead of time?
No. So I knew that Rip was her backer, and then the second part of the answer is I did not know at the time that she was backed by him on that show specifically. But I did know that Rip, which I've never met or even conversed with, I did know that he was a backer of hers.
Do you know who else he backs besides Robbi?
I don't.
So you talk about how she has all this money, the money means nothing to her. Very rarely do people have that much money pick up a backer for what her normal stakes are. I could see for this show, but you say that you knew she had a backer prior to the high stakes game. That, kind of is a little weird to me that you make the comments about how much money she has, and this means nothing to her while she needs to be back for these games.
I could just break it down on how he came into that knowledge. So the last game that I played there on stream was Max Payne Monday. Bobby met up with me that day, and I introduced her to Shaun up there. And she was on the phone at the time when I was buying in, and she was on the phone with Rip, and she was basically saying that I'm on the phone with my backer. And Rip, Cowboy, and I was like, who is he? I don't know him. And then she said, yeah, the guy that played the other day on the stream. He's a real cool guy. And I mean, I didn't know. At that time, I hadn't watched the stream, so I had no clue who she was referring to. But just in
Hey,
that
Dean,
small
have you heard about this $200,000 bounty Perkins and I are offering for people who have information?
Yeah,
on,
listen,
on
Beans. They
what
got
player-
215,000. You got any information
like-
on
seems
anything?
like
So that's
it
what
might
you're
be
saying,
something you might wanna
basically.
consider.
I haven't heard about that either. What's going on with the
So there's a bounty, a $215,000 bounty, Beans. Basically, Perkins and Haralabob and Shaun Deeb put up some money. Dankness throwing $100. Shout out to Dankness. They basically said that if somebody comes forward with information on how anything might have worked, if there was anything going on, then that person would
And
get,
also who cheated.
and also who was involved, they would get $215,000.
Plus whatever lawyer fee would get you
I didn't,
protected.
I didn't say anything about lawyer fees. I'm hard capped at 100,000. I wouldn't be trying to spend my money.
I think I got the lawyer who might give her time off for free. She's a good friend of mine, but she's one of the best defense attorneys in the world. There's been a few documentaries done on her. People will know who she is pretty quickly.
Just like I told Doug Polk earlier today, to me it just doesn't make any sense. If you're going to cheat, you're going to have some kind of help, obviously. You're going to have some kind of smarts. I mean, I know criminals are dumb, but I mean, let's face it, you would have went all in, or somebody would have went all in on the flop of the turn. Why make it so obvious and haul off on the river in that spot? It just doesn't make any sense. But let's pause there for a minute. Back to Brian, and we can jump back to Robbi. Do we know that yet if Brian has did this to any other players? Because it would make sense that he has. This is just the one time he got caught. Doesn't that make sense?
It would make sense, yeah. I could see that if it wasn't the first time. Veronica, do you want to ask him something about related to that?
Yeah, I want to know how he knows Robbi and how long he's known her for.
Oh, for Robbi, share that, Beans. How long did you know Robbi and how long you known her for?
Yeah. Basically, I think I went over that. I don't know if she saw it on the last stream when she was trolling me, but I remember that. But anyway.
Yeah, I think she was busy trolling you. She was busy trolling you and then trolling the YouTube chat. She wasn't bothered with you explaining that story.
Trolling me. It was like, my God.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, I made it very clear. I met her, I think it was September, whatever the date was, that Live at the Bike, or not Live at the Bike, but the Bicycle Casino had that 2K Survivor. That's the first time I've ever heard of her or met her. She was sitting at my table.
So, Beans, have you and her ever had any financial relationships together? Done any business?
So I won't go into, like, as far as pieces of each other and that sort of thing.
Anything. Like, if you guys have exchanged, like, what?
Yeah.
I just want to know,
I won't go into that, but I'm being honest. Like, if I was trying to evade the question, or I'd lie to you if that was something foul or anything by that, but I just don't want to go into the specifics. I didn't have a piece of her on that stream or anything like that, but...
Did she ever have a piece of you in any streams?
No. She's never had a piece of me on the streams, but there has been some monetary, back and forth type stuff, but since I met her.
Mm-hmm.
So what type of stuff? What type of amounts? Why did it happen?
I'm not going to go into the amounts.
This guy's like the CIA, bro. Listen, Beans. This guy's like This guy's like the CIA, Beans. Listen, you got to give us the data points. I want you to submit your fucking credit card records. I want you to submit your phone text messages. I want to see any deleted apps. I want to go connect to the local tower.
Half of me honestly wants to say none of your effing business, but I'm not going to do that.
But the other half of you is on the podcast in front of 6,000 people telling your truth. Shaun Deeb, this guy Shaun Deeb talks so much. Shaun Deeb, we gotta rein in Shaun Deeb over here. This guy's like a fucking stallion running down the road.
Shaun probably doesn't remember me. We met actually at McCarran Airport years and years ago. I came up to him and said, hey, that was years ago, but that's the only time him and I have ever He probably doesn't remember that. He gets that a lot. But anyway, so it was like monetary loan type thing. That's why it's not really pertinent, in my opinion.
Got it.
Did you loan her? Or did she loan you?
That part, I mean, that part's irrelevant. I'm just gonna stop there. I don't feel comfortable, but that's about the end of that. Extent of when I'm going to comment on that. But I am being
if there's
transparent.
nothing going on and you don't really know her, why don't you feel comfortable? It's not a big deal. Money's exchanged all the time in poker.
Well,
Yeah, me and Robbi have done
but
lots of deals when we first met. Like that's
nobody-
common in poker.
Guys,
just
listen,
to be
you
honest.
guys can't interrupt each other. Come on, guys. Come on.
It's just nobody's business
kick them all off here.
on that aspect of it. There's no pertinence to that when it comes to the allegations of Robbi. I mean, I know everybody thinks I'm a Robbi enthusiast. How can I not be? I can't see it, I can't. It just seems like everybody's witch hunting, personally. That's what it looks like.
So, Beans, how is your relationship with people back home?
How's the relationship with people? What?
Like, you're from St. Louis, right?
Remember, I'm on a phone call. I'm not on Zoom, so I can't. It's breaking up every now and again. What was your question?
Joe, can you ask? He's from St.
Yeah,
Louis.
yeah,
originally, played there a lot?
Yeah, he basically asked where you're from, Beans. That's what he's asking
I'm from
about.
Kansas City, but I live in Las Vegas, and I've lived in Las Vegas for the last 4 years.
Yeah, I think he's asking about Kansas City and about, I think we got some messages, people to ask you about Kansas City, some experiences back there. We got some stories up there as well too. So I think some people reached out and wanted just to ask about that experience back there, and just because a lot of rumors going on, it seems like, Beans, and I think we're just trying to figure out, what the truth is, and for your sake, everybody's sake, really.
What kind of rumors?
I don't know, man. Hustles, scams, stuff like that. Like I got a bunch of stuff. I mean, if you really want to go through it.
Guys,
yeah.
can I say something?
Yeah.
What is the issue? He said that he knew for a fact she was very, very wealthy and the game meant nothing to her.
Right.
And of course she wouldn't cheat ever. And then he also knew before that she was getting backed by another person. What is there? It's all very. It all makes sense to me, right? It's just like conflicting stories on different time levels. You just got to get, you got to get with his program of just kind of. It's just the way. Like, look, the one thing we know about the people involved in this scandal is the truth is very variable. It's fluid. I misread my hand. I thought I had Jack high. I did this. I did that. It's just Beans is just in on. He's just in on the same program where, he knew she was back, but he also knew she was wealthy.
Sorry, I got to interrupt because I'm getting some great hot tips right now. Robbi just
you open up a
texted
can of
me-
beans.
No, Robbi just texted me that she now wants to play Perkins heads up for $2 million because I'm that broke. I have it covered. So Perkins, if you're still listening,
Perkins was down for that action. Perkins is low-key in love with this girl.
What? Wait, what? Bill Perkins is going to play Robbi heads up for $2 million.
And now she's offering for me and her to play for $1 million too.
How about me? Can I get on some of this action too?
I'll let her know.
All right, give me some more. I'm gonna get Beans off the phone here because I don't want to hold my phone anymore. But what do you got a question for Beans? Can we give him a last question for Beans here? And then can we talk about that?
I want to know more about the financial workings between him and Robbi. Why can't he give us the details? It's not a big deal.
Because he don't sound like you don't want to give you the details.
It's just none of your business. I mean, it's not pertinent to anything. It's no different.
You don't know her.
than
How can
if-
you have so much money exchanged between the two of you?
There's no relevance or pertinence to any of these allegations, regardless. I mean, I did not.
I mean, you're calling into a show multiple times defending her. You're like, you're talking about how you got her in the game and you know her so well. You know her financial situation with her backers and stuff. How come you can't talk about the exchange of money between the two of you?
Because that's my business. That has nothing to do with anything.
But you're talking
He just said he don't want to.
It's like,
Bro, y'all host weird shows. I'm sorry, Bean. Listen, my people I got on here, they be bulldogs here, right? I'm a nice guy.
Let's just keep it positive.
Yeah,
Beans.
Beans.
I believe in you, Beans.
We believe you, bro. I believe in Beans, bro. I like Beans. Shout out to Beans.
I just want to add, Beans. There is $200,000 out there for whoever has information on how this scandal, if it went down. So just keep that in mind.
I truly believe that nobody's going to get that $200,000 because it's still not adding up. I mean, you're giving her way too much credit to think that she would have cheated. I don't know her, like I said. Like Rana keeps putting out there, I just met her. But, I mean, it doesn't take that long to kind of gauge a person's financial, you know, based upon either how they play. I mean, hell, if you just Google her, you can find out she's married to an attorney. So it's safe to just assume. I mean, I know just about as much of her financials as you guys do. And as far as being backed, yeah, her and I, you know, we talked like, you know, we became like friends or whatever you want to call it, just within the month and a half that we've known each other. But that's about it. I mean, there's nothing more, nothing less than that. I mean, I've never met Rip. I don't know Rip. I never talked to him. I don't know anything about that. To me, personally, it just doesn't make any sense. I know half the people are like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Then the other half of people are extreme, like, oh, it makes perfect sense. Like, she's definitely guilty. I mean, so I get it. We can all agree to disagree, but I don't think anybody's going to get that $200,000. I think in the people that put that up, you know, Shaun, they know that that's they can put up $1 million, $2 million, and it's good for views. It's good for publicity. Nobody's ever going to get that money.
Makes sense.
Sorry, I'm tuning out talking to Robbi about our current heads-up match. So this is a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right, Beans, listen.
All right, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, okay?
I think we should try to get Robbi on the show. And then
I think we should
just
get Robbi on the show for sure. And I think that I would love to meet Robbi. Robbi seems like someone I would really love to meet. She seems wonderful. I really have nothing but great things to say about Robbi. Just amazing human being. Deeb, ask her if she wants to come on the show.
I just did. I'll let you know.
I'm looking for a backer right now. I want to.
Yeah, turn up your mic a little bit now, Veronica.
I don't think you got what it takes. I don't think you got.
Yeah,
what
Veronica. No one
wants.
we don't want to see you. All right.
This has to have like a. What was the name? Who is it? Was it? What was the man?
What are these people texting? These people are priming texting, bro.
No. It was. I'm talking about the tennis match. I'm talking about the tennis match. Billie Jean King and Riggs. No, it was like Bobby Riggs and Billie Jean King or something like that.
Yeah,
we need to recapture that type of energy, you know.
Sorry, guys, I'm going through. I keep getting all these texts about all sorts of things. So
This Beans guy, is he still on?
No, he went out of there.
What is this guy thinking? Calling up on this show? It's just like, what is he?
He got a lot of. He got a lot of heart. I respect the heart.
He's got a heart.
He's got a heart. I like that guy. He's got heart. I mean, you guys. People are saying.
Hey, is Beans still on, or did he hang up?
He left. He hung up.
I had another question.
Kansas City stuff scared him off.
No, I told him, like, listen, guys. I mean, I just kind of feel. I don't know. I guess that's what it is. The guy. I don't know what this guy did. He ain't been accused of anything, so he volunteering to come on here. I guess
hold on. Stop. Robbi said she asked you already to come on. You didn't respond.
Ask me where.
Is
that her number? Oh, that is her number. Oh, okay. All right, Robbi gonna come on too then. All right, hold on a second. I didn't even know this was. Someone was texting me and they're like, "Oh, come on." I was like, I didn't have the number saved. I was like, I don't know who this is. Like, I'm getting all these text messages.
On for Robbi. I was gonna peace out, but I can't leave I gotta be on for Robbi. That's my one request.
All right, let's get.
She texted me what she texted Joey.
All right. I'm gonna give her a link. I'm gonna give Robbi the link. Hold on a second, guys.
What a night! Wow.
Joey's too empathetic. I mean, listen, I'm gonna be however I'm gonna be, right? I like to be nice to people that come on my show. I just don't like that much. I try to be.
Honestly, I'm not. This isn't bullshit. I honestly love the way you conduct yourself, Joey. Because I think a lot of people are very attacking, and you let people come on, and you don't give them. You know, you let them do their talking, and then you let the people decide. You're not here to interrogate anyone. I like that.
Yeah, you guys are. Everybody else want everybody to be interrogated, but everybody got their own opinion how things should be done. That's why. They got to host their show and they got to do it like that. So we got
I'm here for an investigation, you know.
Yeah,
I want to get to the bottom of these things.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that too. I mean, well, it sounds like you and Beans need to set up a call. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to,
maybe we'll have Beans and Veronica be the fucking, warm up match.
That's what I'm saying, right?
I'm good.
You guys should set up a call.
Who is Beans? I need a visual of what Beans looks like.
I played a Max Payne Monday.
Never trust a grown man named Beans.
It's with a Z though, Rollis. It's the good way to spell it.
Let me see Beans.
All right, I gave Robbi the link, and
I'm gonna let you guys talk to Robbi because I don't think there's enough room for all of us on here.
All right, Veronica. I'll see you soon.
All right, Veronica. Talk to you later.
Good night, guys.
See you, Veronica. Shout out to Bean. Shout out to Veronica. And yeah, guys, give them a big thanks in the chat for coming on here. All these people in the chat. I'm about to go to war with my chat on this chat right here. These guys are triggering me right now. I don't know what it is about the chat. It's a strange occurrence, the chat right now, but they're kind of triggering me. So, all right, we're gonna have Veronica come in here, or I'm sorry, we're gonna have Robbi come in here. So, Robbi, is she really gonna play this $2 million match against Perkins? And
she's
how the fuck? How did you get a heads up match? What is going on? How did you get a heads up match? Why would anybody want to play you heads up? I don't understand.
I suck at heads up. The one time I did King of the Hill I got lit up by Olivia Biscay. You know, I'm not a good no woman holding player. I'm not a good heads up no one holding player. So she's smart. She got me and Perkins, the two fish of the group.
I think she's gonna beat you.
I'm not as big as a favorite as people would think. I'd have to go in the lab with Dougie for a little bit, but
Doug Folk, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. All right, we sent Robbi over a link, guys. Robbie's going to join us here in a bit. She hasn't.
What are you talking about? She's been playing poker for like a year. I wouldn't be that big a favorite. Stop already. Stop.
She's owned some souls, man. She's the female Phil Hellmuth.
Well, she's definitely has some magic going, that's for sure.
All right, we always wait for her to come in here. Guys in the chat, what's going on? Who we got out there? We got a lot of people in there. Waterbug, what's up, Waterbug? Wesley Moore, and hello, Joey. I'm drunk. I just tuned in. Shout out to Wesley. Jennifer Rochelle, what's up, Jennifer? Rambo, Betch, Breaking Bad beats, Dopest Kush, Fife. I love how everybody they text me their like feedback to every word I say over 10 hours. I find that it's very fun. Joe Bartholdi, what's up, man? How's it going? Lasso wins. Madison Nelson, Joey, tell Garrett you're sorry right now. What am I sorry to Garrett for?
Who's Joe Bartholdi? That's an old school name. I know.
I don't know.
He won the 25K one year. He was backed by I forget who backed him. No, I think Joe Cassidy might have backed him. Was it Joe Cassidy? But he won 25K. He was like part of the poker crew with touching them.
Okay, yeah, I know it's an old school name from back in the day.
He looked like a skinny Steve Nash.
A skinny Steve Nash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if Steve Nash was like on this, lost some weight on a fast.
I didn't know Steve Nash was considered overweight.
No, but this guy's very, very, very skinny. Very skinny. Definitely looks like a skinny Steve Nash. We pull off the video or the picture, you'll see it, Poppy.
Yeah, I've seen him. I think I've seen him before. So let me see over here. Deeb is gonna kill the vibe with Robbi. Dude, that's what this guy said.
Be
in the
nice
chat.
to Robbi, Deeb. Come on.
Yeah, Deeb. Don't be such an asshole to this girl, bro. Come on. Why you got it? Come on, bro. You coming out here. You try to guess mean.
Hey, Poppy. When she comes on, can you show the tweet I talked about her being an angel? Just put that on the screen. I want her to see that. I mean, there might have been some sarcasm there, but it's still nice for her to see.
I think we should just play the clip of Perkins talking to her about how she's Angelina Jolie's cousin, while Perkins' wife is grilling him from behind.
Bro, Perkins is different. Why you got to put everybody down, bro? Perkins is a different kind of guy. Let him live his fucking life. This guy been grinding his life. Let this guy live. Let Perkins live his life.
Laura sent him out and said, "You want to fucking hang out with Angelina's cousin and give her?"
Bro, let this guy live his life. What is this guy's a hater, bro? Let this guy live his life. Let Perkins do his thing. Come on, bro. All right, guys, listen. We got Robbi coming in the chat here. Hold on a second. I got to change out my names here. Robbi's coming in the chat. Connecting to audio. Dun, 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 dun. Get Jersey Joe on. No, man. Come on. Y'all crazy.
Don't get Jersey Joe.
You don't want Jersey Joe.
Come on with just me.
Jersey Joe. Jersey Joe got to wait till later. Jersey Joe, our guy. Listen, shout out to Jersey Joe, but Jersey Joe got to wait till.
We should drop Deeb and get Bill Perkins on here.
I will happily get off for Perkins.
I'm just teasing.
So Robbi going to play a match against Bill Perkins, $2 million match. Is that what's being claimed? Okay, Robbi in the house. Robbi, welcome officially back to the show. Everybody in chat, welcome Robbi back to the chat. Robbi, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. We're fired up here. Listen, I don't know where this chat's going all sorts of different directions lately. The guests have been kind of calling in. I mean, listen, I don't know where things are going. They're going here, they're going there. The day started off one way, now it's kind of devolving another way. And if Shaun Deeb just said you want to play Bill Perkins in a $2 million heads-up match, Shaun Deeb somehow found a way to get himself some action. I don't know how he snuck his way in there, but why don't you tell us how you're doing and say hi to the chat and say hi to everybody.
Hi everyone. I was actually at a dinner, just trying to get a break and kind of have like a normalcy and some level of life. And Sean and me go back from like where I think like we're cool and then we're not cool, and I think we're not cool because there's like an element of him trying to get me to convince like this some fucking bullshit whistleblower crap, which I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, and who the fuck is Bill Perkins? It's one of those things where I'm like, like what are we even talking about here? And people are like, oh, you're following this like, I don't even know his name, the Filipino guy that stole money from me. I follow people that follow Hustler Casino, that support me, and it's kind of like a temper. I haven't met 99.5% of the people that I follow. And I think I even followed Shaun Deeb before I knew who the fuck he was. Like, I have no idea. Like, I'm not paying attention to that. I don't really care. And then he comes at me and he goes, oh, this whistleblower, 250,000. I'm like, what the F are you talking about? And he's like, well, Bill Perkins wants you to come clean with Haralabob, whoever the fuck that is.
He's also on the call. We're not trying to railroad you. For all this vulgaris is also.
I'm on the chat with you. Why are you?
It sounds like some Harry Potter fucking magician. I have no idea who the fuck that is, and from what I've heard, like lots of people don't. And like I'm like I don't care about like Bill Clinton or Bill Perkins. I don't know who the hell these guys are. But I will say like Sean's coming at me one day like being cool, and the next day like some whistleblower shit. Like I'm like, what are you talking about? Like $250,000? Like. For what? For what? Like coming clean? You guys just can't wait till the investigation is over. I feel like I'm constantly victimized. I get money stolen from me and I don't give a shit about it enough to press charges because it was supposed to be an independent criminal thing. I don't have time to press any guy that has no money. You guys satisfaction? I don't even know who this guy is. Like, oh, I follow random dude that follows Hustler Casino online. Like, I don't even know who the fuck follows me, and I don't even give a shit about 95% of the people that I follow. This is social media, guys. Like, do you really care about anything but clout? That's why we have this. That's why I'm on right now, right? Because that's what you're all about. Let's be real. It's like the only person that I can actually appreciate is Joey Ingram because he admits to the fact that he's only about that. He's like, I'm the biggest troll on the internet. He's the only one that admits to that shit. Everybody else is trying to pretend like they actually have some like worldly, godly, you know, I don't know, awakening that they're trying to have the whole world kind of experience.
Come back.
Bang, bang.
Come back.
And that's why I'm on here. So one of the things is that like I'm not trying to play this game, and you guys are a really toxic environment. This is a very toxic industry. I'm cool. I'm fine with that. I can actually tolerate it. I've been dealing with it for several days. But when like Shaun comes on one day and he's like, I'm gonna have you do a heads up challenge, and the next day he's like, I'm all about you, Robbi. I'm not in it for the money. And the third day he's like, you know what? Just come clean with this whistleblower bullshit. And then the fourth day he's like, Bill Perkins will pay you A, B, and C. I'm like, Shaun, I didn't know who the fuck you were 4 days ago, and I don't know who the fuck Bill Perkins is today. Mm-hmm. Because I don't care about you guys. Like, I don't know who you are. Oh, you want to pay like a bunch of money to play me? I'm down. Like, you think that $1 million matters to me? I'll go $1 million on one pot. It does matter because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But if you're gonna come against me with that, and threaten me with this money and make me feel like $250,000 means something, like you are like awakening a wolf in me that does not exist. I let a man go earlier because in my mind, I did ask a detective. I said two things. I said one thing. I said, hey, Nick, can you, Nick's like, I was like, Nick, who is this guy? Like, you know, he's like, he's just a kid. I was like, cool. He's like, well, the detective needs to talk to you anyways. And I said, okay, let me talk to the detective. And the detective was like, well, do you want to press charges? And I said, well, I have a couple questions. One of them is, how old is this kid? You know, he said he's like 23. And I said, does he have any priors? And he's like, oh, I think you have to actually charge him before you know that. Then somebody on the side that's like another detective or police officer or whatever they are was like, oh, I can find that out. So they put me on hold for 30 seconds or about a minute. He came back on. He said, no, he doesn't have any priors. I was like, does he look relatively remorseful? He's like, well, he doesn't look happy. He looks like a broke kid. So I'm thinking, like, why am I going to damage this kid's life? And then Nick verified with me that this supposed kid already spent the money. So why am I going to go and waste my energy and taking this kid to court over $15,000 that I'm never going to get back anyways? It's just, I'm a big believer of karma, and maybe I am too nice, but there isn't a mean bone in my body that's going to make this kid's life worse than it already is. He already lost a job when he didn't have enough money. Like, I mean, who the fuck am I to ruin this kid's life? He's ruined already. This kid is already ruined, much like, I mean, all of you guys are attempting to do to me. I mean, I've been there. I feel for him. And I don't know why people can't understand that I'm in the same predicament with a little bit of more bankroll. And so when people threaten me with like, oh, when Shaun comes on here, and I don't even know if he's on this call anymore because I actually am driving and here's my honking of my horn. That's bullshit. Like when Shaun comes on and he's like, oh, $215,000 whistleblower shit. I'm like, 200, what, like 200, what? And he's like, yeah, we just, Bill Perkins and me and Haralabob wants to come on, and like, I don't give a fuck about these names that I don't give a shit about, that have had no influence or any like support in my life or the way that I've even created or established or developed the level of money and the bankroll that I've had to where I am now, where I don't give an F about most people that want to threaten me with that type of like.
That's not. But to be clear,
I wasn't
that's
trying to
not
threaten you,
threat.
by the way.
Hey, hang on a second, Shaun. You've already.
Yeah,
okay,
Shaun.
I'm sorry.
Take,
Go ahead, Rolls.
I mean, making our guests mad, Shaun.
I don't recognize voices.
This is Haralabob. The guy.
Yeah, who the fuck are you, bro? Like,
I'm nobody.
Like,
I'm nobody. I said some nice things about you today.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea who you are because
That's
as far
okay.
as I'm concerned, I've never actually ever had to get a publicist or like a
What does a
legal
publicist have to
team
do with
that
knowing
actually-
someone is?
I'm just
I
saying,
don't-
like, because I don't actively go on Twitter to figure out who you guys are. I just get told like who's causing a problem and how to deal with it. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you weren't
Okay,
a
well,
problem causer,
I'm not here to
I
cause any
wouldn't-
problems, that's for sure. I'm just here because this is entertaining, and I even have said that there's certain things that shouldn't be talked about.
So
like-
my life being destroyed is entertaining to you?
No, I've. If you listen to the earlier
Please
part of the stream,
clarify.
I stood up.
So this is
I stood up.
entertaining to you?
No, if you listen to the earlier
Because
part of the
this is
stream.
my life.
Okay,
You,
but are you
like,
going to let me
put
talk, or are
into
you
a
going to interrupt
washing
me?
machine? No, you just, this is entertaining to you? Like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, but I'm standing up for you. I don't get what part you're missing. You're attacking a guy who basically said that your personal life shouldn't be discussed. I said that earlier on in the podcast.
But you're discussing my personal life, and I don't even know who you are.
I said that it shouldn't be discussed. I'm not sure if you've heard that
But
part.
you're
of it.
discussing it, and when I came onto this
No,
call,
other people were
you
discussing it, and I said that this is not something we should discuss. But look, I get it. If I was in your position, I'd be very upset too. I said
Why
this is
can't
like,
you just admit that you were discussing my personal life without knowing me?
what personal life did I discuss about you? You're a
So
public figure
you
at this
think
point.
that what you're discussing about me is personal?
Your poker play? You went on live stream to play poker. What did you expect? me to
You're
do?
talking about somebody you don't know.
I'm talking
You don't
about
think
your
this is
poker
like-
play
You
primarily.
don't think
I've never.
that this is going to personally affect me?
I'm talking about your poker play and whether or not it's possible that the someone who accused you of cheating is accurate. That seems like fair game, no?
I'm going to let you finish.
No, I that's honestly like, look, if I got to the gossip part of it in some part of the pod, I apologize because I really don't want to gossip about anyone's personal life. Like, I really don't. I think
So this
there's
isn't
some things that
gossip to
people.
you?
Excuse me.
This isn't gossip to you?
Whether or not you cheated in a poker game, I've been a gambler my entire life. You asked who I was. I've been a gambler my entire life. I've been cheated numerous times. Yeah, I want to know if someone's cheating. I think it's interesting. That's entertaining to me because there's so many. I've been in so many chats where people have been convinced you were innocent. Then they're like, oh no, maybe now she's cheating. To back to innocent. And I've been the same way. Like, I don't know. I don't have an opinion either way. I think some things are very, very suspicious, but it doesn't mean necessarily you're cheating. Like, I said that it was suspicious that you said to Garrett after the hand was over, like, I've beaten you off stream too many times immediately after, even before he'd accused you of cheating, as though you were defending yourself against an accusation that hadn't been levied. That's what I find is interesting, the body language part of it. Not the rest of the stuff, who you're hanging out with, who's backing you, whatever. That stuff not interesting to me at all, just to be clear. And I do think, like there's a part where you're innocent in this and you're being dragged through the mud, and I think that's awful. I really do. I've said that earlier in the pod. Because there's a part in this where you could just be innocent, and now everyone's going through a microscope on everything you've done and everything you've said in a very, very high stress situation. I think that's unfair. So in my part,
I'm just letting you guys get all your clout because it's about to be over real soon.
Well, I appreciate you listening to my, it doesn't seem like you're
Milk it. You know what? Milk this for everything that you need to milk it for, because I'm going to get you guys afterwards. But go ahead. I'll give you guys your clout. The only person that admits to it, though, is Joey. He literally will be like, oh, no, I'm trolling. The only thing is that everybody that comes on here, they think they're trying to like reason and like change like the paradigm of the poker world, and it's all bullshit. I'm just the pawn in this whole scheme for you guys to get a little level of attention that you didn't receive for several years. And that's life. I get it. I'm not that fucking stupid at all. And here's the thing. The only person that's admitted to it is Joey. Like, it's amazing to me. I'm just listening to you talk, and I'm going to let you talk because I don't know who you are. I appreciate if you've supported me. I don't care if you didn't. But this is all about clout for you, and I'm letting you have it. So take your moment. I'm all for it.
No offense, honey. I don't need you for clout. Just FYI.
But I've never even heard of you.
Well,
and I've been in the poker world for a year, and I don't know.
I'm
who
not a
the fuck
poker
you
player.
are.
I'm not a poker player, so I don't know why you haven't heard of me.
Where the fuck are you even on here?
Yeah, no, I mean he was just on. We were already doing a call, Robbie, when you were asking to call in.
It was
to
come on the show.
No, yeah.
So
Listen, let me talk. Yeah, basically, it was me and Haralabob were on here just chatting. Shaun was on here too. Shaun said something about you wanted to play a big heads-up match against Bill Perkins.
I'm sorry, Haralabob or whatever your name is. Like the only thing is that like you were coupled up in a conversation that like Shaun actually texted me. And so, like, I'm sitting there, like, looking at these names that aren't familiar to me. So I'm thinking, who are these people that are against or for me? You have to understand, I feel like I'm on attack all the time. It's really difficult.
Yeah, I don't. That's not what I'm looking. I mean, that's why when I have you on here, that's not the kind of environment. Obviously, I've told you that numerous times when I want you on here or have you on here. When I've talked to you too as well. You know, when Shaun's on here, Shaun is more of an aggressive guy, attacking guy. Obviously, I keep telling this guy, calm the fuck down, please. Be respectful of the guests too, because it's going to reflect on me as the host of the show, and that's not really the kind of environment I'm trying to create around here. So when you come on here, Robbie, that's certainly not what I'm trying to have Shaun do or Haralabob do. Haralabob's just kind of in here, and obviously you guys don't know each other. I've known Haralabob a long time. He's been in poker world a long time, 15, 20 years. So I wouldn't say that he is someone that is
he left the game
attacking.
like 10 years ago. Let's
Yeah. I mean,
soul.
But yeah, I mean,
but he was always a sports bettor first and one of the best in the world. And then, he always was involved in poker, but he's given up poker as a profession.
I was never a professional poker player, to be clear. I played poker so I could get access to outs to bet on sports. That's the main reason why I played poker. And then I started liking playing it. But I never earned a living playing poker. I backed poker players, and I made more money backing than I did playing. That's for certain. But anyways, look, Robbie, I think, and maybe you don't care to hear this, but I do think you've been put in a very, very difficult situation. And the fact that you're willing to come on here and it's admirable in some ways, and I think it's also interesting in other ways, and that's what I find interesting. Like, I like human psychology. I find this interesting that someone accused of cheating is willing to come on and discuss it and agree to a polygraph and all these other things. I find it's interesting. So if that part of me is insensitive and I'm being insensitive to what you're going through, I apologize for that, because that wasn't my intention. It's entertaining in that way, but not in a way like, oh, you're going through a tough thing and haha, I can laugh at that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so just so you know, I kind of walked into my house and there's like a moment, like couple of maybe even a minute where I missed what you were saying. I caught onto the polygraph thing. Can you just like kind of repeat?
No, I just said that you're in a very tough situation. It's admirable that you're willing to come on here, and I don't find the part where it's difficult for you entertaining. I find like the human psychology part of it, where you're willing to like do interviews and do stuff and talk about things. I find that to be interesting and entertaining, but the fact that you're being attacked, I find is not that entertaining. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Just understand that I didn't even hear of your name until I saw it in text message format from Shaun, and so like it's really overbearing when you have like the world attacking you that doesn't even fucking know who the fuck you are. So thank you, though. I appreciate you explaining yourself.
Can I clarify a couple things? So first off, when I texted you and we talked on the phone, obviously, everyone who follows the stream knows I suck at typing. And when I wanted to organize this heads up match as a third party, I thought I reached out to you. I was honest in what I was trying to do. I was trying to get a neutral site for you and Garrett to play heads up. I thought that was the best way to vindicate yourself, which I still do. If you come and embarrass anyone you play heads up, or even just put up a reasonable fight, it gives you so much more street cred, and you're gonna get so many more people support you. And I asked you, did you want to be famous? Why'd you go on the stream? Did you want it for money? Like, I need to know what your goal is in this industry, whether you're a part of it, whether you're not. And now you're forced to be a part of it. Unfortunately for you, it's very tough to turn the spotlight off once it's on. But when it came to these matches, and Haralabob and myself and Bill, we just want to know yes or no the answer. And if we offer this bounty and if no one accepts, that doesn't mean you're guilty or not guilty, you know. And that's the whole point, is those names and myself are not 100% convinced you cheated. And Bill has spoke very highly of you multiple times on Joey. You can go back and look for the clips when he was on here. He's very intrigued by you. He's very interested. He's a big fan of yours. But he also has a lot of money. And so people with a lot of money occasionally do things with their money regardless of their ideas. Bill has given one of his friends $500K to get a tattoo that Bill got to pick. Like, you know, Bill is good friends with, you know, Dan Bilzerian and other influential people. And he's been a great member of the community of poker. And me texting you that was to just give you a heads up. And, you know, the heads up match between Garrett seemed to have stalled between us. I don't know why. And, you know, and I just let you know. And then you said you want to play me or Bill, and me or Bill would happily play. I mean, we're poker players. Well, Bill's not a poker player. He's a businessman who loves poker, but he loves heads up poker. He's been a fish at poker for a long time. You could talk to Faraz about Bill, and he will say Bill is not a good poker player. He has gotten a lot better over the years, but he is not a great poker player. And myself, I am.
Oh, that was a flex. He's not a good poker player. You should play with him.
I would happily play Bill heads up in a lot of scenarios. Like there was a heads up match where Bill paid someone, you know, or someone paid Bill a couple $1,000 per hand or whatever per 100 hands. A young Landon Tice, one of Joey's friends, a common, you know, someone Joey talked.
Don't bring it up. Don't bring a bad memory. Don't bring a bad memory up like that.
I want to say that with the 200 and whatever, there's the guy who stole chips from you. Yeah, he stole $15,000 off your stack. This guy that you graciously decided not to press charges against. My thought was, okay, people are speculating this guy's involved in the cheating too. This guy's willing to steal $15,000 off of someone's stack. By the way, he lost it already 5 days later, or however many days it's been. My thought was, this is a great way. Offer this guy $200K if he has any information on the cheating, and if he doesn't, then it exonerates you. So if anything, it's not attacking you; it's helping exonerate you. Obviously, a guy who's willing to steal $15,000 off your stack and if he can somehow collect $200,000 because he has inside information on cheating, because people are thinking he's also involved, he would probably take the $200K, right? That was.
And by the way, that Robbi,
guys, can I ask you something? Why would he steal $15,000 from me? Why wouldn't I just, like, in a separate, like, you know, when I cash them out,
Agree.
I go outside and I handle it that way.
Agreed. Definitely.
100% agreed.
So, and here's the thing, I'm going to actually prosecute him just so you guys all shut up. So this poor soul, who I actually don't even know what his real deal is and what's going on. I asked the detective verbatim. I said, please go look at his rap sheet. And he said, well, I don't know if I can do that until we book him. And then he kind of got interrupted by another detective, and he's like, hold on. And then he goes to the side, he comes back, he's like, okay, so I just got word he doesn't have anything on his record. I was like, so he has nothing on his record? I was like, and he's like, no. And I was like, and how old is he? He's like 23. I'm like, okay, and he's getting fired? And they're like, yeah, and he's in a really hard place financially, and the money's gone, right? And I'm like, damn, like, okay, well, first of all, $15K to me, I mean, sorry, but $200K for me, I'm good. I don't give a shit. And so, like, whatever, $15K for me, I'm not, and this guy's broke, it's already gone, he's young. I was 23 once, but I had a golden spoon in my mouth. So maybe I didn't really recognize how much 15K was. I didn't have to see that for anybody, and I wouldn't do it because of my moral compass. But maybe I am too nice, because the moment I'm too nice, you guys fucking bash the shit out of me, and now I'm doing some insider bullshit job. Do you know how hard that is?
Well, no. I mean, Robbi, let me just.
I'm not finished.
Okay, but let me. I don't think that's right, though.
I'm bad. I am literally faulted for playing a hand a certain way. Then I'm faulted for giving the money back. Then I'm faulted for somebody stealing from me. Then I'm faulted when I forgive him for stealing from me. It's like I can't fucking win with this community. Like, what do you want?
There's always gonna be people that think about that.
And then you'll believe that I don't give a fuck about the bankroll. I don't give a shit about 15 grand. I don't give a fuck about 135,000.
Right.
Tomorrow morning, LA Times will release an entire article on me. And they 2 days ago walked into the jewelry store where I purchased that ring that was in question. That ring was $120,000. And they will do a full analysis at the most reputable jewelry store in Beverly Hills. That you guys are insulting for, like, planting a camera into. I have done everything that I possibly can to clear my name. And when, bless his soul, when person came on and said that he was going to offer to do this lie detector test, I already had in place with my team a lie detector test that I was going to take on Saturday. So I'm taking 2 lie detector tests, 2 of them, to make everyone feel better. I have no shame I am 100% okay with doing whatever it takes for whatever part of the community that believes or doesn't believe in a lie detector test, that believes or doesn't believe in this like questionable ring. I'm doing everything in my power because I feel like I can't even get you guys to be patient enough for the investigation to be complete. And then when somebody steals from me again, I'm at fault. It's unbelievable. And then if I don't prosecute, it's an inside job. Do you guys understand my point of view and where I'm coming from and how absolutely debilitating it is for me mentally? And then when I go to just have a fucking drink or 2 with my friends and I get back on the phone, I have my publicist going, you have to answer to this. Like, what am I answering to? Being generous?
Why do you have a publicist?
Generous?
But why do you have a publicist?
Haralabob, so basically,
why have a publicist for fuckers like you?
But that you want a lawyer, not a publicist. I mean, you're saying you don't want the publicity.
You guys, I'm not suing anybody. Why do I need a lawyer?
But you're saying you don't want the publicity, but having a publicist's goal.
A publicist is helping me limit the level of publicity. I don't want the publicity.
So you have a PR person is what you're talking about. You have a PR.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm not used to this, but thank you for clarifying.
No. I wasn't trying to attack you. I was just like confused. The publicist wants to get you more publicity.
No, opposite.
Yeah, okay, yes. Perfect. Yeah, I understand. That makes sense. Okay.
I mean, I kind of want to respond to what you said, Robbi, because basically you're saying that you're being attacked by the community, and every community, there's going to be voices that feel everything. Not everybody agrees with what you're describing, which is that you're saying people are bashing you for everything that you do. And with so many eyeballs on this, I'm seeing comments from every direction. So you're right. If you're looking at comments that are saying that, then you're definitely going to find them. But I think you can find other people who are maybe saying something else as well out there too. So with this community, as you can see, right, I've been a part of it for a long time, and these people are fucking crazy people here. So I would agree, it is a pretty toxic community, and there is a lot of negativity in the community. There are a lot of people who are just rabid animals who run one way or run the other way and don't really think about the human being behind the actions and those words and those things, and they're not thinking about how this is going to affect the person behind the screen name. They're just sort of worrying about getting their opinion out there, having a good time on social media, trolling, sharing their opinion, whatever, right? They don't take it that seriously. But I see what you're saying in terms of when anything that you do with this situation where the guy steals the money, if you press charges, then maybe someone's going to say something about you. If you don't press charges, then they're maybe going to say something about you too. So I can understand where you're coming from when you feel like you can't do necessarily anything right, but at the same time, you do got a lot of fans out there who are supporting you and who are on your side as well too. But if you're looking at the negative voices against you, then yeah, they're definitely going to find them out there, and then those people are shitty to deal with. I agree. I don't like dealing with those people either. I don't think a lot of people like dealing with those kind of people attacking you for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I guess thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I think it's just hard because the small voices sometimes come out a little bit loud, and I'm trying to put it to rest. Like I'm waiting for the investigation to reveal what I think all of you want answers to, but it's hard when you're taking something that's just another, I think, a victim story. I'm like, why is the world coming down on me? And then you twist it into some kind of like inside job again. Like, let Hustler Casino do their job.
Right. Well, it got twisted in the inside job because it came out today that this guy that works in the production, who has access to the production, took $15,000. Yeah, he took $15,000 off your chip stack. That's the only reason. It was basically dying down, right? Like the story was out there. You did that great interview on Poker News. Everyone was like, hey, what's the investigation going to uncover? That's where I was. I'm like, okay, well, let's see what happens here. Like, what's going to go next? So when Hustler comes out and it's like, yo, this guy took $15,000 off of your chip stack after the game. Of course, there's one way to look at that could be really bad. There's another way to look at that says, what is this guy doing? Like, the guy's taking money. What's the guy's problem? Why would he do something like that? But the other side of the argument, it's pretty easy to see the argument, I feel like, is to say like, but I agree with you about earlier, which is that why would anybody do that? Like, why would anybody choose to exchange the money in that situation? It doesn't make any sense. I agree completely with what you're saying. So for me, it's a little less of a believable kind of thing that it was a connected thing like that. Like, I personally don't. I personally don't feel that way other people do.
From my perspective, it had less to do with Robbi, more to do with the fact that Hustler's been talking about how impeccable their security is, and
And
one
their
of the
team, yeah.
and one of the guys that they had who had access to the whole cards was someone who had a criminal record and who also had stole money from someone. That's where it becomes interesting. It's less to do with why did Robbi not press charges, why didn't he did it. Like, I wasn't getting into that. I just was like, why the fuck? Like, this is interesting. I mean, this guy, because Robbi, I think the thing that maybe you missed earlier is it's less. It's yes, you're the current focus here, but I think a lot of the talk we're having is like, it's possible this stream is compromised, and you're just like, you have nothing to do with it. But there's other instances where other players got cheated. Does that make sense? That's what we're most.
Yeah, and you know what? The one thing that Nick did say is that he's going to look into seeing, like, every time this guy was, I think he's part of production. So there was a little confusion as to what his role was. He's part of production. He wasn't a dealer. And I don't recall him sitting there. I do recall people sitting there post-stream at the table where we were going through, like, the footage, and I had my chips in front of me, and people were getting up and walking around, and everyone's, like, flustered. I do recall people sitting there. I didn't put, like, a name and face basis to them, but I will say that, like Nick did say, we're going to dig a little bit deeper to see every time this person is in the production or in the arena of Hustler Casino Live, like, what has happened. Because everybody knows when you do it one time, you don't just do it one time. You do it multiple times. So I do believe that something else will come out during their investigation. This is just the beginning. Interesting that he did it while he knew that it was, like, a very, like, heightened level of investigation after the cause.
Crazy.
But that it will come out that this is probably not the first time he's done it, right? And I have no, like, I 100% believe, because Nick called me with that. And when he called me, I'll be honest with you, I was like, hey, Nick, what's up, butt dial? Because I was like, there's no way he's calling me in an active investigation. He's like, no, this is not a butt dial. It doesn't actually have to do directly with the investigation. This is something that happened ancillary to what is happening. And I thought it was a really honest thing for him to do directly at the moment that it happened. And so now I have even more confidence that they're going to continue to reveal what is discovered in their investigation. You know, I don't know if these people are for me or against me. I know that, like, their main star is probably somebody they're going to likely side with more. So when he was fully honest,
I don't think that's true. I don't think that they're going to side with Garrett over. They're going to side with the truth, and I think that, yeah. I mean, not sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think that there's, like, Garrett's a star and they have to protect him. I don't think that's what's going on here at all.
Yeah, this show's a lot bigger than Garrett. He might have been influential when they first started it, but the streamer show, these other things, getting Ivy, getting Helmuth, getting Doug. You know,
how about you? I mean, right now you'd be the biggest star on that show. Forget about that guy.
I was saying earlier, I'm ready to see Robbi play somebody. I'm ready to see Robbi.
LA Times isn't writing any articles about fucking Garrett. I'll tell you that.
Wait, with his charitable donation? Come on. I like
Garrett.
Man. That was a little
Stop it,
so
Shaun.
you guys,
Come
I mean,
on.
if you can imagine, like, they didn't have to call me and say that. I do feel he said that they're going to do an ongoing investigation as to, like, what every footage that this guy was near any of. But I do think this is a very opportunistic time for maybe him to be able to snatch those chips because everybody was so distracted, right?
Mhm.
So in a way, maybe this was just the opportunity that he had, or maybe he's done this before and he's like the sleight of hand expert. We just don't know that. I didn't notice that my chips were gone. I think, like, maybe where there should be an additional level of security should be, like, you know, there's security around this the casino, but we've got, like, these super high stakes around this, like, single room that is fully glass enclosed, which might make people feel like, oh, it's, like, fully transparent for the world to see, but there's no direct actual, like, security around it. Like, there's no men in black standing around it, and maybe it's time to have that because there's a lot of chips in play that costs more than a lot of people's rent in 1 year. I mean, so like a single chip can easily be misplaced, dropped on the floor, that could cost $5,000. And so, yeah, that should be a little bit more heavily, like, guarded, right? So I think that's one thing that can come from this. But I personally don't believe this is the first time he's done this. And I did think to myself, I won't press charges now, only because he didn't have a rap sheet. Now I'm understanding that, like, he escaped prison potentially, or, like, had a robbery, which makes me question things a little bit more. And I will press charges. If that is the case, I don't want him to do this to anybody else again. But I also feel that if that is what his history shows, that they're going to continue to do this investigation and probably find him doing some kind of finicky, you know, sneaky stuff, because I don't think this is a brand new person on their production staff. And the reason I actually followed him back was because I saw that he followed Hustler Casino Live. So the way that I determined who to follow back is like, okay, if I see that he follows people that I follow and he says something nice about me, whether he did or didn't, and he's liking photos and this and that, like I follow them back. And it's just also the very moment that he does it, right? Like I'm not always on Twitter, but when I'm on, it's just life timing, and life is everything. So I didn't know who this guy was. I still can't put a face to the name, but I do know that like the reason that I would follow anybody like that, which is why I follow like 99% people on Twitter, is because they did something that was a little bit like comforting to me, whether it's liking a lot of photos, supporting me in a comment, or they have friends that I follow or people that I follow, or they're involved in the production process that I respect. It's as simple as that. I don't have to know anybody. I don't know any of the people. You don't know any of the people. Like, do I know 26,000.8 people that are following me right now? Absolutely not. I probably am lucky enough to know 100. Like, that's just the way it is. That's what social media is. So to be scrutinized for those things, it's such an unfortunate, it's just such an unfortunate, consequence of something that I thought was a very generous, dismissal of a person that was young and stupid. And maybe he is a criminal. And if that is the case, I will press charges.
So I have a question. I feel like this would be something that you would check with your husband on to get his opinion, seeing that, he probably is more knowledgeable, can do background checks on people, find stuff that's possibly not sealed. I'm just surprised you made such a quick decision to let him off the hook without talking with your husband.
I only made that decision because I was first put in the spot. And the one thing that would have changed that decision is if he had a rap sheet. So where I'm really confused, and I don't know, is that you, Shaun? One of the things I'm really confused about is why a detective told me that this man had no priors. And so I was talking to Eric Person earlier, and he said, you know what I think it is? I think it's because his priors came from different states. So that is something to consider.
So I'll tell you something from my personal experience. I've been robbed multiple times. And I had one time that it was actually a laundry guy in Vegas who stole 2 5K chips out of my laundry, tried to cash it at the Aria, and then Aria ended up catching him in his 7th lie that he got them for me as a tip. Aria knew I played high stakes poker. They reached out to me. I finally got back to them hours later. And the cop basically said, you really don't have to press charges, it's not a big deal. And the security from Aria actually said the cops were being lazy because they didn't want to fill out the paperwork of this investigation. So therefore, they didn't want you to press charges because it's more work for them. So I don't know if that's what happened in this scenario, but for me personally, I had a very similar situation happen where the cops really tried to push me to not follow, bring up charges on the person who robbed me, who was running a laundry business in Vegas where people leave chips and cash all the time. So I'm sure it's not the first time he stole from people. And, the cop was just acting like it wasn't a big deal and I got the money back. So there's no problem.
But you know what? The thing is that it was on Nick's phone and he passed it to the detective. I know it was a very awkward situation. Everything happened really fast. But we want to all trust the authority figures in the police department, right? I personally feel like they have a role that I can't understand. And I think Nick passed the phone on thinking this man is going to tell me the truth, because the one thing I was asking Nick was does he have any priors? And he's like, well, I'll hand it to the detective and he can answer that for you. And so maybe you had the same case as me, but right now I'm trusting somebody whose role I've never had. And maybe this is a lesson that trust nobody and do your own research and but the fact of the matter is that I can always go back and prosecute this kid or guy or adult, he is an adult, but I can always go back and do it. And so if there's any additional information that comes out that he does have priors, I can always go back and file a criminal charge against him. I'm probably not going to get my money back, but
Hustler already
he'll
announced
face jail time.
they're going to pay you back the $15K. Hustler is going to make it right, so you are getting paid back. They made a statement earlier tonight with that.
I didn't see that. I was at dinner. Thank you for disclosing that.
Yeah, they just put it on. They put it on Twitter earlier. Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people, some listeners weren't on the first night we talked, where we had a very productive conversation where you gained 2% of liking me. So just to reiterate, publicly, Rip was your backer for the stream. He had 100% of your action. You had a 50%.
Going back hard into the investigation.
Bro, I feel like we already. I feel like we covered this one, bro. What's not clear?
So you said Rip has more money, so many millions more than anyone else in the poker world, correct?
He doesn't want me to disclose how. So you guys will have to ask him personally.
How he has his money?
But he doesn't give a shit. He
If I know anything
for
about this
him, I'll
group-
be honest with you guys, like, and I think that you can take this from like a, for him, it was a matter of me taking his money and giving it to a man who didn't deserve it. And I don't think he has a vendetta against Garrett, but I think there's a certain
He
like
definitely should.
understanding.
Like that's his money, you know.
Exactly. So it's not about it wasn't about the money for him. It was like the act of giving away money to someone who didn't win the hand.
Mm-hmm. If I know anything about this crew, Rip's probably going to be calling in any minute now to come on.
I think we should have a Rip, Robbi, and
No.
Charles.
Oh my
one
God,
more time.
bro!
Be
Jesus
great.
Christ, you guys are crazy, bro! My God,
Charles
dude.
is Robbie's husband.
Deeb, stop.
Bro, listen, we like Charles. Shout out Charles Lou, man. He got a new restaurant.
Charles,
Charles who got a new restaurant open up. I'm gonna shout out Charles' new restaurant. It's in
Charles is one of the most articulate men I've ever listened to. I was very impressed by him. He's a very intelligent person.
Bro, let me
I would
give a
never-
shout.
Robbi, what's your
shout to
game
his
plan
restaurant,
going
bro.
forward? The lie detector, clear your name. What are you and the PR people? What are you planning on doing?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Harry Potter. So like the
I'm
PR
47,
people-
by the way. I'm not Harry Potter. I know where you're coming from. I'm 47 years old.
It just sounds Harry Potterish. I will say.
Hold on.
Damn, Harry Potter Vulgaris over here. Okay, wait, maybe new nickname.
Harry
over here.
Bob, we should call you.
Harry Bob.
So like when Eric actually proposed that yesterday, was it yesterday? I hadn't responded immediately because it was already in play. So as you know, LA Times is coming out tomorrow and they're going to do like the whole, I went and got like literally the ring. I walked in with like the reporter of LA Times out of the like they, you know, a lot of newspaper companies, or what do you call them, have reached out to me, but I'm an LA native, so I went with them first. So they wanted to come in and watch me do this whole, like, I was already going in there to give like the jeweler my ring that I purchased from, to kind of like do an analysis on it and really like break down what
Let's
this
be
ring
clear.
was about.
No one with a brain thought you were cheating.
Yeah,
for
the ring. I was
No,
so
you guys,
disappointed
I'm
when public
sorry,
picked
but I'm
up
trying
that
to do
one.
everything that I possibly can. And so for me, like my team had already decided that we're going to do this lie detector anyways. And so that was going to be in place on Saturday in Vegas, because I have to be in Vegas for a wedding tomorrow. So the whole thing was that like, I'm already in Vegas. So we were going to go through like the Las Vegas Metropolitan, whatever they utilize in the casino and gaming, the companies within the casinos. That's where we're going to go with, a very reputable licensed lie detector company. So it was already in place. So when he proposed it, I'm like, oh shit, I already have that in the books. But I did end up calling him today because I was like, you know what, maybe we'll work on it together. And he had a lot of good points today. First of all, I received so many messages saying, don't do it, Robbi. It's, you know, it's not 100% reliable. Well, nothing in life is 100% reliable. But I mean, I know my truth, and I'll take 9 out of 10 if I'm telling the truth. But Eric did propose like this retinol version. I don't think that's the one that I was going to go to on Saturday. So I think we might do both. Or he did say the credibility that would come from it coming from him versus like me personally would be a little bit different. I asked him to actually come with me to the lie detector analysis or whatever it is on Saturday, but he's going to unfortunately be in Seattle. So what we're doing is we're going to do it on Tuesday in San Diego when I'm back. I get back on Monday. I may or may not go with the one on Saturday since I'm already there, but I'm gonna do the one with Eric. Like I'm trying to do everything in my power right now to and there'll be those that even if I pass it, that'll say that it doesn't confirm anything. But for those that feel like that is something that is worthy of whatever decision that they think that they want to make about me, or like whatever consensus they want to come to, for them, I guess it might be good enough. I'm just trying to do everything I possibly can because I know my truth, and I just want my name cleared as much as possible. And if people don't want to wait for the investigation to be cleared, I'll do whatever I can to get you guys there before the investigation is.
Mm-hmm. So heads up matches every day for a month straight. No, I'm just teasing. Like, I think you have done a great job of doing. Like, you sound like an innocent person. All the guilty people we've had in poker have ignored every interview request. You are doing a lot of things as an innocent person. That's why you have so much public supporting you. And you know, when you get this 15K thing, it swayed a lot of people against you. Like, was this guy stealing his cutback because he didn't think he was gonna get paid because it was too obvious and too much attention was paid, or someone texted him that, hey, you messed up, you're cut out of your 10%. Like, that's where people are taking the logic and you know, the circumstances for the situation. And yes, it's a very sensationalized story, and everyone's just trying to look for an answer. We all just want the answer, and you know the answer, and we don't, and we're not sure, and we just want to know. And unfortunately, with the way society is now, you know, technology, we all want immediate gratification, and that's why we're on these streams every night, and that's why we're so engrossed in the story. And my wife is so mad at me for being so obsessed with this story, but it just.
She's probably excited to be real.
She was mad.
I'm alone from you. You're locked in. You're in the basement. She's probably
like,
oh,
fuck yeah. She's
She's
throwing a party. She's like, Joey, she texted me actually. She asked me if I could stream for another 25 more days, Shaun, and keep you on here. So I think, yeah, whatever. Listen, chat guys, what are you guys thinking about Robbi? I had to turn off YouTube for a second there. YouTube was getting too out of line. I had a 5-second slow mode on, and the chat got out of line, so I had to turn you guys off for a bit. But listen, shout out to YouTube, shout out to Twitch, everybody watching, guys. We're here. We're live with Robbi, live and in person after what happened today. If you guys didn't find out what happened today, basically, High Stakes Poker Production found out that one of their employees, Brian Sagabasal, admitted to taking $15,000 in chips from Robbi's stack. So after that game happened, after the crazy thing happened with Garrett, this guy goes into the poker room and takes $15,000 off of the stack, and then ends up getting caught when they start to do their investigation. And then Robbi decided, when she found out more information, she's kind of describing here, that she didn't want to press charges against this guy. And then obviously poker community kind of reacting to that. And you know, I've never really heard this before, where a casino worker came out and the casino admitted that person was taking people's chips. I've never heard of this story before in my like poker existence here. I'm sure it's happened, guys. Shaun, Haralabob, I'm sure you guys know something like that, but
yeah,
I've never heard it
before.
before.
A great job of, you know, getting us out there as soon as it happened, being honest to Robbi, being honest to the community, showing the thorough investigation. Like, he's rebuilding the trust that Hustler Casino had previous this week. Whether anything happened, every hand, every session of that stream is always being looked with a fine-tooth comb right now, and he's aware of that, and he's trying to restore the greatness of Hustler streams and to stay on top as the #1 stream poker game.
Is that true? That sounds like you work for Hustler.
Oh, what is this?
When you say it like that, I mean, I don't know where that came from. You sound like Josh Macchiello in here temporarily. I like that.
Everyone says I'm such a hater and everything. I gotta say some positive things.
I know you went Josh Macchiello on a shot. Josh Macchiello. Haralabob, what do you think, Haralabob? What are you thinking about this man?
About what? I just keep thinking about, like, obviously everyone has their opinion on whether they think there was foul play or not, but nobody can be 100%. That's just the one thing I would want to say. I just keep thinking about, like, there's an active investigation going on right now, and then you have someone who should still be under the presumption of innocence. And she is kind of like people asking about her personal life, all these personal questions. I think that stuff is just a little OOL. That's out of line as far as
Hey, Harry Potter, you want to go heads up with me, and we'll also have a camera in our assholes to make sure there's no anal beads in there. We'll go naked, heads up.
I feel like you have some kind of fetish for naked poker, because this is the second time.
No, you know why?
Because
so people can't install necklaces, rings, like
Look,
a flitch in my hair,
someone who's
like a
easily
tug in my
spooked.
bra. And if it's gonna come down to my fucking asshole, let's have cameras up there and let's go heads up.
Well, look, if you want to put a camera up your asshole, you're more than welcome.
I mean,
you really are ready to set up the OnlyFans.
What is going on,
If
bro?
you want to do that,
How does it end up here all the time?
I would be happy to have a naked. Can we put the clothes back on afterwards? Can we wear like a robe or something?
I look good naked, so you guys are the ones that have to worry about that.
I also look great naked. I have great boobs.
Look,
all right?
I'm doing it because I want people to be able. I want like the little kids to be able to watch too. You know, I want this to be like a PG, like a general rated poker match that for the masses, not just. I don't want it to be like NC-17. So yeah, I'll play you poker. We can do whatever you want. We can.
I think we should get a match with her and Adam 22. He'd probably be down for the.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you?
Well, you know what, Shaun? You did mention that you think that I'm doing this for attention, but I will say that
I didn't. I said I asked you. I did not say that. I asked you, like, what going on stream. You sound like you enjoy being a private person. Going on stream, playing these high stakes with Phil Ivey and Garrett and all the other legends on the show, you have to know you're gonna get a lot of attention. So
I was getting attention before that was kind of discreet and normal. It was like a slow build up to get this level of attention. If I wanted that, I would have just pulled some Kim Kardashian shit.
Hey, Robbi, have you seen the video that these body language experts did on you? It's like an hour and a half.
Yes, it's so crazy because I denied an interview with them for several days before they said that they were going to finally release that, because I'm like, I don't want to be scrutinized for an interview, but it went in my favor and it was very comforting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Super comforting.
Mm-hmm.
Harry.
Because it's a truth. It's a truth, Harry Potter. It's a truth.
I believe it. I was casting spells here while you were to try to get to the bottom of this, but they all came back inconclusive, unfortunately. So we might just have to have the heads up, the naked heads up match to get to the bottom of it.
I mean, listen, Robbi, there's a lot of people who would want to play you. I don't think anyone in poker, anyone outside of poker, you can have your pick of whoever you want to play for whatever stakes, and everyone will beg you to do it. So if you're serious, yeah.
But only if I come out and become a whistleblower for you and Bill Perky Boy.
No, that
right?
has nothing. That's totally.
The whistleblower wasn't. If Deeb was texting me about that, he's dumber than I thought he was. The whistleblower for me was for the dude who stole $15,000 off his stack, not for you. That's what the reward was for.
Yeah, the original thing that he said, if someone wants 15K, I'll put up a whistleblower. He was on the stream. I said I'll put up 15K. Then he went to 30. And Perkins says, "Hey, why you be and
Harry Potter."
No,
Harry Potter.
Perkins.
Perkins said 15,000, and I was like, "Yo,
yeah,
bro,
that was
rich.
sorry. I got the old.
You're rich. Like, if you're gonna put up some money, make it 100,000." Is what I said, and I'll match it. That's what I said.
But if I gave away 135, you think that low amount of money matters to me?
No, you didn't listen. I don't think it's for you. I was doing it for the dude who stole 15,000 off your stack. I wasn't just to see like if he had any inside information eating at Hustler.
And this is not just cheating with you, Robbi. There's suspicion of other stuff going on with other players. Like it's not you started the conversation, but lots of other conversations are going. And the way poker players see this schedule is like there's a branch of trees, and everyone is possible. You know, there's been theories of Garrett, of Nick, of Ryan, of anyone who's ever played on the show. Something could have went on, and once you know with this guy who clearly was a degenerate, clearly was desperate, and clearly possibly had access to control. And he also tweeted a month earlier about how was this chess cheating scandal go down? Oh, this device? Like, there's so many things that are so ridiculous for this timing.
It's all pretty funny. I think like you went into too much detail, but it's just clear. Like the kid stole $15,000. He had access to whole cards. Does he have any more information? If he does, here's $230K to give up information that could implicate someone cheating, not necessarily you. Could be someone else. Could be Rip. Could be a different person in a different game that you didn't play in. That's what it was all about, more than anything. You're just the focal point because you're an outlier.
I'm a pawn in this whole game.
You're not a pawn.
No, I know what I am. It's okay.
You're a beautiful woman who's playing in a male-dominated sport, and and you dress to get attention, and you're going to get the attention. Not that you're dressing to get attention, but you're beautiful. And you're gonna get attention whether
I'm sorry, I can't hide my tits, Harry Potter.
No, I'm just saying you're not hiding anywhere. You want to be on stream. You want to be on stream. You want to go after Garrett in big pots. You're not like picking on the weak players at the table. You're picking on the tough players at the table. And so because of that, you're polarized. People are going to be like, "Oh my God, I love this girl. She's amazing. This woman's awesome. I want to be just like her." The other people are like, "What the fuck's going on with this chick? Where did she get?" You know, all of it. It's you're getting all like the full spectrum of reaction from a bunch of autistic nerds who sit there and watch poker all day. So you have to be prepared for it. It's just the way it goes.
Coming from Harry Potter's.
Well, you guys were a good time tonight. I appreciate you, and
thank you for calling, Robbi.
My opinion of you, Harry Potter, has switched a little bit. I just didn't know who you were before I got here.
You don't need to know that. It's fine. You got Deeb, the Don King of Poker, trying to.
By the way, Morales does own a Spanish soccer club. If that changes your opinion of him at all.
It's football, Deeb. They call it football over there.
And I don't judge people for anything that happens in their lives except my direct interactions with them. So on that note, Harry Potter, you're a wonderful man. Joey, you know I appreciate you for your honesty. And Shaun Deebs, if you could kindly just lose my number, that would be wonderful.
Robbie, before you go, I'm gonna get my I'm gonna go to the bleaching place so we can when we do set up our.
No one's gonna take a look in your asshole. Just like two people that are in like the.
Yeah, but I want to look good. You know, I don't want people to get the wrong idea of what's going on down there. So I'm gonna make sure I take care of that first, and then we could have the match afterwards.
If you do that, use Manscaped Code Poppy.
There's the plug.
And listen, one plug in a 12-hour stream. Listen, Robbie, come on, calm down. Ain't that bad. Come on.
All right.
Listen,
I'm
Shaun.
good. You guys have any
Robbie, it was
questions
cool
for me?
chatting
I'll
with you.
answer some. Otherwise, I'm gonna head out.
I appreciate. I'm glad that you came on. I think that it was cool chatting with you, and yeah, hope this works out in the best.
I have one.
The truth comes out.
Is Rip planning on doing any more interviews, or is he?
Yeah,
just
he's
Love that
busy
guy.
with like the whole Jake Paul entertainment company. He's out in Puerto Rico. I know that. He's working on that fight. But like, I don't know how to say this. He like doesn't care what you guys have to say. Like he's good. I feel like I have to like be like, hey, you know what's going on? He's like, I don't give a shit. Like I'm good. So he was on there for a fun-loving time, and I think there's a lot of stuff that's been said about him, but like he's all right. But hey, listen, I feel like I did need to speak out today.
Feel free to
I
speak
don't
out
even
every
feel
day.
like I should have to, but I want to answer to you guys. And I know that I've started to kind of understand maybe why you have questions in the industry. I think that I have respect for maybe because a level of responsibility now that it's gone to mainstream out of my, not because of my will, but because it has, that I have to, I'm talking to the reporter at LA Times, and she's like, well, nobody even gets what happened. I said, well, you could just say that it's an unorthodox play. Because like you have to understand, if you want any type of this like any more attention in the world of poker, which I think that all of you do desire and want. I mean, the only way that you're going to be able to increase all of your bankrolls individually, even as pros that are very reputable in the field, is if more people watch you. And so I think this is an opportunity. And if I have to be the catalyst to invite like this amateur worldwide to have a little bit higher level interest in what they thought was like a very uncomfortable and confusing and super like lucrative space, this might be that like tunnel or that light for them. So I'm just trying to find at least like see the positive in this and pivot it into a different and grander thing. So that's what I'm trying to do. But I do have this level of responsibility where I'm like, you know what? I have to answer to you guys because I know where the investigation like incentive comes from because of what you've experienced very recently in the past. I have to be honest with you. I didn't really understand what this partial stitch was. I had to kind of like dig deeper into it. No idea about this like weird chess scandal. So I'm like, oh, now I recognize
Do you know about
why
the phishing
everyone's
scandal
so.
too?
I was just like, now I understand why everyone's like so friggin' like uptight about this shit. I'm like, what is going on? So I do feel for that. But the conversations I'm having with like the reporters and all the attention I'm receiving are from people that don't really get it. They're like, wait, what's the big deal? I'm like, you know what? The big deal is it was an unorthodox move. But if that invites people to watch poker that were, and we all know that it kind of took like a little bit of a downswing after Black Friday, maybe. Like you want this attention. You want this attention because it increases everyone's bankroll. And that is 100% true. So I will be the catalyst for all of you to make that happen. But be kind. All I ask is please be kind, because when you're unkind to me, and I've never made this a sexism thing ever. I freaking hate it when people bring that up, because I've been in a male-dominated industry and I just want to be a badass, whether I'm a man or a female. I've never wanted to be that, but just try to be kind to somebody that's kind of newer in this universe, because if you want more people interested in this, make it a comfortable space for them where they feel a little bit invited. Give them a little bit of a crack in the door. And if you're going to just keep attacking this amateur that had more balls than the average other amateur, just because maybe I have the backing for it and like an upbringing that allowed me to be courageous and brave, like allow them to see that there is hope for them to be interested in this field. You want them to be interested. You want them to be tuning in. You want them to be going on Poker Go. You want them to be coming to WSOP. I mean, these are the fish that you want to be beating. Let them come, invite them, make them feel comfortable to be there. So when you're attacking somebody like me constantly, you're doing yourself a disservice in the poker industry. And that's all I have to say. I'm a strong bitch. I mean, I have been challenged. I have never felt like the world has been more against me as it has. And I will say that I will come out even stronger than I already thought that I was from this. But allow yourself an opportunity to invite everybody from the world to recognize that there is a space for them in your very, very toxic industry. Like, if please don't make it any more toxic than the world understands it to be. You want people to play with you because that's what increases your well-being and that's what increases your bottom line. I'm just saying, I mean, there's an opportunity here, and I think all it takes is a little bit of kindness and a little bit less bullyism, just a little bit less. Just let.
Hey, listen, hey, if you can get him to stop Robbi, then I hope this is do it. But these poker players are not nice people, so.
And that was something that was actually said on the first stream. I heard a conversation between G-Man and Shaun, and Shaun's a friend of mine, and he said, "Hey, Shaun," Garrett looked at her and he's like, "I saw a tweet of yours that was talking about the toxicity in the world of poker," and she's like, "Oh yeah, that was a few weeks ago." He's like, "I just want you to know that like I really felt that," and I was hearing 2 poker pros talk about that, and it was kind of like I took a moment, I was looking at them, and I'm like, damn. Like, these are 2 pros that are really reputable people in the industry, and they feel like the world of poker is toxic. That sucks. And what this is kind of showing is it's just kind of validating that. But what confuses me is, like, don't you want the world to play with you? Don't you want poker to reach more audiences, a more vast audience? That's why 80% of, like, the world is reaching out to me, outpouring of love. Like, people, I accidentally posted this thing on Andy regarding Andy Stacks, like I posted my Venmo saying, "Thank you, Andy, for making right for the $500." Yeah, but you know what ended up happening, Joey? Like, people started giving me money because they now knew my Venmo. So I have like all these like, and then some people were actually requesting it, like, "Hey, I really need $500 for rent and stuff," which is totally fine. But I was getting a lot of money. Like, they're like, "Oh, like, like cameos, like, come on," like, I'm like, wow, like the outpouring of love from around the world where they feel bad for me. And they're like, "I don't even know what poker is, but I saw that you stood up to the man," like, let these people be interested. You want them to be interested. You want them to tune in. Let's create a poker channel. Let's make this bigger than it wasn't before. And it benefits all of you in this industry. There's only more like money to be made. Just be a little bit more inviting and be a little bit more kind.
You the next Chris Money. You're the next Chris Moneymaker.
Robbi, I will happily, and Joey will help you start a poker channel if you want. No, you don't like me
It's
anymore,
already in the works, you guys. If you want some part of it, give me a call. Call my management team. I'm going to Vegas this weekend for that reason. So.
Hey, Robbi,
wait, what do you?
Keep your number.
Robbi, my speaker cut out. Did you say anything? I missed it.
Oh my God, that is my cue to leave. So
have a good night, Robbi. Get some sleep.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate you, and take care. And Joey, I always appreciate your stream. Thanks for your honesty.
All right, I'll see you, Robbi. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
That was a wild ride.
Fucking Christ, bro. I got nothing after that one. I mean, let me turn my chat. I had to turn.
She said everything. We all agree with everything she said.
I had to turn my YouTube chat back. I had to turn my YouTube chat off twice during that because these guys are out of line. So, wow. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about Robbi? I had to say, Robbi was fired up. I love the passion. Listen, every time I talk with Robbi, I'm more in love. I think I'm more in love with Robbi. Shout out to Robbi, man. Maybe it's why I watch the same stream for 50 hours. I'm not really sure at this point in time, but I love the passion. I love the energy. Chat, what do you guys think? Thank Robbi for coming on. All right. Show our guests some respect. What is with this chat, man? Why can't the chat? I know we got a bunch of people in here, but where's the respect, chat? All right. Dank just needs to have a tough conversation with the chat. What are you guys thinking? Some of this comment.
For all this, when you come back in poker, it's always be known as Harry Potter. Joey's going to play that clip over and over.
I might even remember that his name's Harry Potter, honestly. I won't remember that anyone called him Harry Potter unless someone on Twitter points it out.
She's fired up. I tell you what, if I was doing something, I'd want her in my corner, kind of standing up for me. I mean, she's definitely got the gift of gab, that's for sure.
I know, she good. Yeah, shout out to Robbi for coming on here. And guys in the chat, Alan Kessler said she spoke eloquently. Shout out to Alan Kessler. Shout out to Chainsaw. What do you guys think? You're fire, Poppy. Thank you, Charles. You're getting played. Thank you, Dane. Sunny, good morning. Good morning. Everybody seemed kind of split, guys. I don't know. Shaun, you have any takeaways from that? Besides Robbi is a woman of passion.
And we all have passion for this industry. For her to be into poker for 1 year, shows that passion. And I think some of the things she said about people like, oh, she followed him. She's following everyone who's supporting her. We know those early tweets from Brian were very supportive of the stream, very supportive of Robbi, very supportive of the integrity of the stream. So I'm not surprised that she followed him whatsoever. I think that's some of the stuff where people look for something like, oh, she follows 600 people. And I went through some of her lists, and she follows a whole bunch of poker players that she doesn't know who they are, but they said something positive about her or involved
Do you
in
guys
conversation.
do people know how Twitter works? Like, I think people are stupid. They don't know how Twitter works. I literally follow 1,000 people. I haven't met 700 of these people. Like, because you follow someone, they follow you back on Twitter means basically nothing.
Well, my biggest claim to fame at one point, I was one of Helmut's 13 followers. There was an article written on it, and it was Elon Musk, Chamath, and all these people, and then Shaun Deeb, and they're like, I think he plays poker, you know. So you got to.
You're bragging about making Helmut's list at 13.
I pissed off Helmut over the years, and he dropped me a couple times.
If he follows me, I'm doing something wrong. That's the thing. I don't want to be followed by him. I think I'm doing something wrong if Helmut will follow me. So.
I was playing in an app game, and I was losing, and the payouts were done, and I was the person who had to pay out. I was a pretty big number, and I had to pay Helmuth the money directly. And so while they were doing the figures, Helmuth went on like a tweet stream of consciousness about how amazing I was as a human, how I was brilliant and everything. I was just like, bro, you're gonna get paid. Just relax. Like, kind of gas me up on Twitter to talk about how brilliant I am. It was pretty funny.
Sounds like you're in the app streets, buddy. Just can't get away from the game.
No, I was playing like 2 years ago on an app with those guys, and then after this Robbi thing happened, I was like, oh, is anything going on with poker? And I think I played like 2 nights ago just because it was kind of fun. But I do think this has led to a poker resurgence. This whole scandal has kind of led to more people being interested in poker.
Well, it kind of cut off after World Series of Poker. There's a lot of hype around it. There really isn't anything in July after World Series of Poker ends that people pay attention to. Then like kind of August, September went, and then this definitely lit people up and gets them fired up. I think it's because the chess thing made everything so popular about this whole anal beads thing, that when this happened with poker, a lot of people just assumed it's like a kind of a similar thing, and they just became interested in it because it's controversy, it's drama, it's something different. And then a lot of us made a lot of content about it too, including myself, who made a lot of streams discussing it. So I think once people discuss it and get it out there, more and more people got to have an opinion about it. But all these things kind of die down normally. Like normally, unless you don't have this guy coming out stealing $15,000 from her chip stack, I mean, one of the most ridiculous things that could ever happen here. Like this probably would have kept declining, like in terms of what people are interested in it.
So
But
Joey, have you seen some of the tweets that they've gotten you about the seat draw being suspicious?
Buddy, Shaun, I've seen everything. I've seen everything 30 times. I mean, I know what you're saying, right? The seat draw suspicious. I mean, we can go to the tape again.
People are DMing me and tweeting about
I don't think I saw this seat draw. I didn't think it was that okay, maybe. But why would the seat draw even really? I mean, I know it mattered for Possible because he had to. This isn't. Look, if she was cheating, which I don't think anyone here is 100% sure that she was or thinks that she was, it wasn't because she had to be in the 1 seat or the 2 seat or whatever. I think it's just this is literally like the craziest scandal of all time. I'm starting to lean more towards the fact that she just might be the best poker player in the world, and she just had a read on Garrett. That's what I'm leaning right now.
Straight God, bro. That's what I've been saying the entire time. I've been saying it. Straight God.
Well, I will say,
God mode play, BTO.
I was being somewhat facetious there, but I do think it is obvious that she wanted to make a big call versus Garrett. That much is apparent, and you can even tell in the way she's kind of a little bit when she's talking about stuff and how she wants to, make herself up to a certain level of poker player or whatever. She saw Garrett as like the big, he was the king of the hill, and she wanted to take him down, I think. And not that means that she was cheating, just she wanted to beat him a big pot. And so what better way to beat him a big pot than making a sick call? I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, she explained it perfectly. She had the Jack of clubs blocker. You always saw the PhD math thing.
She had the Jack 3, but then she had the Jack 3.
Exactly. What's the difference at that point? Jack 3, Jack 4. Same thing, basically, right? She got the BTO, blocker theory optimal. We already saw that great video on Finding Equilibrium YouTube channel. That when he broke it down like that, it made a lot of sense to me. It's a very high variance style. Yeah, it's a high risk style, but when it wins and you send your opponent on jump off the bridge equity, then you make your opponent jump off the bridge. And it seemed like Garrett pretty much jumped off the bridge that night. Shaun Deeb, you set up a heads up match over there. It looks like you're doing something.
I mean, I want to.
Are you still texting? What are you texting? What are you texting, Robbi?
He's getting information about
rip and something of that same stuff. I'm not getting involved in this stuff, but
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing, Shaun? You're trying to set up matches on the side, like you said.
I'm just listen. We're here to produce content. We're here to make poker bigger. Robbi is the biggest star that poker has ever had. Like,
She's
let's
not
be
the
honest.
biggest star that poker's ever had. Stop.
Who's gotten this many views for any hand they've ever played?
I mean, Moneymaker was a pretty big star when it first happened. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. It's possible. You could be right. I mean, she's got the LA Times is following her to jewelry stores for some reason, for some ring. That seems kind of like a bananas caper. I'd like to meet that reporter.
Well, because the Inside Edition focused on the ring. So like when
okay.
one media outlet focuses on one part of the story, then
Oh my
she
God, this
just
chat,
proves
bro.
that.
This
And
chat.
here's
Everybody got a
from
reason to
the
cry about
Inside
something.
Edition
Fuck,
saying
man.
she twists around her ring.
Chat, bro.
Which, I don't think anyone thinks that was really how she did it. That'd be a very ridiculous way to do it.
How would you even go about doing that? It's ridiculous.
I don't know. This is not my expertise.
I'm stumped.
Stumped for what?
We all are. We all just want answers.
Stumped. No, I mean,
I'm
just
not.
feel like,
I don't want to.
I feel like I went through a roller coaster of getting attacked and then getting
She did the
praised.
same
It's like,
with me. The whole I don't know who you are, like constantly, like. Just,
yeah, but you were attacked the whole way through. She never liked you at the end. She at least gave me some.
Oh
shot.
no, I'm talking about the first session.
Delete her number, Deeb. Shaun, delete her number. Show us you deleted her number.
I'm not going to show.
Show us prove you deleted her number right now. She asked you to.
Okay,
Prove it. Twitter's gonna get fired up now.
I got to make sure I don't leak her number. So.
Definitely. What are you talking? All right, delete it. You delete
how
it?
do you
Delete
how do
it.
you
You got to go to her contact. You got to delete it.
Got to delete it, Shaun. Lose her number.
Come on, Shaun.
Haven't you ever heard a girl say "lose my number," Shaun? You got to lose the number when they say that. There's no in between.
I don't know how do you delete?
I don't know how. Haralabob, you picked a hell of a night to come on here and
It's a crazy night.
I know.
I love what you do, Joey. I mean, it's really impressive. What from the Apostle thing to this to the Durr challenge, the Perkins challenge to the Dean Eggs Doug Polk challenge. I mean, what a guy you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, you just have like an unbelievable intensity to stream for long periods of time and keep it entertaining.
I love it. It's so much fun. Yeah. I mean, I prefer not to have it where it gets like very confrontational, like the last call, more peaceful kind of stuff like that. But obviously when you make these shows, sometimes it's going to get like that when you mix people together, and especially Shaun Deeb in the mix, who is firing people up pretty hard. So, but yeah, thanks for all that. Yeah, I think I'm used to playing very long poker sessions, 24 tabling. So this is pretty much a lot of fun. This is kind of like 24 tabling. I got 3 chats. I got 2 notepads. I got Twitter here. I got you guys here. I got my phone blowing me up every second here. So
How do you not have a second phone yet at this point? I mean,
there's like apps.
necessary.
There's apps where you get different numbers. So you can basically have you can have as many numbers as you want. So that way you can.
I didn't even know about that.
When you compartmentalize, right? Huh?
Deeb knows about that. You think he's not out there? He's willing to talk about other people's infidelities. You think he's not out there in the streets right now messing around?
Girls definitely look at me like that's the guy I want to sleep with.
I do think that's the ugly part of this whole thing is the personal. I mean, I said it before, but I just can't stop thinking about that.
I've said multiple times, I wish if this was a guy versus a guy, so we didn't have the sexist conversation. We didn't want the male toxicity to be the focal point of this story. Because if this hand happened against Rip or some other, male person, I think we could have a lot more objective view and say things without coming off as sexist, trying to, walk on eggshells and try not to cross a line, because there are many great women poker players, and they've been on both sides of this argument. They've played amazing hands, and it's sad that the public picks that part of the story when I think most poker players are objective enough to not say they're so mad a girl beat a guy. It's like we're so shocked the Jack 4 called. It's the hand itself, not the players, and it's nothing against Robbi. It's not to diminish how great of a hand that was, because one way or another, that was the greatest hand of poker on TV that we've ever seen.
What are we setting the line at her actually playing a heads-up match with Garrett or some of the other people?
100%. 100%.
100%.
There's a 100% chance that Robbie's going to play a heads-up match, and it's going to be one of the.
100% chance. You're saying there's 100% certainty. Is that what you mean?
She's going to play a heads-up match. Yes.
Okay.
At least one. Will it be against Garrett? Maybe. I could see it.
That's amazing.
Well, when she was talking about the detailed heads-up match with me, she said in her studio. So I don't know if too many people would be willing to go to her studio. I think there's plenty of poker streams that are secure and playing places that want to stream it or pay her for an appearance fee to do it. You know,
All right.
I don't know the exact details, but I know World Series Europe really wanted to do something with her. So hopefully that can happen. She says she loves the World Series of Poker. Go play a couple bracelet events out in Rosendorf and have some fun.
I'm going to show Caleb with the donation. Said, Joey, can you teach me how to play with chips on your fingers? Like make it go one way, then back the other. Sorry, I'm high. All right, listen. Take your thumb right here. Put it in your left, your second to the left finger. What's that finger called? The pointer finger. Lay it flat like this, and then use your middle finger like this. Twist it over like that. Use the other finger. Do it like that again. It goes over, and just keep practicing like that. So you put it over, and then you'll kind of bring it back like that same way, and just practice that over and over again, basically. So keep practicing that, Caleb, and then you can get it. I'm not that good at that one. I'm more good at like the twirly ones from Antonio Sfandiari, like that stuff. But are you guys?
Who goes to Rosvedov for a game to make sure they're playing an honest game? I mean, like of all the places to go, you're going to go to Rosvedov? I'm not saying anything. But you could probably find one in Las Vegas. They'll have them go all the way to fucking Czech Republic or whatever.
I'm going there anyway, so I want to make it convenient for me.
Yeah.
So you want to make Robbi go to Czech Republic?
It's not all about you, my friend. There's other people involved. Not all about you.
Listen. I first reached out to the Vegas casinos. They were too afraid to touch the cheating scandal and have the players involved there. I talked to Wynn, Resorts World, Caesars, and they all were like, their high-ups are
Poker
not
Go doesn't want to do it? Poker Go seems like they'd want to do it.
I basically offered it to Leon before Poker Go. But I also didn't have her, locking in an escrow.
That's the natural person I'd go to. If I want to make a poker show, I'm going to go loose Leon and say, Leon, listen, we need to come Czech Republic.
I like Leon personally.
I like Leon too. Shout out to Leon. Loose Leon. He likes to play a lot of hands.
You should come out there, Joey.
He always invite me. I never been out there though, but he always invite me out there. So
maybe she can play Martin Cabral in Rosvedov.
I'll play that. I'll play him. I'll play him heads up.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Should we get any more calls, guys? In the chat. I mean, do we have anything else to go over? I feel like after that, I think
Durr's got some information. Why don't you bring Durr on?
Durr want to come on?
I think so.
Is that what he said? I think he already said that he had information. Or he already came on earlier, wasn't he? He was on earlier, wasn't he? Yeah.
He's been messaging me nonstop.
Oh, okay. Should I try to get him on?
Just
possible.
Are you guys on better terms now, or all this?
Not really. He's messaging me. No, we're not on bad terms. I mean, we still have a figure. I don't know if he knows we have a figure, but last time I talked to him, I mentioned to him that we still had a figure. It's not a big figure, but it's a figure. I'd like to get paid. That'd be nice. Not bad. Maybe I could have playing the game against Robbi if I get paid.
Yeah, I'm looking on Twitter.
All right. He's not wrong or whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking over here. Yeah, I guess for the scandal, guys, what are we waiting for now? Basically, we're waiting to see what people how they react to the interview, because a lot of people seem to be on the side of that everyone flipped. You guys see that? Everyone, even Felgoff on, everybody flip-flop real fast. And I wonder if they are going to flip-flop back after that interview with Robbi, where she basically...
No chance. The only thing that'll make this dude who tweeted that he was the most senior tenured employee, which obviously was probably bullshit, but him saying, remember, this guy's like, oh, there's no cheating, I'm like the most senior employee, da 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 da. This guy stealing, having a gambling problem allegedly, and tweeting a week or two prior about how do you even cheat in chess? That's interesting. I think has gotten people turned a little bit. Just the fact that someone who had access to the stream is also willing to steal chips, I think, is making people flip a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be hard for words to bring people back in the other direction, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about that, Joey, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, I guess what could come out here is, let's say that there is something, this guy was up to something, then if he was working with people, then maybe he's not working with Robbi, right? Maybe he's not really not working with Robbi, and he's working with other people in the game, and things are going to be found out about what went down in the game, but it might not be what we expect, which is what I've been saying since the beginning, is that this is not what it seems. And I feel like I said, we're just going to get, this is a curveball right here, and I feel like we have not seen the last curveball, and I feel like we're going to be surprised at whatever it is, and it probably won't be what we expect.
No one had this on their fucking bingo card.
No, what are you talking about, bro? Of course, the inside man doing something out of line.
No, I'm talking
everybody had
about
that.
the guy getting caught stealing chips. Like, we didn't think, if we thought someone was going to come out, it would be a little bit different than.
Joey, send Dur an invite. He wants to come on.
Dur want to come on? Oh, okay. All right, Dur want to come on. All right, guys, should we get Dur on here, guys, in the chat? If we get to, we're at 2257. If we get to 2,400 likes, I'm gonna call up Tom Dwan again. That's what Hustler does.
I just got now. Apparently, I'm getting heads up match requests. Skull Mike is offering to play me at the lodge. Well, clearly, Probus makes a good point. Don't like playing at people's own stream.
Dan, bro, you gotta start paying. You better give me a 20% free roll or something like that for having you on the show to be able to get that match, buddy.
I suck at heads up, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Give me the free. That's why I'm saying you better give me the free roll. What are you talking about?
And you're probably gonna lose.
No, it is a free roll. No, you giving me a piece. It's as a show of gratitude.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Who are you playing?
Supporting.
No, it's a joke. It's the guy who runs the stream. Skull Mike's his name.
Shout out to Skull Mike. We love Skull Mike here. All right, sent her over. Yeah, shout out to Skull Mike. Shout out to Lodge. Shout out to Slick Rick. Shout out to Brad Owen. Shout out to Andrew Neamy.
I don't know that I would even be able to beat her at heads up poker. I never really even played poker anymore. How am I supposed to play this chick at poker? She's like getting lessons and stuff. I'd have to get in the lab or something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what I've been saying. I feel like I would take her heads up over Shaun Deeb.
The best spot to earn because it's like something Seaver said back in the day. It's like, who can I play at the lowest totem pole? She can work her way up, get more experience to play tougher people, and wipe out. She could be the new Andy Beal to poker.
If you get Dur on, you gotta tell him come with the facts or get off the chat. 'Cause I feel like he's gonna waste our time about some while he's walking around Singapore.
He dropped some good facts.
Yeah, but you gotta get to the point with him. You can't let him blather on about this and that and the other. You just got to be very very simple.
Listen,
oh my God.
This guy,
he says he's got heat to bring.
You guys don't make many appearances. We got to get as much time and wisdom out of you guys as we can. Us up and comers have to learn from you guys.
Good luck getting wisdom from that guy.
From Tom Dwan? You're kidding me. Tom Dwan got wisdom. He's like a gangster.
He's definitely like a gangster.
He reminded me like that one of the guy from Goodfellas or something like that. He'd been hanging out in Asia a lot, hanging with the right crowd, and all of a sudden, he bought that life. So it is what it is. 4-199 with the dono. Bob, I can't even. Come on, man. Take it easy. Thanks, Bob. Thomas Peak, this is winding down. Can we get that shot of energy from DePaulo again? Listen, I bring DePaulo on here. I ain't going to talk again. I'm going to pass out. So I got to wait for later for DePaulo.
DePaulo, I got to say, I thought I really would dislike that kid. And Landon actually introduced us and was like, you'll like him a lot. You'll get along. You guys are very similar. And he was great on your stream that one night.
Yeah,
Kessler killed it. He was fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's funny. He's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, shout out to Chainsaw.
No, not Chainsaw. No.
Shout out to Chainsaw. Shout out Chainsaw. Shout out Alan Kessler. All right, guys, we got another guy back in the mix here. Mr. Tom Dwan has joined us again. Dur, what's going on in Singapore?
I'm so hungover, man. I was watching
Jesus
most
Christ.
of you guys thing with Robbi, but yeah, I'm hurting. definitely missed some of it.
So what do you got?
We can't inform you what she said. It was like a 10-minute soliloquy about toxicity, and it was impressive.
No, she was fired.
By the way, she calls Haralabob Harry Potter, so that's his new nickname.
I did hear the part about Haralabob's clout chasing, who's like, one of the most famous people in poker that's not a poker player, and and it's like, yeah, he's clout chasing Rob. Okay.
You can never have enough clout, Dur. I'm here for the clout.
Shout out to the LA Times out there. I know they're listening out there. Shout out to any news sources out there that are.
Yeah, we should have done like that TikTok meme where it's like, who's the biggest name in your contact list? To Haralabob, and then do it to Robbi.
I bet Robbi got the bigger one.
Come on.
As a what? A bigger what?
The bigger contact list in your phone.
Oh, yeah, I don't keep contacts. I don't know.
Yeah. Haralabob busy living the Spanish. I mean, I guess you're in LA now, but not necessarily living the Spanish lifestyle.
Are you considering going on the stream for all this?
Which stream? The Hustler stream?
Hustler, we need you.
There's a couple people I play with, I think, for fun. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really. I don't know. The problem with me is like when I lose at poker, I don't enjoy it that much. But when I win, I try to win when I play, but then I'm not that great anymore. So it's just kind of like watching the game pass you by a little bit.
I
It is
think
entertaining.
Hostler game seems like on par with you. They play a lot of 2008 poker.
Yeah, it could be fun. Could be fun. I played in a poker game the other day. It was like 5K, 10K. It was 5K, 10K no limit. I was like, what is going on here? Ring game. I was like, wow, this is fun for not having played a ring game in 6 or 7 years. That was good. That was a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so you went from playing 5K, 10K no limit to clout chasing Robbi in like a day or something? Wow.
Yeah, but you can tell how that 5K, 10K game went real quick.
Is that the game you had to send Helmut the money from? Because I'd be shocked.
No. Like, good luck, that guy playing 5K, 10K. He's like the biggest nit in the world. The guy's playing with the biggest whales ever, and the guy will like short buy and like min buy and just immerse like a 8 big blind stack for like 2 hours. He would never play that big, I don't think.
Oh, he would if you guys limit buying for 40K.
What are you crying?
I don't even think he would, for sure. I don't think 40K is a lot for him. I don't know if he'd be able to put up 40K and stand the swings.
The first time I played with Mr. Beast was 3-handed with Helmuth. It was just epic seeing like Helmuth's faces when, Beast would just like flip over, his cards pre-flop, he has like 8-3. He's like, I think I want to call. Yeah, you know what?
Wow.
I was watching those flips and I was so jealous. It looked like the most fun. Because
You were like half ahead in that game, right? You were like half asleep or something?
No, that was the TV one. That was like the second or third time I played with him. The first time was just all right.
Amazing.
Yeah, Dur. So you hear anything else down there in Singapore, or are you just kind of sitting back and seeing what's going to happen?
With the hustler hand?
Yeah. Have you figured anything else out? I mean, I don't know. You were accumulating information and stuff like that.
I texted my son. My brain is too fried for live on camera answering that question. My brain doesn't work well normally, let alone right now. So.
You ever meditate? You should try meditating in the morning or something. Maybe take a cold shower or go cold tub.
Yeah, I should take a cold shower.
Submerge
I
yourself.
meditate a little bit.
Throw a bottle of water on yourself or something like that. Wake up, Get that coffee. Oh, he hasn't.
It kind of worked, but I don't know.
Ay. Listen, what else do we got going on here, guys? I feel like with this case, we're kind of just waiting now. We're going to wait till tomorrow, see what happens. I got to be on Twitter. I'm going to go on Twitter. I don't even know what anybody's saying out there. So if you guys got anything else that we can talk about, if not, I'm sure we can get some subjects. But if not, I'll...
Well, so the RIP guy is like not a real deal or whatever. I told you guys some of that. I think there'll be something coming out about that in the next day or two. And then there's some, I heard something a little funny with how the money happened, but that's not really my place to say. I think someone else can probably say it. Because like often when you have people doing any shenanigans like the funds, there's a little fun. It's not the easiest to come up with funds sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying you do know more about that, but you're not going to tell us?
I'm really hungover, man. I'm on a camera. I texted you some stuff, but
Oh yeah.
I'm on camera. I just poured water on my head. It didn't work, man.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna let you
to
take
me,
a
it
shot.
sounded like she was trying to threaten the guy that she could still press charges if he shared any information when Haralabob and Perkins and stuff were offering the 100K.
Why is that?
I'm saying that's what it sounded like to me. You guys might have a different take, but to me, it sounded that was just what I heard. I heard like a veiled threat. I could be wrong.
She said she was gonna press charges. I don't think she was threatening. She said now that she knows she's gonna press charges, I think is what she said. I don't think she was threatening. But
sure, but I'm saying I heard it, like I translated that to be her saying if the guy
read between the lines.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I could be wrong, but that's why I think there needs to be some like outside group that puts a bounty up, something like that, and then there's a incentive. That's like, yeah.
So one like me, Perkins, and Robbi did.
Exactly.
Contribute to the fund.
I mean, I'm pretty close to it. I have some groups that would like it, so I think that's kind of cool. Because I have some info, so then there's like, what if there's a conflict of interest or whatever? I don't know. Good. Let me think about it.
Okay.
I feel like it's better if I stay arm's length, right?
Here.
It's always good to
you know your circle. Everyone's got to do what they got to do to help out poker at times.
So do you guys think Robbi's going to be the next Chris Moneymaker? Like she said, she basically said that she was going to take, but this is my interpretation of what she said. She said that she was happy to be the person that ushered poker into the new world order of poker. She's helping to build poker back better. From
she said she's building a poker channel. That's why she's going to Vegas.
She said that she's going to be the next fucking poker star. Is what she said. Listen, you're thinking she said that, but she's saying a bigger picture. She's saying that poker needs more fish, and Robbi is here to be Moses, and she's going to part the sea of fish and bring all the fish to the poker players, and everybody's going to make more money. That was my interpretation of what she said, is that she is the next poker boom. She's the next Chris Moneymaker. And if she's going to be making poker content and have a poker channel, then maybe she got a shot.
If she does that, I'm getting a massive picture of her in my house for that sake.
One of the most legendary rises, like you said. 1 or 2 weeks. I mean, I think she's on another level. I really do. That was my first read on my first stream I ever watched before this happened on my Twitch. I was like, something about this woman. I don't know what it is. And now that I'm seeing her operate, I think she's on another level.
Like Tom said, she's a lot sharper than she lets on.
Yeah, I think she.
Who was the girl that was on from Hustler? Like that runs the Nick Fertucci show or something?
Veronica
She's your friend?
Brill. She's nobody.
Veronica Brill. Stop it, Shaun.
She's nobody.
Stop it, Shaun.
She's the one who uncovered the Postle thing. She's the first person who suspected Postle was allegedly cheating, and then she's the one who went to Stones to investigate, and then they just told her like to go sit down and play with her dolls, and she wasn't really cheating. And they swept it under the rug. So she's definitely sharp. She definitely knows what's what.
Yeah, she's like a data scientist, very tech based, pretty intelligent. She's old as shit, but she's trying to get thirst trap.
Why you? I thought she's your friend, buddy. Come on. This girl's your friend, bro. Ay. What do you guys think, chat? Do you guys think Robbi? I mean, who knows? Honestly, I got no idea what's gonna happen here, guys. I'm more stumped than I've ever been here. I don't know which way it's gonna go. I don't know, man. You guys leaning towards the way? I don't know anymore. I don't know what's going on. This guy is walking around yanking chips off stacks. Like, I don't know what's happened. I've never seen anything like this before in poker.
I'll say this: if there was cheating, and I don't know that there was, but if there was, and the chip thief was involved, I think that there's a very, very, very good chance that everything will be uncovered shortly. Because that guy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying if that guy was in on it, they'll be able to get to the bottom. I mean, he's got. It's interesting to me that you can steal in a casino, and the only person who can press charges is the person who was stolen from. That seems odd to me. I guess that's a California versus Vegas thing.
No, that's everywhere. Like casino security is not there to protect you. I was robbed in Vegas, and security couldn't do shit, and I had to press charge.
While you were playing in a game, someone working at the casino stole from a player, and it's different. It's not a random person strolling into the casino.
Yeah, I guess like the dealer in Bobby's room who got caught like stealing chips with the mechanism. I think
I think this is different. Legally, I believe that charges could be pressed from the casino or the show here, probably. Also,
he's a casino employee.
Right, and also
he's probably third party because Nick has said he's not a casino employee, so his staff.
No, but technically they probably signed something, so legally probably could. And also, if he does feel pressure, then that's disrupting an investigation. I think that might become FBI level. Meaning if he's actually being pressured by cheaters to, and I'm not saying there's been cheating, but if there was, and he's being pressured to not say anything, now you're getting to like real serious stakes,
FBI.
FBI likes clout, man. If there's one group that likes clout, it's that.
What's the over-under on days before the FBI lead investigator comes on Chicago Joey's podcast? Has there ever been a situation where someone was accused of a crime and they just voluntarily went on a podcast like every night that the podcast was running? Like, Joey, this is the craziest thing ever. I don't know what kind of spell. I don't know what kind of spell you have on these people, but it's the craziest thing ever. Like they're doing
what I'm saying.
People's computers, they're losing their logins. One person's driving, the other one's in a car. Like it's really remarkable. Like I would never in a million years would imagine that someone would accuse me of something that I didn't do. I'd want to defend myself, so let's just get that clear. I would, but I just feel like Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she just wants to defend herself, and she's just so irritated the fact that all these idiots think she's cheated and she didn't. That could be it.
That's literally what she keeps saying. That's what she said.
Hang on. So even Jungle Man just said something of like, there's been times he said stuff about me or vice versa. We're on a podcast every night. Like, you know.
Sir, can we talk about this small figure that we still have? Can we get that settled up soon, do you think? What do you think? We still have that figure.
Sure, you got it, buddy.
Thank you.
What is our figure? Remember you said we had a big figure and it was actually, you like missed a wire?
From and you
from the other guy.
Yeah, you confirmed that.
That's not from me, it's from the other guy, right?
Who you guaranteed and you wouldn't let me work with anymore. You said, don't work with that guy anymore. How was I supposed to get paid for him when you put him out of business and took over his business? And then
it was around a little bit of a pressure spot. We just text about it.
Look, dude, you owe me the money. I just want to get paid.
That's fine, but can we just text about it? Because that guy had an issue.
What, you want to talk about Robbie's personal business on stream? You want to talk about your own personal business? What kind of patriarchal attitude is this? This doesn't seem right.
Tom, I might have set him up by asking if you guys thought I'd take it before you got on. So apologies. I got him fired up.
Well,
no,
what did you say?
I'm being serious. I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about it. Like, look, you guaranteed a guy, and then the guy, and then you took away the guy's ability to earn because you said don't bet with him anymore, bet with me. And then I bet with you. I told you how we should do it. You didn't listen to me. If you would have listened to me, everything would have went good. You would have made money instead of only me making money. And at the end of the day, it took me like 4 years or 5 years or 7 years. I don't know how many years it takes me to get paid. It was a long time. And then I still have the remaining 350K that I want to get paid. I feel like my dog's he hasn't had a new Hermes scarf in a while. I feel like this is not fair. This is not fair. And I'm tired of being bullied by you professional poker players who are attacking me all the time. I just want what's right. So there you go. I'm going to get...
Cast a spell on him, Harry.
Yeah. I wish I could.
Yeah, wave your wand at Durr. Maybe it'll work out like you're thinking, Bob.
I wish I could cast a spell on all the people who money.
Durr, what's going on? Durr, what's happening in Singapore? You live over there now, or what? You coming back? You coming back to LA? We going to Hustler? We doing a game at Hustler? What do you think?
Maybe. I told them I'd do one if something came out that looked bad. I'd go there.
You gonna come to the first official investigation meetup stream and meetup game in Vegas? We're gonna be doing a. I think I might be at the Win. I just got a text from the Win, and I think the first meetup game will be at the Win. We'll see. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's gonna be at the Win. So I'm hosting my first meetup game ever. Everybody on Twitter seemed excited earlier. We're gonna fly.
What days are you looking at?
Not sure yet. I'm gonna talk with them hopefully sometime in the very near future, because basically I realized we got 6,000 people watching this, and these guys are super fucking bored. They need something to do. They need somewhere to go. They're on Twitter all day. They got nothing going on. So I'm like, why don't I just put on a game for these people to come play? Because I see how bad they are with the takes they're given. This is what the scandal taught me, was that there are so many poker players out there that don't know what they're talking about at all. And they apparently all are on Twitter. So if I can get those people to play poker with me somehow, then everybody, just like Robbi said, right? Everybody doing well. Everybody gonna be living a great life in that scenario. So I just need to find a place that I can usher them to. And obviously online, a little more challenging to do that. But if we do it something in Vegas, then it could be something cool. So that's what I am inspired by all the fish and the YouTube chat and on Twitter to start my own game. So that's it. More details coming soon on where it'll be, when it'll be. Will it be PLO or Hold'em? We're going to find out. So Durr will be here from Singapore. Shaun Deeb's going to fly in from wherever he's at. And Haralabob is doing whatever he does in LA.
Can we tell a funny story about how I got paid from Durr one time? This is a pretty funny story.
Oh God, what is this gonna be?
Bro.
Am I gonna get like in some legal trouble for this? What is this?
Oh, I don't think so. It was.
You don't think so?
I'm the one who's gonna get in trouble. You left your chips at the Aria, and they were like, "Does anybody know Tom Dwan?" He left. He left like 100. It was like maybe 100 or 200,000 on the table. We don't want to take it to the cage and count it. Blah blah blah. Does anyone know him? Call him. So I was like, okay, this motherfucker owes me some money. Let me call him up. I was like, yeah, I got it. Oh, Tom, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, he said it's okay. Leave it with me. That's how I got 100. That's what it took to get paid from Tom Dwan back then.
That's true.
150K. Was it? It might have been more.
I don't know if I remember exactly, but I remember the outline was true for sure.
That's what it took to get paid back then, Joey. You had to, that's why I can empathize with Robbi dealing with these poker people, these evil poker people. Because you got to do whatever you can do to survive in this world.
Said the person in the sports betting world with stiffs even more.
Yeah, it's rough out there.
Damn.
Very rough.
Have you?
Those
damn.
are good times, though. Those are good times.
Yeah. You're still sports betting a lot, Bob? Or are you retired now?
No, I'm retired. I don't sports bet. I'm running a football team.
You're.
You are?
Yeah, I run a soccer team in Spain, football team in Spain.
Whoa, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I bought one maybe like 3 months ago. Third division team in Spain, so full time doing that. Didn't really bet when I was obviously stopped betting a couple years before I worked for the Mavericks, and then once I quit the Mavericks, then I kind of thought about getting.
You miss it?
What's that? Do I miss sports betting?
Yeah.
Not really. No, I don't think so. I don't miss dealing with like the street people that I was dealing with. Like some of the people in sports betting are shady as can be. It's like really rough out there. It's hard to get paid. But no, I don't miss it. I don't know. I may still like every once in a while, like if a little bit of maybe MLB or something like that, but that's about it.
You gonna bet World Cup?
Probably not. I don't really have a great football opinion, so.
Yeah, are you even legally allowed to as owner of a club? Are you barred from that?
I don't know. I've never really thought about that. You're certainly not allowed to bet on your league's games, but I'm sure I'm not sure. But it's moot because I wouldn't bet on it anyway. So. Just trying to scrap together a bankroll with the money Tom owes me. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now. Get a start again so I can play Robbi heads up and.
Yeah, dust off and play that 5K, 10K, no limit app game.
Yeah, exactly. That's not an app.
Wait, that was on an
I would
app?
never play on an app.
No fucking way.
It was a live game. No, an app game.
Why can't you play it on an app? Why can't you play it on an app? Let the people know why that wouldn't be a good idea.
5,000
looking to get cheated. Not looking to get cheated.
Too easy, huh?
Yeah, too easy to get cheated.
Do you guys worry about the cheating in the games you play? I mean, it seems like there's.
I'm always worried about it a little bit, but I play poker with people. Like I don't know, like sometimes if I think something's up, I'll just be like, yo, can we change the deck? And can I keep the ace of spades for good luck? Like you do stuff like that, you'll find out if the game's cheated real quick.
I had a time I asked to cut the deck in the middle of a hand, and they let me, like repeatedly.
Yeah.
Like before the
I
turn.
played in a cheated game in LA, and I got up and I was like, do you mind if I just like take one of those cards with me? And one of the guys picked me up and he was like, hey, like there's some people who don't want you playing in the game, they think you're too good, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, but I still want the card. Do I get the card? They're like, no, you just need to leave. Like you're freaking up. And then come to find out the game was cheated. So I think Houston on your podcast talked about that game, Joey.
Which was in Texas, Arizona, or something like that?
No, it was here in LA.
In LA.
It was that guy who had a drug problem. Came from a wealthy family. Who was playing everybody heads up. They gave him some sunglasses and some marked cards, and that's how he won.
Oh, that game. I know about that game.
At the Four Seasons, yeah.
I think I know about the game you're talking about.
Ben Danny a lot. These guys. This is how stupid these guys were. They were like, "Oh, he wants to play you heads up. We can set up the match. Like, you should totally play him." I was like, "All right, cool. I'll play. How much? Like, what percent do you guys want? Like, you guys are setting up the match. You're running it. Like, what do you want?" And they're like, "Oh no, you can keep everything. It's fine. We don't need anything. We just want to watch the match." They were smart. They'd be like, "Yo, we want 50%." If they said we want 50 or 60%, then I would have thought maybe the game was on the up and up. But the fact they were letting me play against the guy who was hopeless and didn't want any piece of me, I just was like, yeah, I'm not interested in playing. But another player ended up playing him and lost a bunch of money and was for sure cheated. So
I think the same guy. There was a time that a guy wanted to put me heads up in Four Seasons, and for some reason just
was his nickname PS.
Yeah. And so I got a table and dealers set up in Four Seasons, right? And he's like, okay, let's play. And I'm like, all right, come to this room. He's like, no, I only play in the other room. I was like, really? I think I'm good.
Yeah, it's just a simple solution is just like, I don't know, you ask to keep a card and take it home with you, stuff like that, and you can kind of get to the bottom of it. I thought maybe the masseuses, because there was always like these pretty masseuse girls, I thought maybe the masseuses were in on it at first. I was like, oh, the masseuses are like, these guys are getting called down with these hands left, right, and center, and they're getting a massage. The masseuse is signaling. So I started watching the masseuse, Then I realized the masseuse was like not paying attention at all, and it was just.
Yeah, I gotta go for a sec. I can hop back on in like a minute if you guys want.
Well, unless you got more hot takes or whatever, I don't see what the point is. He didn't really
I
come
love
on.
some Tom action.
Yeah.
Tom always got.
Brady, what odds you get on getting that 350, Bob?
Probably better now that I called him out on Joey's podcast, but not, you know. To be fair, he's paid me almost all, like, it was a big, like a massive number. It was like, you know, like mid-7. And he's paid, you know, it took up forever. And I had to like hound him. But I did get all of it with the exception of the money that he vouched for the other person. So it's not, you know, to be fair, he's almost all, it just took like 8 years, you know, no big deal.
Yeah, think about how much Bitcoin you could have bought with that.
Bro, this is straight comedy right now. This is straight comedy. Listen, chat, if you guys are enjoying it, let me know in the chat. Where else are you going to find Haralabob, Tom Dwan, Shaun Deeb, Robbi, and myself all at 12:30 a.m. on Wednesday? I don't even know what tonight is. What is today?
I think
Wednesday?
we need some probably
Friday.
little Jersey Jerry.
Thursday night.
Thursday night. You think we need Jersey Joe in here? I don't think Jersey Joe's awake, but Jersey Joe would definitely light things up a little bit. So, but yeah, guys, thanks everybody for tuning in on Twitch, on YouTube. We appreciate everybody for commenting, all the questions. Once again, if you want to follow Shaun on Twitter, it's at Shaun Deeb, SHAUN Deeb. And if you want to follow Haralabob on Twitter, it's at Haralabob. And that's on my Twitter page as well, Joingram1. I basically do a lot of Twitter. My Twitter is right here. You can find all my stuff. And then, yeah, you can find their names there. Haralabob Bulgaris. You can see him with this great picture of this great dog in this, like, yellow shirt. Look like he in, like, Hawaii or something like that. Look like in, like, Lake Como.
That was the Amalfi Coast. That was Positano. Villa Treville.
This place looks sick. You can see his great dog right here. Big shout out to the dog. What's the dog's name here?
Name's Oscar.
Oscar the Doodle. Okay.
Oscar's a good dog. Very good dog.
Yeah.
Can you bring Oscar on the pod real quick? What do you
Yeah. Go get Oscar. Definitely.
Oscar,
Yeah.
Come here. Come here. Hey. Come on.
What's up, Oscar?
Oscar's a good dog. This dog is like a real gem right here. What a lovely dog. This dog is like taken 12-hour flights and never had an accident ever. Just holds it for 12 hours the whole way through. Never had an accident on the boat. Always goes on a little pad. Just a wonderful dog. Great dog.
Does Oscar have a take on the case?
Yeah, he does, but he's
can't be bothered.
He's not comfortable. He definitely doesn't want to get caught in the Robbi crosshairs. That's for sure. He doesn't want to get attacked by that. She's tough.
Who, Robbi?
Robbi's tough. I wouldn't want to.
I want to set up a debate, Robbi versus somebody, and I just want to see Robbi debate anybody.
No one will debate her.
I'll debate her for sure. 100%. I'll debate her. I'll definitely debate her.
I would love it in a friendly way, but I think there has to be some limitations. So we got to have a good moderator who control. Otherwise, she's just going to. You got to make sure either party doesn't ramble on too much, myself or her. But I don't even want to debate her. I just want to play poker with her naked. That's all I want to do.
I as she challenged you, right? I want to choose a random topic and just debate her. I think it'd be a lot of fun. She also, as you said, right? She seems to.
You could debate her about the nuances between public relations and publicity.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that a little bit at the beginning, but yeah, Robbie's vicious, not sweaty. Says Eden Roxas will debate her. DePaulo will debate her.
I don't want to debate her. I'm on her side at this point. I just want everything. I just want the truth to come out.
I know. I think that's what we're all waiting for here, guys. So we still got so many people tuned in, and I don't exactly know why so many crazy people are tuned in, but
why are they even listening to this stuff? This is crazy.
I know, Poppy. Listen, let me let you guys out of here, okay?
You were listening before you joined the call.
I was definitely listening for sure. But now it's also 12:30 at night Pacific, so
yeah, it's 3:30 for me, buddy. All right.
Might be time to turn in. Joey, I want to thank you for having me on. Shaun, it was great chatting with you. Hope to see you sometime soon. Yeah, play some poker or something, some mixed game stuff where you guys rob me like you always do.
You've never played mix with me.
I played Big Bet Mix for sure. I played the big.
Not with me. I was never in that game. I never played once.
It was like, I forget what it was. And then we were doing. Were you there when we were doing the Omaha flips where everyone got to turn over one card and Aussie Matt was still? You could still bet against Aussie Matt. Like, so if you had a king showing, you had a 3 showing.
I was never in that game. I lost
2.5 million straight, where I could bet extra on the side when I had a king showing and he had a 3 showing, and the other 3 cards were unknown. I was like, wow. At the Aria, it was like a legit
Yeah, I remember when that year you guys were doing the big flips and the big bet mix, and he was paying Jews to keep flipping.
Yeah, he's a legend. Laying like 110 to flip. What a legend, Matt Kirk. What is he up to lately? Is he still in action?
He had some issues, went to rehab a couple times. I think he's doing better now. I haven't talked to him in a couple
Bro, what
years,
kind of
but,
person would
yeah.
text me while I'm on the air? I don't understand.
Well, you got some inside information now?
Me?
Yeah, you got any good stuff? Someone text you
No, man. These people, everybody just texts you and they think you're gonna have a conversation with them when you're on the air.
Oh,
you know,
I
they
also
like
have
they
text
like
on
want
the
the
side.
reactions and like that. You
I
what?
don't know, I give you guys my full attention. All right, Joey, thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, sounds good.
Keep up the
Haralabob.
good work, man. This is amazing. You should be commended for your role in the poker community and everything for entertainment and giggles. So, good job, man.
All right, Poppy. Thank you very much, man. I'll see you soon. Okay.
Okay, brother. See you.
See you, Pop.
See you, Shaun. Take care.
See you, Bob.
Shaun chilling. All right, guys. Thank you to Haralabob. Vol Garris, the legend, coming in here. Always great to see him. Talk with him as well too. Appreciate the kind words always from Haralabob. What do you guys think about Haralabob chat? You guys let me know. I'll give you a quick recap here. So basically, the day started off with the post, obviously, from Hustler Casino Live, where they said that one of their employees basically was found stealing $15,000 off the chip stack of Robbi Lou, who's obviously in the news lately for her big hand against Garrett on Hustler Casino Live. That went viral. Everybody been watching it. Everybody been seeing it. So basically, after the game ended, this guy who works at Hustler Casino doing the microphones, working in the production room, access to the whole cards. This kid went down there, took $15,000 off her stack, ends up getting found out once they start the investigation. They didn't start the investigation today. Hustler Casino released a statement, basically talks about how no charges are going to be pressed against them because Robbi didn't want to press charges against them. Robbi decided for a couple of different reasons, as she put in her post through Poker News, that because of his age and because of his no criminal background, she didn't want to press charges against the kid. The kid already spent the money, so she didn't have to pay. The kid have to pay her back. So a lot of people were speculating, were those two working together? Is this guy the inside man? Like, what's happening here? Everybody's really confused. What's going on? And then I feel like I'm missing something here. What else happened in that, right? And then Robbi released her statement with Poker News, talking more about why she didn't. Then Garrett released a statement as well, saying that more information will to come. We started talking about it here on the stream earlier, starting with Jay Farber, and then since then we basically had on a bunch of the guests you can see at the bottom of the screen, including Eric Person, just talking more about it. We had on Josh Manchiello from Hustler, who gave us more information on what the hell was going on the Hustler front. And that's basically it. We've been going now for about 7 hours, 15 minutes. We had on, how many guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we had on like 10, 11, 10, 11 or 12 or something like that today. So, but yeah, I think Robbi was most people's highlight of the show. She came in very fired up. She came in very passionate. And yeah, I think, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was fun seeing her and Haralabob have a nice conversation. And
it was rare to not be the person she bashed for a few minutes. It was sweet to be on the outside.
Yeah, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel like she's bashing you?
I mean, yeah, but if I was in her spot, I'd be doing the same thing to anyone.
Yeah.
Who, I didn't agree with. If I was in her spot, I'd be acting exactly how she's acting. And that's why so many people were on her side initially and still are on her side, is because if you're innocent, you're going to do everything you can to clear your name.
They say get DePaulo on. I mean, listen, DePaulo, like, he's talk. I got to go to sleep then. If DePaulo come on, I got to go to bed after that because he's going to talk a lot. Shout out to my guy Ryan, and I like him. But he make you think a lot. I'm so tired now that he make you think. He's using jokes. You're not sure if you're supposed to laugh. Some are kind of insensitive. Some are close to borderline, gonna maybe get you canceled off YouTube. Then you gotta laugh. And you gotta follow it up, and then it'll get awkward with a few more jokes. And then I'm just not gonna be sure what to say at that point in time because I can't even fucking think right now because I'm ready to go to bed and I'm a few edibles deep. So you can understand how about 3 to 5 minutes into the conversation, it'll just take a turn to a point where I'm sort of wondering, hey, maybe I should have reconsidered my initial option when I was thinking about it. So that's sort of my thoughts on Ryan, but I love that kid. And but right now, so what do you got next, Shaun? What are you going to try to do next?
Next for me is World Series Europe.
Yeah. When is that going to be?
It starts this month, October 24th, I believe. But Frank Casella's coming to visit me with his fiance, a couple of her kids, his youngest kid. We're gonna hang out, do a little Halloween themed party, have some fun for a couple days, then we're gonna fly out of here and play there for about 2-3 weeks.
Mhm.
Try to win a bracelet or two, become famous again, clout chase.
Cloud Chase. Yeah, I like when she said that. She basically was calling me a troll. So I was talking to her the other day. We were texting, and I said that I love trolling because I basically do usually troll, right? With like Robbi played the man and a lot of jokes I make, which is the only point. You can't be a content creator and not be a troll, because if you're on Twitter, it's all trolling. Like Twitter is basically for memeing. Some people take it seriously. Most people are just completely trolling on there too. So yeah, I mean, I do see what she says. And she said about cloud chasing. I don't know who she was talking to, but it seemed like everybody involved in the situation. It's how media works, is that you talk about what's happening, and a lot of people are talking about what's happening. Some people,
Yeah, it's just like when it's your industry,
pretty
you
normal.
care deeply about your industry, you get involved.
Right.
And I've been involved in a lot of cheating scandals. She obviously doesn't know my background when it comes to that. The Brink Kenny stuff, the Ali and Jake, I was very vocal. And I'm very opinionated, and so I love being involved in stuff because I want to help poker get past this to have, a clear period where legitimate people are winning, the right people are winning, and, poker grows and grows, and we really see this industry become what we want.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Poppy.
What's your opinion on Brink Kenny playing super high rollerball?
Bro, I don't even want to think about Brink Kenny right now. The thing I want to think about the least is Brink Kenny right now.
Okay.
I don't even want to think about this guy playing a high rollerball. It ain't my fucking tournament. That's what I got to start my own tournament, and then I got to decide who's going to play in my tournament. So I wasted so much energy worrying about who playing anybody else's tournament. So now I had to change it. Ryan DePaulo coming in, all the chat bullying me to having Ryan DePaulo come in. See, we got to add Ryan DePaulo. Shout out to Ryan DePaulo. Ryan, welcome back to the show. How's it going, my friend?
I'm good. I'm glad you were outvoted by the fans. They just basically revolted and shoehorned me in the show.
They were crying. They were crying. Some are bullying. They're crying in the chat. Get them. They didn't like the take I had. I mean, I'm just telling you my experience from the last time I had him on. So if you don't like,
show. He's the anchor. He's the closer of the stream.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said if I have him on, I got to go to sleep. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to explain. If I have him on, I got to end the stream. So now I got to end the stream right now when he's done. I can't go on anymore.
Blocking. You were clout farm blocking a little bit there, and Shaun, I felt the same way too when I met you. That was very.
I literally had you on my show last night. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? These people are. These people. You guys see what I got to deal with from people, guys? These people. Every person different. It's all these psychotic people in poker that.
Oh my God, Joseph.
They tripping, man. They tripping out there. They tripping out there, DePaulo.
Joseph.
What's up?
Joseph.
Hello.
Joseph.
Hello.
Listen, I don't have much to say except I'll probably intro with that, and then I'm gonna talk for an hour. But like, she is. I only heard the end of it because I was spinning this fucking slot machine again. But I just want to talk about her being the next moneymaker and how successful she's gonna be on YouTube because she's so honest and genuine and likable, and she's not clearly 1% Illuminati elitist like ex-biotech. That's the job of a diehard villain, literally, like used to work in biotech. Like she
was curing cancer, bro.
But it's biotech. That's what they say. And then next thing you know, it's Planet of the Apes. Like they were curing Alzheimer's, and then Caesar's taking over the woods. It's that like she's just so dislikable. Over under like 3 videos before she falls. She's just delusional. Like I only caught the end of it because, like I said, I was spinning.
I disagree about her being dislikable. Not even trolling. I actually think she is very likable and well spoken. And, if she was innocent, if she is innocent, she's acting exactly how you should if you're innocent.
I agree with that. And after her Poker News interview today, before the other news came out, I actually shifted like a bunch of percentage points down to thinking that she was innocent from like thinking she cheated. But then now, I don't know. I just want to assassinate her character a little bit here. I don't really even want to talk about the merits of the thing,
for what? What do you want to you want to assassinate her for what? What do you mean?
No. It was just hilarious. At the end, she thinks she's gonna be the next moneymaker. She's like, "This is great for poker, guys. You should leave me alone because I'm gonna make you money." And then she doesn't even. I don't know if she hears it when you're like, Shaun is like, anyone in poker will play you heads up. I think they'll happily take your invitation.
Yeah.
I don't know if she gets it's because she sucks.
What do you mean?
At poker, like he was making a joke, like being like, you know what I mean?
No, that's not a joke. That's the truth. Just like
No, I know, but I'm saying, yeah.
Here's the thing, Ryan. If Ivy did an open heads-up match for reasonable stakes, everyone would just say yes. They don't care that they're losing. They just want to play against the legend. And she has that pull right now.
What? You think that's why? Are you kidding? That's why everyone would play her heads up? You're fucking with me. You just 3-bet trolled me.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Wait, is this massive like fish etiquette on like a global scale? I'm very confused.
No, I've
talk
never,
about
like,
money?
I'm
It
honest
has a
with
lot of
people
it?
and, like, I just tell people if I think they suck and why I'm better than them, and hope that I get into their ego.
$400,000 ladder between
I
fifth
don't really,
and fourth.
get heads up matches. I don't really get much action. So for me personally, there's just only so much I can do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. You have incentive, and I actually compromised my. I didn't really have much to say to Nick, but I'm very new. I'm a tournament player a little bit, but like I'm new to the cash game angling, getting in world. There's a whole art to it that I'm learning, and I was much nicer to Nick than I would have otherwise been if I didn't like want to get on Hustler, for example. So I understand you trying to be charming to her. I don't even know if I'm being sarcastic, but listen, no, I'm being serious. Like, yo, she's like 1% Illuminati elite. How is she like when she's talking about how rich she is and going around and that like she's like this beacon of hope for poker, and like at the end of it I only heard and like being like, yes, I do think that maybe she's innocent, but at the very least I don't like her. Like, I mean, but that's fine, whatever. But like I shifted from guilty and liking her to like maybe innocent, but guaranteed failure on YouTube. Because she's just not, she's Illuminati, if anything, right? She like talks about how rich she is, 130K is nothing to me. It's not even her money. Like, how these reporters are following her around and she's gonna revolutionize the game. Like, I don't know. I'm not being very entertaining right now. The people kind of really fucked me and you, and I think I'm gonna just leave. But she's guilty. I just got a text that she's guilty, actually confirming it from a friend.
Shout out your friend.
Daniel Lazarus. He just texted me she's death guilty, LOL. That's all the evidence I have.
Guys, listen, I'm gonna let you both go. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. All right.
Yeah, I was useless. I was of no use, yo. But Joe, I was fucking with you, man. Come on, relax. I love you.
Hey, Joe, all I want to know is, like, you're on the West Coast and it's 4 a.m. for me, buddy. Respect.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, me? It's 1 a.m. It's only 1 a.m. here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, you're quitting early on us, but get some sleep. There'll be more shit tomorrow.
Maybe we'll see.
There are questions about your.
What's up?
Paint questions about Shaun in the chat. I just wanted to acknowledge people were looking for a paint investigation into your situation.
I can show you guys the whole basement if you want. It's great down
They would love it.
No, guys, come on. I'm trying to leave. Let me get y'all out of here, okay?
But think of the people, dude.
No. Yeah, you guys will have a great time. Let me go to bed. Listen.
Shaun Deeb paint investigation. 12-hour stream coming to my channel.
You guys go ahead. I'm gonna quit. I'll go do Bitcoin or something.
Bye. All
right, I'll see ya. Too many people at one time. All right, guys. Thanks to Shaun Deeb and Haralabob and Ryan DePaulo for coming in there, joining in the mix. And we thank them very much. It's been a great night. It's been a lot of great guests. But I'm pretty tired right now, so I'm probably going to go to bed unless I know anyone else that wants to play or wants to come on. But I can't handle the so many people.
Ace high gonna win it. Red decision. I know you want to show. Why could you beat 5 eyes?
I guess this is the guy.
A monster
with Robbi. Don't seem like they know each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's him. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'll see you guys soon. Everybody on YouTube, everybody on Twitch. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of investigations here. It's been an intense night. Hope you guys really enjoyed the streams. Hope you guys enjoyed the conversations. Hope you guys enjoyed everybody together. If you want to follow my Twitter, it's at JoinGrim1. I might put some clips up tomorrow, and I might be back tomorrow depending on what goes down. So, yeah, that's really what I got, guys. I appreciate everybody very much. Adrian Perez, Mike Starfish, Michael B, Jeff Hall, James, Joe Brand, Michael, Flat Earth, John Smith, Jason, Albie, Chris Pollins, Gazzy B, Andy B, Turbo Lols, K1 Star, Draxer, Nitty Living, what's up, Nitty Living, what's happening? Andrew Powers, Biggie Swoles, Dante B, Ragnar, Handy Chandy, Venom Gotti. We gonna be printing. We need to get you an outro. Yeah, I don't have an outro, so. F Zappa, Given Fox, James Morphus, you'll be missed. I'll miss you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys very much. It means a lot to me, seriously. So it's been great hanging out with everybody in here in chat, everybody on YouTube. Smash the like button on the way out. Leave a comment when I end it. And that's it, man. So K-Prom, Charles, Matt, Scala, Adam Walter, Brandon Birdside, Brandon Gibson, Kev K, Joe Geegan, Sean Lipton, Cairo, Poker's Life, R2B2, Alan Box. I feel like I'm missing some here. Trevia, Katana, Folk Leap. I'll see you guys soon. Okay, peace out. Later, YouTube.